Hello aspirants, welcome to PW Only IS English. I am here Harpreet Singh with the second marathon of the geography subject. Now please remember, last marathon on Monday, we had covered almost 99.9% of geomorphology. We have almost completed it. Now I said that we're going to also continue with the climatology and oceanography. So let's firstly let me tell you what we're going to do today. We are going to complete the Indian geography first because it is not very lengthy. After Indian geography, I will be starting with the climatology as well as oceanography. So today is a lengthy session. We will be completing all these three things also. Along with it, as I had promised you, I am going to do the various MCQs. Why it is important, please understand. Last session also, I had a lot of MCQs with you. You would have realized, okay, these are the problems that you might come across. These are the issues. These are the things where you can attempt the questions. Similarly, please remember that today also we are beginning with Indian geography, but the moment it ends, it is not going to be a very lengthy part of Indian geography because again, Indian geography is not very lengthy as compared to the world geography that we were doing. So we'll begin with Indian geography. Secondly, now many think that, sir, what about that elements of cropping pattern, all those things? Better remember, in the coming marathons, we have all the session on mapping and all. So every single thing will be covered. So you don't need to worry about it. This, you need to trust us. Like we did the previous marathon, we explained to you everything. We did a lot of practice. Similarly, in this marathon also we're going to do. And along with it, remember, we're going to do in the further marathons that are going to come. Clear? Chaliye, let's begin. First of all, this is going to be the Indian Geography Mahamarathon that is completely in English. Now, this is there various faculties here going to teach you various subjects here. Nikhil sir has already done Indian polity. He'll be teaching government schemes also. I'll be taking geography, Indian world, places in use and mapping. Ritesh sir, Science and Technology, Abhishek sir, Ancient and Medieval History, Ranchan sir, Indian Economy, Manjeet sir, CSAT, Dimple ma'am, Environment, and Pavan sir, Art and Culture and Modern History. So, all these things are in store for you, and I expect you to give your best during this marathon. Try your best to pay attention also, because yes, I know that for so many hours you have to focus, so that does take a lot of energy also. But if you pay attention, if you are solving the MCQs along with me, I'm telling you, it is going to be very, very critical. Many people ask, sir, why, how can we put so much effort in one day? Please remember, you have to put your effort on the day of the examination also, right? So let's begin, okay? Every class 9 a.m. from Monday and Thursday. And one more thing, please remember, many people have been asking for the notes. I guess the notes of the previous session would also be available in the app now. For those who haven't registered, there is in the description box, a link is given. Please register there. You can access the notes free of cost. If they are not uploaded till now, I think by tomorrow, they will be uploaded. And today's session also it will be uploaded by tomorrow. So you'll have all the resources with you. Clear? Okay. So this is my Telegram account and this is my Instagram. You can connect me via both of them. Now, please understand. Let's begin. Come on, tell me. Just write it in the comment section. How's the Josh? Come on. Hi. The Josh is high. Come on, tell me. Are you ready? Can we begin the session? Quickly write it in the comment section and tell me. Are you all ready? See, Indian geography is very important. Multiple questions are going to be asked in the preliminary examination, and you will see out of these only the questions are going to be asked. So, every single thing that I'm writing right now or presenting in front of you, you need to analyze it very well. Clear? Okay. Now, let us see, first of all. Now, we are talking about India. So, we need to know where India is. That is again very, very critical. This is a world map in front of you, again, that I have drawn by hand. This is again what? The various continents here. Okay. The North America, South America again, you have Africa, you have Eurasia, you have Australia and all. In the previous session, we had studied prime meridian. You all remember 0 degree longitude? This is prime meridian. Okay. Prime meridian you have studied. That means, can I divide my earth into two halves? One is on the eastern side, one is on the western side. Can I say all the parts which are on the east of the prime meridian can be considered as a part of the eastern hemisphere? Clear? Can I call all the parts? See here, all these parts are a part of the eastern hemisphere? Yes. The ones which are on the west of this prime meridian can be considered a part of the western hemisphere. You can see here, western hemisphere, that means this complete part is part of the western hemisphere. Clear? This complete part is a part of the eastern hemisphere. Okay, done, accepted this. Second thing that comes is, we know equator is 0 degree. Now see here, this is 0 degree equator. All the parts which are above the equator, can I call them part of the northern hemisphere? And the ones which are below, can I call them a part of the southern hemisphere? Yes, southern hemisphere. So that means this thing is at least very clear to you that I can categorize my various countries that are present here according to the various hemisphere, whether it is eastern or western, whether it is northern and southern. Clear? Can you have a look at this, right? Now just tell me, our beloved country, our dear country India, where does it lie? Now let us have a look at it. Here is India. Now can I say that India lies in the northeastern hemisphere? Northeastern hemisphere. Why I am telling you this is, in UPSC they can straight away put a statement over there and ask you, India lies completely in the northeastern hemisphere. It is correct. Why? Does any part of India lie in the western hemisphere? No. Does it lie completely in the eastern hemisphere? Yes. Does any part of India lie in the southern hemisphere? No. Does it completely lie in the northern hemisphere? Yes. So we can very surely say that it lies in the northeastern hemisphere. This is a very precise position that you should know. Why? Because it is mentioned in the NCRTs, it is mentioned in UDAAN magazine, and has been asked in various examinations of which are conducted by UPSC. Clear? Okay. Now, all of you understood this? So one important thing that you derive out of it is, because I am going to put MCQs, you know that very well. So I'll be testing you on these. These small things are the places where you miss out, and those statements that come and you are not able to solve the question. Remember, whenever there are multiple statements, out of them 1 or 2 statements are going to be very easy, generally from NCRT or basics. If you do not know them, you generally do not get the answer, right? Okay. Now, thus India lies in the northeastern hemisphere. Now we are very clear about it. Clear? Okay. Now let's move forward. Okay. There are certain continents that are present here, right? Whenever we talk about India's position, various books talk about India's position very differently. But remember, the exact position of India has also to be considered according to what the government accepts, right? Let us see certain continents. See, this is North America, this is South America. This part is Europe. We will be doing in the world mapping. Please understand, right now this is second marathon. Next marathon is going to be places in news. Anything that you have heard or listened or about any place throughout the year, I'll be doing that. Then you have the world mapping and India mapping. So I will be covering these things even in more detail there also, wherever it is required. So you have in totality 5 marathons. One world, Indian geography, places in news, Indian mapping and world mapping. Remember, okay? Somebody was asking me. So this is Europe, this is Africa, this is Asia, this is Australia, and this is Antarctica. These are the continents that are present there, right? Now we know that India is part of Asia, but very often we do not know what is the exact description that you need to give. Please remember this. Many people, I had one of the mocks that we generally conduct with students. What happened is, there were statements mentioned. India lies in South Asia, India lies in South Central Asia, India lies in South Asia, India lies in Southeastern Asia. People, you got confused. Analyze for yourself that it is very difficult to remember that time where does India lie if you do not know the exact fact. So, according to again the NCRT and the Government of India, India lies in the south central part of Asia. What? South central part of Asia. Clear? Everybody, clear? South central part of Asia. This is the exact position if you want to describe India with respect to respect to Asia. Clear? Clear? Now somebody will say, sir, how? See, you have to take, please understand, when you are taking, this is northern part, this is southern part, south. With respect to whether it is left or right, you take this. Let me tell you how they have taken it. Let us take a projection like this. This region will approximately be the central part, but from the projection. But this is from the mainland, it is south. So they have said as south central part. This is the way the projection is done. So you do not have to go into the projection, don't worry. You just need to know that it is a south central part. Clear? This is the way they generally do. Clear, everybody? The world map drawn by hand? Yes, it is drawn by hand. Okay. Everybody, till here it is clear? What is the two positions that we have discussed? What is the two position that we have discussed, right? There was a PYQ lies in south. Yes, yes. Please remember one thing. If the statement comes South Asia, that statement is not wrong. But if there is option of South Asia, South Central Asia, just tell me one thing, na? South Asia is a broader terminology. South Central Asia is even more precise terminology. If somebody tells me, sir, where do you reside? I will say I reside in Uttarakhand. Sir, Uttarakhand is very huge. Where do you reside in Uttarakhand? I will say I reside in Dehradun. Okay, sir, Dehradun is very huge. Which part of Dehradun? I will say in the main Dehradun city. Okay, sir, that is a little bit southern part of the Dehradun district. So that means you are basically going into further details of understanding that. Clear, everybody? Okay. Next. India is the 7th largest country. Now, this has been asked repeatedly in CAPF examinations, NDA, CDS also, and UPSC also they've asked, right? 7th, because I have picked up from the standard books, rather than doing it theoretically, I've done it in such a way that you will remember it. 7th largest country. Now, they very often ask you, okay, if it is 7th largest country, arrange it in order, right? Clear? Russia, Canada, China, USA, Brazil, Australia, and India. This is with respect to the area that we are talking about. Now, when we talk about area, India occupies only 2.4 of the world's total surface area. Do you realize 2.4% of the surface area is really very small? Very small, right? But we are now, if you imagine the population, you can imagine we are the most populous country also. So that is why we say, though we have the area, but the population is so high that then that is why the resource constraint issue comes in. Clear? Okay. Now, you know this, but how do you remember it? See, Royal Challengers, RC, Cuba, I. Let us say Royal Challenger Bangalore, you can imagine Royal Challenger won the IPL, they went to Cuba Island. Can I say that because they won? So their team was sponsored to go to what? Cuba, to enjoy. Clear? To enjoy. So Royal Challengers, the team, not the other thing, the Royal Challengers team went to Cuba Island. RC, Cuba, I. Will you remember that? Russia, Canada, China, USA, Brazil, Australia, and India. Will you remember this? Yes? So, when you remember this, you will never forget it. Is this mnemonic clear to everybody? Done? Okay. So, better remember, see, whenever you ask candidates now, that many candidates have also prepared as you have prepared. But there are certain candidates who get these types of weird questions also correct. Why? Because they have made some mnemonics and they remember it. It is not that you had not learned or revised, but because you have not created such mnemonics for such types of things, because it is mentioned in the NCERT. So you need to know. And those candidates tend to get again 2-3 questions extra, right? And that is why they get 6 to 8 marks extra and they're able to qualify. So these are small things which are again mentioned in the standard books, NCERT and UDAAN magazine, which you should know. Clear? Okay. Next, let us assume latitudes and longitudes. By now, you already know what are latitudes and you know longitudes. Clear? If I see the latitudinal and longitudinal extent of India, please see here. From the top, it is 37 degree 6 minutes north. The southernmost part of the India mainland. What do you mean by India mainland? I'm not talking about islands. I'm talking about this mainland. The southernmost part is over here, 8 degree 4 minutes north. If I go to the southernmost part of India, now then I will have to go to the part of the Great Nicobar, which is 6 degree 45 minutes north, right? Please remember, the question can be asked, the southernmost part of the India mainland is lying at, let us say, 6 degree 45 minutes north. Is that statement correct? Is that statement correct? Please remember, these are small things. Though you have learned it, though you have revised it, we are quickly revising all these things because what happens is in the state in when you are very like excited or you want to attempt the question, you tend to mark the questions wrong. Clear? Similarly, the westernmost part, this longitude over here is 68 degrees 7 minutes east, and over here it is 97 degree 25 minutes east. Clear? Clear? Now, this is the extent. Now, let us see the positions which are there. Okay. Beta, the southernmost part of India, the southernmost part of India is Indira Point. Let me highlight it. Indira Point. Yes. Indira Point. If you realize the southernmost part of India mainland, right? India mainland, Kanyakumari, right? The westernmost part is Guhar Moti in Gujarat. Guhar Moti in Gujarat. Whereas it is Kibithu in Arunachal. Clear? Northernmost part, again, sometimes very debative over here, but because what is standardly now accepted, you can put Indira Koal. Clear? Clear? Is this statement clear to everybody? Okay. Let me ask you a question now. Let me ask you a question now. Supposingly, there's a girl Ria over here. Supposingly, Ria is standing here, right? And let us take somebody else. Simran here. Simran is standing here, right? Now, Ria calls Simran and says that Simran, it is let us say 9:15 by my watch. 9:15 by my watch. What would be the time over here? What is going to be the time over here? Anybody? Anybody? What would Simran respond? Tell me. If Ria says that it is 9:15 by her watch, what is going to be the time when Simran sees her watch? What is going to be the time? Anybody? We have done this in the previous session. Yes? So somebody says 11. Okay, now Mahesh says Ria is 116 minutes ahead. Do you realize India follows one time zone? Bache, tell me one thing. Many of you, see, some of you got confused. Some is saying 7:15. Do you realize in complete India, the time zone is same, though they have recommended it that there should be more time zones, 3 time zones, but the time is going to be same. You are in India. You follow one Indian standard time. You know that? You have done that IST. Yes or no? Which is how much? What is the 5.5 hours difference from Greenwich Mean Time? Clear? Clear? Yes, Shivraj, in the coming sessions, we are going to cover that also. There are 5 marathons, right? 5 marathons, we'll cover all those things. In the mapping marathon, I'll be covering all crops also, industries also, because over there we have to use maps. So I'll be covering those things in maps. The human geography part, majorly I'll cover in maps. So please remember, do not get confused here. Remember this. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. All copied this. So what is it? Northernmost part, Indira Koal, 37 degree 6 minutes north to 8 degree 4 minutes north, India in mainland, and southernmost point with respect to again the islands is Great Nicobar, Indira Point 6 degree 45 minutes north. The westernmost part 68 degrees 7 minutes east to, that is Guhar Moti in Gujarat, and Kibuthu and Arunachal Pradesh 97 degree 25 minutes east. Clear? Clear? Okay. One more thing that is again not mentioned in the NCERTs, it is present in the UDAAN and sometimes it is present in the newspapers also. So that is why I have written here. When you cover the latitude, you know that very well. This is with respect to the mainland and this is with respect to the southernmost point, right? Indira Point. Indira Point was previously known as Pygmalion Point. This question was for more than 12 lakh rupees in what? KB, Kaun Banega Crorepati, KBC. They said Pygmalion Point is the old name for what? So, Pygmalion Point and Parsons Point were the old names of Indira Point. Now, Indira Point was named after the former Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi. Before that, these were the names that were given. So, you should know them. They can be asked. Clear? They can be asked. Clear? Okay. Longitude 68 degrees 7 minutes east to 97 degree 25 minutes east. Clear? Clear? Done? Clear? How to calculate it? Beta, we have done in the previous marathon how to do the time calculations. What I can do in the last part of today's session or in the next marathon, I can do more questions. See, let me tell you, I've already told you, before the preliminary examination, I can promise you from my end, I have told the team that there is again wonderful team we have. So possibly we can have a 1000 questions or 500 to 1000 questions marathon, just questions. Over there, I'll put 10-15 questions of time calculation also. Clear? Okay. Okay. Now let us see the extreme points. Now, if you are traveling from the northernmost point to the southernmost point, then what is the distance? Or you are traveling from westernmost point to the easternmost point. What is the distance? Clear? Clear? From the westernmost point to the easternmost point, which is the westernmost point? Over here it is Guhar Moti till Kibithu. Now the distance between both of them is 2,933 kilometers. What? 2,933 kilometers. Now this is very important, you should know, because this has been asked in UPSC in the statements, as statements. You should remember that, right? Clear. Now comes northernmost point to southernmost point. From the northernmost point, that is Indira Koal, till Kanyakumari, the distance is 3,214 kilometers. 3,214 kilometers. Clear, everybody? Basic knowledge, very important, because see, UPSC is not rocket science. Majority of the questions are going to be basic. If they are difficult also, there has to be certain basic thing. Only then the questions are created. Okay, let's move ahead. Check your knowledge. Okay. This question, keep in mind, this is for your homework, right? Afterwards, once you have completed the session, I would request you to answer this in the comment section. What is the question? What are the least number of states / union territories one has to go through or cut if you are traveling from the northernmost point to the southernmost point? Supposingly, you're traveling from the northernmost point of the country to the southernmost point of the country. What are the, let us say, minimum number of states you will cross in order to reach that? You understand that? What I'm saying is, from the northernmost to the southernmost, what will be the least number of states you will cut? Second point is, traveling from westernmost state or union territory to easternmost, what are the least number of states that you're going to cut, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, can you answer this later on? What you have to include is, include the origin and the destination state. Supposingly, you are going from Gujarat to Arunachal Pradesh. You have to include Gujarat and Arunachal Pradesh also, plus the minimum number of states that you are going to cut. Clear? Understood? You have to come to the minimum number. This is for your homework. I would like you, after the session or when I'm giving you a break, at that time, please keep this. Okay, let's begin. Continue. Okay. There is certain things that you should understand. According to NCERT, because or the government data previously, now this has changed. Please remember, this has changed, but let us consider what the previous one, then the new one. You realize that this is the coastline of India, right? This is the coastline of India. This is the land frontier, that is a land boundary. Clear? The land boundary, if I start moving from here to here and all these places, then the distance is 15,200 kilometers. Okay? Okay? One more question. Why I'm telling you this? Because you very well know that UPSC is nowadays asking that if you are moving from this place to this place, how many states you are cutting? You have seen that. Why you are not able to solve? Because you haven't prepared it. Let me ask you another question. You are moving from this part where the land frontier starts. Okay? Eastern most point where the land frontier starts, right? To the last point over here, to western part. That means where the coast will begin. How many states plus union territories you will cut? I want the states and the union territories. So give the states, number of states, number of union territories that you will cut. Again, a homework for you. Can you do this? Do you understand what I'm saying? UPSC will ask these statements from you, and at that time, because you haven't prepared, you will not be able to solve. I'm telling you now, the question which I'm doing, in the examination, you will find them one or the other way. I want states different, union territories differently, because they can ask you how many union territories you are cutting while you are moving, or how many states you are basically going across, let us say, when you are moving. Keep this in mind. When I'll give you the break, you need to calculate this and tell me the answers, or in the comment section you can put it, right? Now please understand, NCERT or the older books, when this coastline was not changed, right? It used to earlier say that this part is 6,100 kilometers. Later they said there are various islands also, we should calculate that also part of the coastline, right? Part of the coastline. So they said, okay, if we include the islands, then it is 7,515 kilometers. But recently the government of India has basically changed this. Please remember now, this is the old data. This is what? Old data. The new data is something else. Let us see. You should still know this. Please understand that this is mentioned in the NCERT, so you should know it. But newer data, let's see. Now see, this is the circular. This is a circular which is by Government of India, Ministry of Port, Transport and Waterways, Transport Research Wing. Change in the length of the coastline of India, which was done on 29th April 2025. Now what happens is, previously when the calculation was done, there were a lot of extrapolations. What do you mean by extrapolation? That means every single place was not properly calculated, right? First of all, we'll tell you the reason. Every single place was not properly calculated, and estimated length was said and they calculated it. Then many islands were missed. Now why this accurate data has come, it is because they are using now satellites for doing it. So now the data that is much more appropriate. Clear, everybody? Plus one more thing, you realize that whenever there is deposition at the regions where deltas are, wherever there is delta, there is again deposition taking place. When the deposition taking place, then again there is certain change in the length also over the time. So now the length has come out to be approximately 11,099. Approximately 99, you can put it. If they can roughly say it is more than 11,000 also, that also works, or close to 11,000 also works. If they mention it is only 11,000, then that is wrong. Close to 11,000, approximately 11,000, above 11,000, that is fine. Clear? Everybody clear with this? So this is the newer length of the coastline that is present here. Clear? Okay. Now this is the newer data also. Now you can be asked, because see, last April 2025, this was created, right? So last time the question was not asked because the data was just calculated, and possibly the questions which the people prepare for civil services might have been submitted by that time. So this becomes important for this examination. Why? Because they can ask you the question with respect to the length now. Okay, now see. This is state and union territory I've taken together, but you can know, I have marked which is a union territory over here. Let's see this. Andaman and Nicobar coastline length is 3083 kilometers approximately. Now this is a union territory. Somebody asks you which union territory contributes maximum to the coastline, then that is Andaman and Nicobar. But which I ask you, which state contributes maximum or has a largest coastline or the longest coastline, then that is Gujarat. So Gujarat is 2340. Then you have Tamil Nadu. Then you do not have to remember the statistics, you just need to know the order also. Gujarat, then Tamil Nadu, then Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra and West Bengal. At least 2-3 you should know. Then comes Kerala, Odisha, Karnataka, Goa. Now, an interesting thing that comes is there are three union territories I have mentioned here: Lakshadweep, Daman and Diu, and Dadar and Nagar Haveli, and Puducherry. UPSC can be smart enough to basically ask you not about Andaman and Nicobar Island, and they can ask you, okay, let's see what type of question they can create. Arrange the following longest to smallest, longest to shortest with respect to the coastline. Okay, let us put it here. Okay, first Puducherry, second Lakshadweep, third Daman and Diu plus Dadar and Nagar Haveli, right? What should be the order if I want to arrange them from the longest to the shortest? If I want to arrange them from the longest to the shortest, what should be the order? Because see, states is easy. Everybody knows it. Or you can arrange it also. Clear? Right? Okay. Can anybody tell me? Use your mind, common sense. Okay. You know, I had put first Lakshadweep. Then, if you see, I had put Daman and Dadar and Nagar Haveli, and then last Puducherry. So, Lakshadweep first, Daman and Diu, and Puducherry. So, this is the order. Here is it? Okay. Clear? Okay. Now, you will ask me, sir, it is very difficult to remember this order. It is not possible that we cannot do it. We can remember few, but we cannot remember all. I had already given this. A GTA man work knock to knock, glad for points. Right? A for C, Arunachal, Andaman Nicobar. Then you have Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and so on and so forth, all in order. Last is P is Puducherry. D, Daman and Diu and Dadar and Nagar Haveli. L, Lakshadweep. G, Goa. Do you see this? Again, see this again? Okay, let's see this. Andaman, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Maharashtra, West Bengal. See here. A, GTA, Maharashtra, again, West Bengal, Karnataka, Odisha, Kerala, Odisha, and then Karnataka, and all these things are here. Clear, everybody? Clear? Okay, let me ask you another question. Which among the following are correct? Which among the following are correct? This is very important and very tricky also. Let's see. What is the answer here? Coastline of Karnataka is more than Kerala. First, Maharashtra, you have seen these. These are the questions which keep on coming in the examination repeatedly, and these are the questions which you most often get wrong. Why? Because you have never analyzed these things, right? Okay. All of you, give the answer. Coastline of Karnataka is more than Kerala. Okay. What the answer you people are giving are majorly D, right? Majorly you people are giving D. Some are giving B. Okay. Let us see this now, first of all. Giving you 10 seconds more, right? Right? Let's see here. Let's see here. Coastline of Karnataka is more than Kerala. Let us see. Coastline of Kerala is more than Karnataka. Do you see this? 600 kilometers, 343. Coastline of Kerala is more than Karnataka. You know the abbreviation also. So can I say the first statement is correct? Incorrect? The moment this is incorrect, I know this statement goes and this statement goes. Maharashtra has the fourth longest coastline among Indian states. I did not mention states plus union territories. I said Indian states. Andaman is a union territory. Have I written Maharashtra has the longest coastline, or have I mentioned Indian states in particular? So, see here. Look at these four things over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But do you realize this is a union territory? I'm not talking about union territory. The longest state is Gujarat, second Tamil Nadu, third Andhra, and fourth Maharashtra. But say, I told you there's a difference between union territory and states while I was doing this. And so many of you marked it D. Clear? So many of you marked it D. Please remember this. That is why most of the time, though the questions are very easy, why do you get it wrong? Because you haven't paid attention. Clear? This is why we are doing these questions, so that you can understand. So Maharashtra has the fourth longest. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. Answer is B. Do you remember how the questions are asked now? Please understand the line. It is mentioning among the Indian states. What you saw, Maharashtra and 4. Nothing else. Nothing else. I told this answer thing that union territory and states is a different thing. You need to know that. Okay, let's move ahead. Though this we have done in the previous session also a little bit, just because we are doing Indian spatial relations right now. So that is why, let us understand. You know this is again Mirzapur. This is 82 degree 30 minutes east, Indian Standard Time. Which all states are cut by this, by the Indian Standard Time, this 82 degree 30 minutes longitude? Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh. Okay, let's see a question on this. Do this question. Do this question now. Which among the following are correct? IST cuts 5 Indian states. One among it shares an international border. Neighbor of Telangana is also cut by IST longitude. Now, please understand, when I ask this question, I want whatever knowledge you have, whether it is right, whether it is wrong, whether you know, whether you don't know, whatever you have studied, whatever you have not studied, answer in the comment section why. The children who do not have so much knowledge now, but they will improve if they comment. Because if you do not comment, I also thought this. No, write it in the comment section. Why that is important is because when you write it, whether it is right or wrong, you will learn only then. Nobody over here is your relative who will identify you. Right? Okay. Let's see this. IST cuts 5 Indian states. Is it true or no? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is correct? Is it correct? Okay. Let's come to the question then. Where is it? IST cuts 5 Indian states. The answer is this statement is correct. Now the first important thing should come. The moment 1 is correct, this is not here, cut this. One among it shares an international border. Just tell me one thing. Does Uttar Pradesh share an international border with Nepal? Does Uttar Pradesh is let us say there is a border between Uttar Pradesh and Nepal also. Yes or no? Nepal has a neighbor in the form of Uttarakhand also, Uttar Pradesh also. Yes or no? Yeah, use your common sense. Is Uttar Pradesh not located here? This border is, it does not have a border. Yes or no? Yes, it has. Had I mentioned, even Uttarakhand has it. Even Uttarakhand has it. So why are you why is the map not in your mind? Neighbor of Telangana also cuts. Neighbor of Telangana is Andhra Pradesh. Answer is A. Many of you gave the answer as D. Why? Because you never thought, array, this is cutting this way. How can an international border come? Right? Indian Standard Time, IST. IST is this longitude, na? Indian Standard Time, this longitude, IST longitude. This basically is cutting 5 states. Okay? Okay. Chalo, let's move ahead. One more thing we had done previously also. Over here, all the capitals of the states through which okay. Now comes Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Cancer over here is cutting through 8 states: Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Tripura, Rajasthan and Mizoram. Okay? Okay? Clear? Done? Okay. I will create a combined question from this slide and the next slide, so please note it down very well. Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. If you move from here, Gujarat, then you have again Rajasthan being cut, Madhya Pradesh, you have Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal, you have Tripura again and Tripura and Mizoram. Both are being cut over here. So it is cutting through what? 8 states. Clear? Now when I talk about 8 states, please remember, why I am saying is they can ask you indirectly with respect to these capitals which are present here, because these are capitals of these states which I have drawn, which I mentioned it. Among all these, if now you will ask, can they ask any other city also? They can ask, but why they will ask this? Because this is standardly drawn in the NCERT, right? It is drawn in the NCERT, and that is why it is important to remember it. That is why UPSC plays with these games only. If you see Gandhinagar, Bhopal, Raipur, Ranchi, Kolkata. Now these are, if you see in green, I have drawn why? Because they are all of them mostly are below the Tropic of Cancer. Only one city, that is Ranchi, it is on Tropic of Cancer. So you can be asked one question, which city, let us say, they can ask you, among all the states which are cut by Tropic of Cancer, there are 2 states whose capital cuts through Tropic of Cancer. Do you realize? Clear? Clear? Now what does that mean? You will say, how can I answer this? How can I answer this? You should know why, because you have Ranchi over here. Ranchi is the one, only one city over here cuts through the states through which Tropic of Cancer is cutting. So Tropic of Cancer, over here Ranchi you should remember. Others over here are below. The ones which are in red are above the Tropic of Cancer. Above Tropic of Cancer. You know Jaipur. Agartala and Aizwal, why you should know? Because in the examination, sometimes you are not able to remember that Tropic of Cancer was above Aizwal or Agartala or below. So you should remember this. Clear? Clear? Again repeating. Okay, let's see the question. I should repeat the question. Among all these 8 states which are being cut by Tropic of Cancer, there are, if I say this statement, tell me it is right or wrong. Among these 8 states which are being cut by Tropic of Cancer, the capital of 2 states is on Tropic of Cancer. Is this statement correct or wrong? among these all states which are being cut by Tropic of Cancer, the capitals of two states are being cut by Tropic of Cancer. Is that statement correct or not? It is incorrect because only Ranchi over here, right? Ranchi is being cut, so it is wrong. These are the ways UPSC is creating your question in order to make you mad. It is not difficult. Again, those are from the basic books, and again we have included all the standard books and the UDAAN magazine also here. Clear? Okay. Agartala and Aizawl are above. You should remember that. Why? Because it is again very important part of your basic knowledge. Okay. 3 states, not 2. Beta, I said on Tropic of Cancer. Tropic of Cancer state इस city के ऊपर से गुजर रहा है. On Tropic of Cancer. Please understand this. Gandhinagar is below Tropic of Cancer. Bhopal below, Raipur below, Kolkata below, but Ranchi is on Tropic of Cancer. Jaipur is above. Agartala is above. Aizawl is above. Understood? Okay. Now comes a very important thing over here. This question has been asked previously also in UPSC, and you should know also. India's neighbors. When I talk about India's neighbors, India has a lot of neighbors over here. If you realize, this is Pakistan. The length over here is 3,310 kilometers, right? This small part is Afghanistan. Many will say, sir, that, sir, this is in the Pak-occupied Kashmir. But remember, complete this poor region is an integral part of India. So it is ours. Okay. So this part is Afghanistan, which has again 80 kilometers relationship, or let us say border with India. This complete part over here is China, 3917 kilometers. Nepal is 1752 kilometers. Again, when I say China, this complete length includes this and this also, right? 3917 kilometer is not only this, it is this also and this included. Clear? Remember this. Then you have Bhutan, 587 kilometers. Bhutan. Then you have Myanmar, 1458, and then you have Bangladesh, 4096 kilometers, right? 4096 kilometers. Now, the important thing is, right, certain variations can happen. There is no problem, right? It is approximate. See, certain recent books have said it is to be 105.8 kilometers. If you want, you can take it that way also. Okay. You can take it that also. There is no problem. Clear? Okay. Chaliye. Can we move ahead? This is the latest. You can take latest. Okay. Let's move. Now what happens is, how to remember this? How to remember this? They can ask you not which is the longest. Longest we know what is Bangladesh. Shortest is Afghanistan. But it is very difficult to remember it. How will you remember it? Do you want to know the order? Do you want to know the order? See the order. BC Pakistan. How will you remember? BC Pakistan. Right? How will you remember? BC Pakistan. Then MBA, Masters in Business Administration. How will you remember it? BC Pakistan. Forget it. Masters in Business Administration, MBA. Right? Nepal is the buffer state. Nepal is buffer like a sandwich. So you will put Nepal in between. BC Pakistan, MBA, and in between this Nepal. Okay. Now see. Bangladesh, China, Pakistan, Nepal, Myanmar, Bhutan, and Afghanistan. Will you remember this? BC Pakistan, MBA, in between Nepal, N, sandwich. Will you remember this? Clear? So you will remember this statement through BC Pakistan, MBA, and in between and Nepal. Okay? Clear? So when you remember this, now you can arrange the order. Everybody, I will ask you an MCQ now. See this. Whenever a question on neighbor's length come, you can always solve it now. There will never be any problem. Which among the following is or slash are correct? Let us see. First. Which of them are correct? Which of them are correct? Which of them are correct? Length of the border with China is more than Pakistan. That of Bhutan is greater than Afghanistan. In 1947, Pakistan had the longest border. Which among them are correct? Can anybody tell me this? Can anybody tell me this? Very important. Length of border with China is more than Pakistan. Do you know the mnemonic? With China is more than Pakistan? Yes. So the statement A is correct. BC Pakistan N MBA. MBA. So Bhutan is more than Afghanistan. MBA. Bhutan is more than Afghanistan. So correct. In 1947, the complete length that border of Bangladesh and Afghanistan were combined because it was what? East Pakistan. So this statement is also correct. Many of you are saying 1 and 2 beta. 1947 Bangladesh and Pakistan were one country. You know that? Array. When did we create Bangladesh? 1971. You know 1971? At that time, if you combine 4096 kilometer with this, it will go to more than 7000. So at that time, it was East Pakistan. That is why what I have written. I have written in 1947, Pakistan had the longest border. So correct. Beta common sense again. This was not only a question of geography, it was also basic question of history. You should know when Bangladesh was created. So all the statements are correct. This is how UPSC does. It is mixing subjects, interdisciplinary in nature. Clear? Okay. Now, a very, very important thing that comes, which most of the books get it wrong. Right? Okay. Let me first create this question. And let me test you whether you know it or not. Clear? Let me create it and I want to know whether you know it or not. After that, I'll explain you. Let's see. Which among the following form a part of Indian subcontinent. Now, please remember one thing. Various books will say various things. We are least concerned about it. Whenever there is a contradiction, I'll go with NCERT because UPSC will agree to this. I'm going with the standard NCERT of class 11 to cross or verify my statement because this has been asked in CAPF. That is why I'm asking this. So don't tell me, sir, in some other NCERT, some other old book, it was written something else. Just follow what I'm saying. Which among the following form the part of the Indian subcontinent? Right? Okay. You need to tell me what, please understand. Question is following. You need to tell me the number. Sometimes question come na, what is the exact number of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 are there, right? How many are there? 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6? Okay? Do you understand what I mean? I said give me the number. Only one among them is part of Indian subcontinent. No 2, no 3, no 4, no 5. All of them are there. What is the number of countries which I have listed? Part. Give me, do not give me 1, 3, 4. Give me the number. Give me the number. I will be going by the NCERT, not by any other book over here. Clear? Okay. Now I will tell you how you people get it wrong. See here, let me tell you the answer first. Over here, Sri Lanka, Burma, Myanmar, Maldives, India, Pakistan, Afghanistan. Do you want to see the exact statement mentioned by NCERT here? See here. Only and only Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan and Bangladesh form the part of Indian subcontinent. I am going by NCERT class 11, which has been accepted and one of the questions in CAPF also. That is why we are going by that. So now tell me, India is there, Pakistan is there, Maldives, no, Burma, no, Sri Lanka, no, Afghanistan, no. Only 4 and 5, which means 2. Only 2. Did you understand how silly mistakes we are making? Open the NCERT, first chapter, last page. Over there, you will realize there's very specifically mentioned that other countries are not a part of it. Only these are. So, it is a learning lesson for you how these questions are created. These questions are not difficult. When you see now, or sir, I had marked it correct. Everything was correct. Then later you realize, yeah, according to the my sources, I was getting 110 out of 200. And when you see the marks, you said you got 35 marks out of 200. This is the reason. This is the reason. Similarly, I'll be having multiple sessions with you. I'm told you, 1000 questions we'll do. Then you will realize for till that time, please, before the preliminary exam, whether you are preparing for 29, 20, 30 also, I would request you within 1-2 months, try to complete this. So when we do these marathon of question answers later on, you are well prepared. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. See, now some things were mentioned in NCERT, something else. Now, this is what I am adding now is not even present in UDAAN. I am taking something extra. I am taking now a little bit relationships with the other neighbors. Please remember the important parts over here, right? the important parts with respect to the international relations are done in the topic of international relations. We are not doing from that perspective. I am doing from the perspective of geography. If I tell you, just see this. This is with respect to Pakistan for 2 minutes. When India got independent, right? Clear? Clear? Exactly, Akshay. Absolutely. He is very correct here. But I'm telling you, if the NCERT has mentioned something and you think, no, sir, I had read this Staller and Staller, the thick book by American thinker. The American thinker says, sir, that it is included. UPSC will say, Tata, bye bye, go to America, appear for American civil services. That is why these basics are very important. I'm covering all these things so that you know what you are missing and what you have by mistake not covered. Clear? Do you see this line? Do you see this line? You would have realized or heard about Radcliffe Boundary Commission, right? Which was given the task to create or demarcate when they are going to partition Pakistan and India, right? This line name is not constrained or pertained only to this part. It is also to this part. Because this part was Bangladesh, later on it became Bangladesh, it was East Pakistan. What? It was East Pakistan. So that means Pakistan only. This was what? East Pakistan. This was what over here? This West Pakistan. Now comes a very interesting topic. Do you feel that this is the only name of the line which we use? Now, the thing I'm going to tell you is again very probable that can come in your examination. Do you agree that there is no dispute here as such? I'm not talking about the Sir Creek issue, but overall, do you realize this is again accepted border? That is why you saw the border movie, Longiwala over here. Border, this is agreed. There is fencing also done here, no problem. But is this the only line which defines the relationship between India and Pakistan? No. Let us see them now. See, the region from Gujarat till Punjab is also an international border. Plus, when you come to the Jammu Kashmir region, this part over here is also an international border where there is no dispute per se. So the length is 221 kilometers. This is also a part of the specially assigned international border, right? Then you realize there is a line over here which is going till a point NJ9842. There is a point here. This is known as line of control, which is 776 kilometers. What? 776 kilometers, because this is again a problematic issue, right? A problematic issue because this is Pak occupied Kashmir. This is what? Now, please understand, very important. This is very, very important. From NJ, just give, this is again something that you do not, okay? Yeah, a lot of things have been taught previously, new things have been added. Beta, remember these, when we are revising, we are doing everything. Are you understanding? I cannot leave everything because this is very, very important for the prelim examinations also, mains also, and future examinations also. So we have to cover everything, right? The MCQs which I am creating and all, which are completely new. Hundreds of MCQs are there. From NJ9842 till this line over here is known as actual ground position line. This is basically, this is the western side of the Siachen Glacier. What? The actual ground position line, AGPL, which is 110 kilometers. This is basically the western part of the Siachen Glacier. So when India and Pakistan are basically, that is the highest place where armies are basically stationed, highest in the world. This is known as actual ground position line, and this is where you have the Siachen glacier here. Now, this is with respect to Pakistan. You know, after that you have LAC, line of actual control, that is with China. We will do that afterwards. So can I say Radcliffe boundary is not the only boundary that defines a relationship between India and Pakistan? You have the international border that is in Jammu and Kashmir. Then you have the line of control. Then you have the actual ground position line, AGPL. What they can do, now understand. Now understand how the question will come. With respect to which among them is or are correct? Actual ground position line, the length is more than LOC. Second is line of actual control is a bone of contention between India and Pakistan. Which among the statements are correct or is correct? Someone said C, okay. That means both are correct, okay. Someone is saying B. Clear? The answer that you are giving is majorly B and D, right? D and B. AGPL, do you know it is LOC is with India, line of control, line of actual control is with China. Do you know that? Do you know that? Line of actual control is it with, this is with China, not with India, not with Pakistan. So this statement is incorrect because it is China here. So this statement is incorrect. AGPL is greater than LOC. What is AGPL? AGPL is 110 kilometers. Line of control is 776 kilometers. So this statement is also wrong. Answer is D. Answer is D. Clear? Done, everybody? Chaliye. You should know a little bit about these three things which I have mentioned here. AGBL, actual ground position line. A line that currently divides the current position of India and Pakistan troops in Siachen Glacier region. Right? What is LOC? Line of control. Refers to the military control line. But why have we mentioned military control line? it is not a border because we do not accept that as border. Because the Pak occupied Kashmir region is ours. We claim it. So we cannot say or call it a border. Please remember this. It will be a very mistake, a big blunder if you call LOC as a border. Clear? Clear? Chaliye. So, please remember LAC and LAOC are same thing. Line of actual control and LAC or LAOC are same thing. You can put it LOAC also or LAC, it is one and the same thing. Originally called the ceasefire line and redesignated as LOC following the Shimla Agreement. You know, when India got independence, in the October month of 1947, lot of Fidains who were actually the army personnel also, they attacked Jammu and Kashmir. You know that? They attacked Jammu and Kashmir, and during that time, you remember the instruments of succession had to be signed with the Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir over there, and then Jammu and Kashmir became a part of India. Till that time, large area was already captured, right? Then Indian forces had to go there, and obviously after that they had to fight. But then there was a ceasefire declared. That ceasefire, where it was declared, the line was known as ceasefire line. That ceasefire line, after the Indo-Pak War of 1971 happened, there was a Shimla Agreement, right, where Bhutto had come there and Prime Minister Indira Gandhi was there. So they said, ki let us make this as LOC. That was a very big blunder. But at that time, we could have actually captured that part also in 1971. We had reached Lahore. That was a mistake. Let us not go into those. We could have easily captured Pak occupied Kashmir because it is ours at that time. But at that time, the government agreed, no, doesn't matter. You keep that part and let it be LOC rather than a ceasefire line. So that ceasefire line, which was created in the 1940s, was relabeled as line of control in 1972 by the Shimla Agreement. In Shimla Agreement was after 1971 war, where more than 90,000 prisoners of war were there of the Indian or the Pakistani army. You know that. They were on their knees at that time. Again, whatever happened, so no comments on that. Line of LAC or LAOC, the line that separates Indian controlled territory from the Chinese controlled territory. Indian controlled territory from the Chinese controlled territory. So that means, you know that during the 1962 war also, China and India had a lot of scuffle. So that is, it is during that time, this line of actual control was basically labeled, you can say that. One more thing, if you go to a map of 1940s, please remember this. I have seen the actual map of the British. There was no definite line drawn. After the session, after the end of the marathon or tomorrow, Google it and mention, find the map of India during the, let us say before independence, 1940s or 1930s, you will see that this region will be marked in yellow. There will be no line drawn. And that is why there has always been a dispute between India and China. Because it was never marked properly. China claims it to be theirs, India claims to be its. That is the reason, right? Okay, doesn't matter. Let's move ahead. Okay. Though there are a lot of other issues also with respect to Nepal, it was also in the news. If you realize, again, what is this? This is the country of Nepal. This is what? Uttarakhand. If you go to the extreme north eastern part of Uttarakhand, you will come to this. Let me enlarge this in this format, right? There is a contentious area over here. What is that contentious area? Let's see. This is the Kali river that is flowing, right? And there is this Lipu Lake pass over here. What is going on here is, Nepal claims that this complete region is ours. Ours matlab Nepal's, right? Please understand what I'm talking about. This is Uttarakhand, right? Uttarakhand. This is this small part, if I enlarge it, this is the region, this region. Now, why this is critical also, please remember, this is a tri-junction. Tri-junction means over here Nepal is here India is here, and here China is here. So whenever Nepal and China issue comes up, we have to be very, because China is, Nepal is a all-season friend of China in present situation, right? So what is going on is, Nepal says this complete region is ours. India says, "Arey, kya baat karta hai chote bhai?" So listen, what happens is, the problem that has arisen is because of the Treaty of Sangoli. What happened is, Treaty of Sangoli in 1816 established Kali River as the western border of Nepal with British India, right? With British India. What does it mean? It means that this complete region is India's. You can keep this, it is fine, it should be Nepal's. But what is Nepal saying? No. This is also ours, because they want to claim this complete river also as their own. Right? And then India said, wait. That is why what happens when India shows its fist and arm, and then they say, bas, theek hai, ho to gaya, bahut zyada uchal liya, ab aur nahi. So this is again a bone of contention here, because India says this is the part we have and this is the part you can keep, there is no problem. Why the problem has arisen is because of the misinterpretation of the treaty, because it was signed during the time of Britishers. Clear? ठीक है? Clear everybody? Clear a little bit? Okay. These are certain things which were in the news also. Okay. You had studied what? LOAC, line of actual control, in the northern part, right? Northern part. When you talk about line of actual control, that is again a problematic issue, because India claims that part also as their own. Please see here. Right? According to China, it is Askai Chin region. Now India says, no, this is also ours. This is also ours. So that the reason over here is, this is also again a disputed area with China. India never says this is yours, no, it says it is ours. Though there is again line of actual control, that is 3,488 kilometers. This is one again contentious area. Another thing that comes is, see here. This region that is present here, which is separating India and China, is known as McMahon line. What? McMahon line. China does not accept it. Now, there are reasons why China does not accept it. Please understand. What China claims, please see. China says that, see bhai, this should be the line. This should be the line. What do they, that means they are talking about Arunachal Pradesh. Now, when they're talking about Arunachal Pradesh, what do they call Arunachal Pradesh? Do you know? What do they call Arunachal Pradesh? They called it Southern Tibet. They call, China calls, for China, that is why, do you realize they give stapled visas? They give stapled visas, they do not give proper visas. They say, what is the reason for proper visas? They are R only, the southern part of Tibet only, they are our country. We do not want to give them separate visas. So they call it Southern Tibet. Now the question arises, why did this happen? Why did this happen? Right? See here. What happened is, there was a Shimla Convention in 1914. A Shimla Convention happened in 1914 between whom? British India and Tibet. Tibet during that time was a theocratic country, right? It was again not a part of China at that time, right? So what China says is, when this convention happened, or this line as McMahon line was decided, we were not a party to that. What do you mean by we were not a party to that? That means you called Tibet, we were not there, we will not agree to this. Then they say Tibet was there, Tibet was not our part that time, so we will not agree to this. So this is the argument that they basically give. They said because we were not there, so we will not agree to this. And Arunachal is R. Why do they say Arunachal is R? Because they say they have the same culture, they have their same ethnicity, and things are very similar to that of Tibet. So that is going to be ours. Right? Clear? Now see, when China fully captured Tibet in 1950, it rejected the McMahon line. It says, what is McMahon line? We are least concerned. You keep the name. We are not concerned about it, because they said we were not a part of it. See, in 1914, China had not captured Tibet. That is the reason. So China claimed Arunachal Pradesh as southern Tibet. India says, bhai, aram se. Now understand a very important thing. You would always realize whenever there is certain visitors from China to India, there are a lot of people from Tibet who are migrants here or refugees here. They protest. You would have seen that. There's a reason behind it. Please listen to this very carefully. Whenever, let us say, Chinese premier or let us say any dignitaries coming, the people who have migrated from Tibet to India, they very often protest, right? Raising the Tibet flag. India very often says, please, we will not allow this, because again, there are diplomatic relationships. The reason, now let me give you an insider thing, very commonly known. In a way to de-escalate this issue, India accepted Tibet as a part of China. What did India do? India accepted Tibet as a part of China, ki you need to de-escalate these problems that are going on. So in silent mode, India accepted ki theek hai, Tibet is yours, you have captured it, keep it. Keep it. Right? So on the other hand, that is why remember in 1962, even after capturing this part, China went back. It could have captured complete Arunachal, it could have captured complete Kashmir and then would have stayed there. It went back. It wanted to show that, see, we can capture it, but we are going back because you are also on terms with us. This is those things which are very, very important here. Clear? These are part of international relations, you will be taught. But let us move ahead. Okay. Now a little bit about Sri Lanka. Okay? About Sri Lanka. How many of you have heard about Kachathivu Island? Kachathivu Island between India and Sri Lanka. See, we are right now roaming around the neighboring countries in a little bit problem because we are studying geography. This is a little bit part of India's neighbor spatial relations and political aspect also, because Indian neighborhood include these parts. There are a lot of problems between India and Sri Lanka. We are not going into that. That will be taught to you by the teachers of international relations. But we should understand certain parts. What happens is, let us leave this. What happens is this, again, the state over here is what? Tamil Nadu. Right? This is Sri Lanka. We know there have been a lot of disputes earlier on also, right? Earlier on also. With respect to LTTE, with respect to Prabhakaran, with respect to all those things. We are not going to that. The reason behind it is because that is an international relation topic. Because you are doing geography, we will not go into that. We are talking with respect to geography here. The major problem that arises is, number one issue is farmers issue. Fishermen issue, sorry. Fishermen issue. What happens is, fishermen from Tamil Nadu basically want to catch their fish. There is no, see, when you are moving in the oceans or seas now, you do not have some pillars posted there that this is a region of Sri Lanka or not. You keep on moving, and sometimes what happens is the Indian farmers are caught by the coastal guards or coastal forces of Sri Lanka, and the Sri Lankan very often come to the territorial water of India. So they are caught by the coastal guards of India. Then what happens every year, the fishermen are caught by each other's forces, and after 1 year or 2 years, they are in the jail, and then the relationships between or discussions happen between the countries, and after that the fishermen are returned. But this is a very common dispute that happened. Why? Because they tend to travel here, they tend to travel here. This is number one. That is what? The fishermen problem. Then the government has to intervene. Now the second problem, which I am talking about, Kachathivu Island, which I mentioned here. What happened is, India in 1974 gave Kachathivu Island to Sri Lanka. Right? Now, Tamil Nadu as a state said, you have given it to Sri Lanka. Why have you given it to Sri Lanka, first of all? That is again a very problematic issue. Tamil Nadu said, no, you should have not given. Why have you given it to Sri Lanka? The problem arises now. See, Kachathivu Island is not a habited island as such, but there is certain thing very important here. There is a very important church here. So what happens is when the fishermen are going, or let us say they are fishing, sometimes many of them follow Christianity also. So they take their boats there, they put their nets to dry, they visit the church also. And what happens sometimes over there, because it is belonging to Sri Lanka, many of them are arrested by the coastal forces of Sri Lanka. Because technically it is what? Technically it is what belonging to Sri Lanka. How come you have come to this island? But they have been doing this since ages. Even when the church was not there, please remember, Tamil culture is very old, very beautiful culture. One of the most beautiful culture that you come across. Very beautiful, rich in literature on earth. This island was existing before that also. So fishermen used to come there and put their nets over there, right? Put their nets there to dry the nets, even before the church was there. So that is something that has been been happening historically. So now when the island is given to Sri Lanka says this is our island. It is Sri Lanka's property and territory. And that is why the fishermen are facing a lot of problem. But please remember, the statement has been made very clear by the central government that we have given it to them, and the story ends there. But the dispute will always happen because the fishermen over there are always going to those regions. Clear? Clear? The people who are asking about denudation and all those, please remember one thing. I told you after Indian geography today, I am going to cover the half an hour part of geomorphology and then climatology and oceanography. So please focus on this class. I have already mentioned in the class earlier on. This should be very clear, right? I have 5 marathons with you, and you need to be assured that all the parts of geography, all the parts of map, all the parts of places in news will be covered. You need to trust the person who's standing in front of you if you have trusted that person till now in the second marathon also, right? Then within that also, there will be certain topics which I'm going to take, which possibly we would have missed. To take it in more detail also, I'll take it when I'm doing maps also. Don't worry. Everything will be done, right? Okay, let's move. Now comes a very, very important issue. See, with respect to Pakistan again, let's come back here. First of all, before I explain the issue, let us understand what creek is. Creek. A narrow area of water that flows into the land from the sea. Let us see this. Supposingly, this is land. This is land. Right? This is land. This is land. Clear? Clear? Now see here. Supposingly there is ocean or sea, whatever the case over here. This is supposingly some sea or ocean, whatever. Let's put it as sea, let us say. Now water sometimes is over entering here. Like it will enter here. So what is this? What is this? Can I call it a creek? A narrow area of water that flows into the land from the sea. Can I call it a creek? You will see this in the region of Gujarat. You will see this in the region of Gujarat. That is why when you go to Gujarat, see over here, let me show you the map first of all also. We are talking about these regions. When you speak about the Gujarat region over here, please see, we are talking about this region over here, right? This region. Let's see this. What is happening is when you go to the extreme point where the Pakistan and India border is there, you see there is one creek over here, Khori Creek. Now Khori Creek is within the Indian mainland, so there is no problem, no dispute. What happens is, one needs to understand that the water over here sometimes might be more, sometimes might be less. So the dispute over here, which is the actual border or part of India or Pakistan, is always again a bone of contention. So what is going on is, please understand, this is the creek over here, right? A narrow strip of land where water is entering. So this is creek. This is known as Sir Creek. India says that this is the line till here, from this complete part till here, it is ours. Pakistan says no, not at all. This complete creek is ours. So Pakistan is pointing to this line, India is pointing to this line. That is why again there is a bone of contention over here. Sir, Creek issue is this. Kori Creek is not a problem. Now this can be a question. They can ask you, Kori Creek is a bone of contention between India and Pakistan. You said, हाँ, creek है, होगा? नहीं, sir, creek है. Kori Creek नहीं है problematic. Kori Creek is not a problematic issue. It is Sir Creek which is a problematic issue. So you should be very clear which creek we are talking about. Clear? Okay. Question. Which of these statements are correct? Clear? Clear, correct. Tell me. Tell me. Which are correct, not incorrect? Which are correct? Statement 1, 2, 3, all what? Okay. So people are saying that most of you are saying 1 and 3, right? Most of you are saying 1 and 3. Okay, 1 and 3, 1 and 3. Somebody is saying 2 and 3. Okay, none. This is what you are saying. Somebody is saying A. Simran is saying 1. Okay, let's see. Okay, see here. Sir, Creek is in the region of Gujarat. Correct. Kachathivu is historically a part of Sri Lanka. No, it is historically a part of India. McMahon Lie was an outcome of a convention that took place in 1914. Use your common sense. Tell me, is this not correct? This is correct. Yes or no? 1914? Clear? See here. So can I put 1 and 3? 1 and 3 is the answer. 1 and 3 is the answer. Understood, everybody? But remember, they are going to pick up the statements from your basic books like NCERT, from some certain standard books. If you have the basic knowledge in your mind very well, I tell you what happens. Please, today I am going to tell you a trick. You search 100 questions of UPSC and you will see this thing happening. Please see what happens. What UPSC does, please see here. UPSC will create a question, right? It will look, okay, it is a little difficult. They will have statement 1, they will have statement 2, they will have statement 3, and they will have statement 4, right? This is an outcome of an experience of many years. Please understand this. Please understand this. Out of these 4 statements, you will realize that there will be one or two statements which is going to be from the basic books like NCERT. Please note my word very clearly. They can be more also. Let us assume this third statement they had picked up from NCERT. I'm talking about the present trend. And they expected you to know this because that is on the basic NCERT. Or let us say UDAAN magazine also covers it. But if you do not know this, what will happen? The options are going to be arranged in such a manner that possibly if you knew this statement, whether it is correct or not, you could have removed the other 3 also. But what happens when you do not know these basic things? Let us, when I said Maharashtra has a coastline that is longer or lesser, this is larger or lesser, Bangladesh area is lesser or longer, whatever. In that case, then you are not able to solve it because possibly these 3 statements are going to be very tough. But this was very easy, but you did not know because you had not done the basics which I am doing with you. I am doing from basic till the advanced level. Clear, everybody? Clear? That is why all these things which I am doing with you is very, very critical and important. Why? That if you miss on these things, then getting those answers correct is very difficult. Clear? Right now we are covering this, and along with that I'm doing MCQs. When I will do those 1000 MCQs with you, in that case you will realize that, oh, these are also the things. You will get to know the art of doing questions also and knowledge also. Remember, never take the MCQs as merely solving practice things. Always remember, you are gaining knowledge from them also. Every question is going to give you knowledge. Every single question gives you knowledge. Whenever, let us say, you will be giving mocks also at PW or whatever place. Whenever you solve a question, supposing you have given a mock, after the mock is done, you check your answer, go through the explanation of each and every question, whether you have got it correct or wrong. You will gain a lot of knowledge. Clear? Okay. Physiography of India, right? Physiographic of India. There are certain other lines and all, bache. When we are going to do the map, I will do 10 other things which possibly you would have never heard also, right? Because those maps, certain things are for the maps. Like for example, cropping pattern, agriculture, population dimensions, infant mortality map, tobacco is in which part, world in India. All those things will be done in the map because with the map sessions, marathons will be there. Those will be one of the very interesting sessions you will come across. Okay? Those will be covered there. Okay. Let's see here. Little bit basics you need to know, right? Little bit basics. Okay, see here. Some basics, though we have done, 2 slides of basics I'm going to explain, and then I'll go into the Indian physiography. See here. Earth is around 4.6 billion years old. Now, this is what is mentioned in the government data also. Government data mentions it. NCERT mentions it. There are certain books which mention 4.5. Please listen to this. There are certain books which mention 4.5. Some mention 4.7. Some mention 4.6. Some mention 4.55. Only the correct answer is 4.6 billion years. This question was asked in few years ago in Uttarakhand PCS also. Because NCERT mentions it, so they accept it. Clear? Okay. Many changes have taken place due to what? Endogenetic forces and exogenetic forces. After the Indian geography, I'll revise that thing. Again, I'll come to that, right? Okay. Now see, whenever I'm talking about endogenetic forces, everybody knows endogenetic forces is from inside. From inside. Yeah, that means certain forces which are arising from inside the earth, like plate tectonics, earthquakes, Volcanic eruptions. What are these? Right? What are these? These things basically are endogenetic forces. What are exogenetic forces? That are happening on the surface, like weathering processes, erosion processes, depositional processes. This we'll do after the Indian geography aspects also. So now sediments are being deposited to form delta, right? Such deposition will be taking place. So what are these? These are basically exogenetic forces. Now these forces might have worked, because of which, that is why such landforms have been created in India. They have been under continuous erosion deposition processes that are going on. So let's see this only. This is basic. Everybody over here, quickly tell me. This is the basic which we did in the previous marathon also. So you know what these things mean. Is it clear? Yes, yes. I think by now you would have been able to differentiate between weathering, mass movement also, right? After the session, I'll revise them again, right? Okay. Now, this is a very important statement which is mentioned in certain books, particularly in the NCERT also. The people who come from geography optional, they basically do these statements in a lot of detail. Okay, a lot of detail, because there are certain rules and laws that you have to study in geology, geological part, geomorphology. And over there one statement is given, but this statement is mentioned in the NCERT, so that is why we have to know that and explain it also, because this can be asked in your prelims also. Physiography of an area is an outcome of structure, process and stage. This can be asked in your prelims, that physiography of India is an outcome of structure, process and stage. You will say structure, process, stage. You will get confused. You need to know. NCERT does not explain this. NCERT does not explain this, but we need to understand this. See, physiography is an area, is an outcome of structure, process and stage. What is structure? It refers to the type, arrangement, age of rocks and presence of faults, folds and joints. Now tell me everybody, you studied folds and faults with me. You studied what are joints and fractures. So that means if you come across a mountain, a plateau or a region, you will see that what is the structure. As I tell you, you say, okay sir, the arrangement of, this is the type of rock that is present. In that rock, this is the arrangement that is there. If it is sedimentary, sir, this is the type of sedimentation or sediments that are present there. Okay. Are there some faulting? Yes sir, there is faulting. Yes sir, due to the compressional forces, there is folding also. So what is that? That is telling you about the structure. Structure means over here type. What is a type? How it is arranged. Age of the rocks. Presence of faults, folds and joints. This means a structure. Example, folded structure of Himalayas create the rugged mountains. How have the rugged mountains been created? Because again, compressional forces were there, right? Clear? Clear? Someone is saying Hindi mein. Bachche, please understand, this class is of PW only as English. So I have to speak only in English. In PW only, in PW only IS or PW only is Hindi, they are using Hindi over there. But I cannot use Hindi here because it is an English channel here, right? We have English channel also and Hindi channel also. There are a lot of my dear students from southern India also. Possibly they are not able to understand English, you know? So not able to understand Hindi or English. So for them, this is specially English channel. Clear, bache? Right? Okay. Process. Now please understand, for these faulting, folding processes to take place, there would be certain processes that particular landform would have undergone. Refers to the endogenetic and exogenetic forces that act upon the earth, right? Now please, supposingly there is some landform present. That landform is present there because it would have undergone certain endogenetic forces and exogenetic forces. That means supposingly there was some upliftment. There was certain plateau present because of the volcanic eruption that happened. It was quite possible that there would be erosion taking place. That is why you have seen that particular landform there. That means every particular landform that is present there is undergoing endogenetic and exogenic forces. So, river erosion, exogenic example, faulted structure, endogenic, it should be endogenic. Endogenic. This is exogenic. So that means there is endogenic and exogenic forces that are taking place. Stage. Stage means what is the stage with respect to the evolution of that landform. Do you realize when you see the erosion of a river, erosional process, you see, or river for that matter, you see river is in the young stage, right? Youth stage, then mature stage, and the old stage. In the youth stage, it is eroding a lot. In the old stage, it is depositing. So which stage we are talking about, that is basically stage. Refers to the evolutionary phase of a landscape. Example, youth, mature, or old age. So can I say now, if the question comes, physiography of an area is an outcome of structure, process, and stage, it basically means these three things are there. Even in general studies, please remember, I personally believe now that this question can come in the general studies also, right? Clear? General studies also. So you should be aware of this. Clear? Can we move ahead? Okay. Okay. To summarize this, whatever structure is present here, right? That is the foundation. What is the process, the endogenetic and exogenetic processes that are taking place, which are modifying them over the time? Stage, development phase it has reached. This is a summary of the previous slide. Geological structure, that means right now what is present. That is, let us take it as a reference time which we are studying. Let us say there is a mountain. Let us say there is a plateau. Now you will say, sir, let us a plateau. Okay. Let us take it as a reference point. What are the processes acting? Sir, there is a lot of erosion there and it is being uplifted. Okay, I'll say then endogenetic and exogenetic processes both are taking place. Okay, sir. Then what I'm saying, it is modifying it also. Yes, this is modifying. Now, somebody asked me, sir, what is the stage right now? I'll say it is right now in the, let us say, mature stage. Okay, sir, mature stage. Yes, afterwards you will realize it will be completely eroded, then it is possibly in the old stage. Yes. So, geological structure is the foundation, processes that is modifying, and the stage is what it is right now which has reached. Clear? So, these three things. Now comes the physiographic divisions of India. I wanted to tell you these things. There is a reason behind it, because once you know a little bit about the basics, then it becomes easier for you to explain the physiography which is of India also. Now, if you see the physiographic divisions of India from a very standard point of view, you realize there are various divisions. First, the northern mountains and the northeastern mountains. So, northern mountains and northeastern mountains are here. Then you have the northern plains. This plain again here, and again you have the Brahmaputra plain, because you have the Indus plain, you also have the Ganga plain, you also have the parts of Brahmaputra plain also. You have the Indian desert over here. You have the peninsular plateau here. What? Peninsular plateau here. You have the coastal plain here, and then you have the islands. These are basically the physiographic divisions of India broadly. In the examination, very often these questions have been asked that describe the physiographic divisions of India. Or let us say they can ask you, give a detailed analysis of the physiographic divisions, primarily focusing on the peninsular India. In that case, you need to not only write about briefly about everything, that you need to go into detail about the physiographic divisions with respect to peninsular India. Clear, everybody? Now see, just remember, when I am going to do these parts, you have to be along with me, feel it that you are studying properly, right? Everything I'm going to cover here, everything I've marked here also, so you will be able to analyze it well. Now let's see, right? Let's see. Northern and northeastern mountains. Now the northern and northeastern mountains basically are divided into various categories. First, the Trans-Himalayas. Second, the Greater Himalayas. Third, the Lesser Himalayas. Fourth, the Shivaliks. And fourth, the Purvanchal. Purvanchal, that is the eastern part, northeastern part, which we'll be studying. Trans-Himalayas, Greater Himalayas, Lesser Himalayas, Shivaliks, and the Purvanchal. These are the categorization, which is the first part of the physiographic division. Clear, everybody? Trans, Greater, Lesser, Shivaliks, and Purvanchal. Let us study one by one. Because we are focusing, one more thing, one more note that you should keep in mind. Whenever you get a question of the Himalayas, it is not necessary that you create a complete map of India. Clear? Complete map of India. It is not possible here, because in that case, you will be wasting your space. what you can do is you can create a box, small box when you are writing. I'll show you also, and focus on this part. You don't have to create a complete map. In that case, you just have to mark the regions of the, let us say in the Himalayas, and you're creating a whole map. In that case, you're wasting the time, right? Clear? Clear? Let's see. Trans-Himalayas. First, quickly. Trans-Himalayas. When we talk about Trans-Himalayas, very often questions come. They can come with respect to arranging them in order. They can also talk about the characteristics. They can also talk about the mountain peaks that are present here. This has everything here, so focus on it very clearly. This is Karakoram, right? This is Ladakh. This is Zaskar, and this is Kailash range. Clear? What is this? This is Karakoram. This is Zaskar. So this is Ladakh. This is Zaskar, and this is Kailash. Now they can ask you question with respect to MCQs, with respect to whether arrange them in north to south. I'll frame the question. Don't worry. North to south, and there are next slide. I have the various peaks on each mountain in each range. So you should know this also. They can ask you, for example, okay, let us say. They can ask you broad peak is present in, let us say, Ladakh range. No. It is basically present in Karakoram. Clear? Chaliye. Okay, let's come here again. One by one. This is Karakoram. Let us see some characteristics. It is located in Gilgit-Baltistan and Ladakh region. Gilgit-Baltistan region, and do not even by mistake write Pakistan here. If you write Pakistan, then you prepare for Pakistan civil services, not for Indian civil services. This is an integral part of India, right? Do not write in bracket Pakistan here. Do you understand? These are certain directions which have been given by the government of India also with respect to making map and these things. That means you are preparing for civil services and you write this. Do not do this. Be very careful. You can write Pak occupied Kashmir, yes, but not Pakistan here. And Ladakh region. It is about 500 kilometers in length. What? 500 kilometers in length. One more thing is, as the highest peak is Mount K2, 8611 kilometers. 8611 kilometers. Clear? One more thing, please remember, Karakoram range is again very commonly heard, right? But there is an alternative name for Karakoram range which many people very less aware of. They can use the name Krishnagiri range instead of Karakoram. They can use, now let me tell you, they can use, okay, arrange the following in the order: Krishnagiri range, Kailash range, and Ladakh range. You will say Krishnagiri range? अरे तो South India में होगा कहीं Krishnagiri. So you will mark it as one which is southernmost. Instead, it was the alternative name for Karakoram. Do you understand this? Very important, very critical. There is a very important book known as Khullad, very thick book. People for the geography optional prepare, use it. In the Khullad book, it is mentioned Krishnagiri range. That is why I put it here, because who knows, the person might use this name also. Done with Karakoram. These are the basic things you know. It is located in the Gilgit, Baltistan and the Ladakh region. It is about 500 kilometers long. The highest peak over here is Mount K2, which is 8611 kilometers, and it is also known as Krishnagiri range. Clear? Okay. Next. Below the Karakoram, over here is the Ladakh range. What? Ladakh range. Now, Ladakh range is about 370 kilometers. You should be relatively knowing the length. Why? Because they can ask you to arrange them on the basis of their length also. It is possible. They can do anything. That is why the basic facts which I have written here, if you know them, you are very well placed with respect to the knowledge for prelims as well as mains. 370, average height is less than 5,000 meters. You have Khardungla and Changla are the notable passes here. You will realize, sir, when we will do the passes, glaciers and names, when I will be doing the maps, I will make you mark each and every pass that is present in India. Each and every glacier that is present in India. Right? I will do those things. So don't need to worry. So Ladakh range is 370 kilometers. Average height is less than 5,000. Khardungla and Changla are the notable passes. This has been asked in UPSC. They can ask you Khardungla, in front of it they will write Ladakh. Changla they will write Zaskar. So you need to know whether it is right or wrong. Clear? Okay. Next comes Zaskar range. Now the Zaskar range is about 300 kilometers. Average height over here is about 6,000 meters. It has very important passes also. It is Pensila, Shingla. Then important thing is Nanga Parvat over here is located here. Why it is important? We will study later on with respect to the drainage system. Nanga Parbat is located in the Zaskar range. Clear? Zaskar range, clear? Nanga Parbat. Now comes Kailash range, right? Kailash range. Beta, all the videos notes will be provided. There is a link that is given in the description box. Over there, you have to register yourself. It is completely free of cost. When you register yourself, you put the details, you can access all the notes free of cost. People were asking this, so I am repeating it again. Register yourself later on when the break is there or later on when the class ends in the description link. Okay. Shingula, some places it is known as Shingula, sometimes it is known as Shingola, both are same. Come to Kailash range. The length is about 320 kilometers. Average height is 5,500 to 6,000. Mount Kailash, again a very sacred mountain. Over here, trekking is not allowed. You know that. You cannot climb this mountain. Indus River originates from the northern slope of Kailash range. Northern slope of Kailash range. Can I create a question now? Clear? Can I create a question now and check your IQ level whether you know it or not based on what I've taught you? I'll create the question in front of you. Right? This is how UPSC examiners create. They create the question while they are reading and they put it in front of you. Let us test you on the knowledge that you have read right now. Clear? Then again, next slide I will be teaching you the mountain peaks of this. But let us test you here also. Okay, let's test. How many of the following are correct means, you have to give the number. I'll tell you that. First listen to the question. The matching done over here, how many of them are correctly matched? How many of them are correctly matched? I have mentioned Changla, Zaskar, Pensila, Karakoram. Let me because somebody might take it as Kailash range, that is why Krishnagiri. Length of approximately 600 kilometers, Zaskar range. Give me the number A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. Let us see this. Changla Pass, okay. Somebody is mentioning all are incorrect. Some are mentioning A, some are mentioning D, okay. So let's see. Changla Pass, I have written Zaskar. Changla Pass is in the Ladakh range. Now, when you correct, that is why I'm saying, when you mark the question, you should know the answer also. Is it the Zaskar range? No, it is the Ladakh range. That means this statement is incorrect. Clear? Pensila, I have mentioned Krishnagiri. Now see here, I had mentioned Pensila and Chingola is in Zaskar range. So that means this statement is correct. Zaskar range. So wrong. Length of 600 kilometers of Zaskar range. The Zaskar range is of approximately 300. Please remember, if the answer or the statement would have been close to 300, 350, 370, it works. The number should not change. Like for example, 300 is there, you make it 400, then it is wrong. 320, 340, because this much, so it is fine. Various books can change that. 600 is again 2x, that is not possible. So over here, what does it mean? It is approximately 300 kilometers, right? Over here, can I mark it wrong? All are incorrect. That is D. Clear? Clear? Okay, now. Next thing that you should know is, yeah, many of you got it right, and that is something I'm proud of, that you people. Now you will realize one thing. It is happening in the previous marathon also. Initially, when I start asking you MCQs, many people get it wrong. Slowly, when I've done 15, 20 MCQs, people start getting it correct. Do you know why? Do you now understand the value of warming up? Do you now understand when you are practicing, after some time you are getting the questions correct? That means you are getting to know that you are doing some mistake. Similarly, if you do thousands of questions, you will get your answers correct in the examination also. That is the difference between the people who just study and do not do MCQs and the people who study and also do MCQs. That is why they qualify the prelim examination, right? Now see, there are going to be large number of peaks, endless number of peaks. You do not do, you're not expected also to do them. What I've marked here are more than sufficient for you to know for your prelims as well as your mains examination, right? See here, when I talk about Karakoram range, see why I've drawn the map by hand also over here so that you can recollect it. There is a very important peak, that is a broad peak. You do not have to remember the height over here because that is not possible also. Briefly, you should know what is the name of the peak and on which range. Broad peak over here. Broad peak 8047 meters. Then you have the Stalgil Sar. Then you have Mount K2. Mount K2 is also known as Mount Godwin Austen. Mount Godwin Austen. Then you have Gasher Brahm in 8068 meters. All these four important peaks are located on Karakoram range. Again, a matching question I'm going to create. So you should know. You're not expected also to know more than that because you're not a robot. If you know this, you will be able to solve it. Right? Now see, Ladakh range does not have any proper more important peaks. You should know the important ones. Then you have an important peak, Nunkun peak over here, which is 7135 meters in the Zaskar range. You have Mount Kailash 6638 meters in the Kailash range. Clear? Clear? Understood? Now let me place a question here. I'm not writing the whole detail, just need to understand number of correct matches. You need to give me the number, right? Okay. Because now see, A, B, C, D. A, B, C, D. Tell me. A, B, C, D. Which? I want the number. I want the number. Or you can give me the option A, B, C, D. What is A, B, C, D? One is correct. Let us say, put it in A, B, C, D to be more better. Some are saying C, some are saying A, some are saying A, some are saying C. Okay. Most of them are saying A. Okay. Some are saying C. Let us see. Let us see. Okay. Quickly. Because you are applying the knowledge, that is why it becomes very, very important here. Right? Very, very important. Okay. Only one correct. Let's see. K2 is Zaskar range. Where is K2? K2 is not in Zaskar range. It is in the Karakoram range. Or Krishnagiri. So can I mark it wrong? Can I mark this wrong? Yes, I can mark this wrong. This is not correctly matched. K2 should be Krishnagiri or Karakoram. Remember, whenever you are even doing mocks, just simply saying this is wrong is not the end of the story. When you are evaluating your answer, what was your score, what was wrong and right, always tell what is the answer also, so that you are able to analyze it, right, and learn from it. You have Nunkun, Ladakh range. Now Nunkun is in the Zaskar range, right? So this is wrong. Zaskar range. Broad Peak, Krishnagiri range. Broad Peak is in the Karakoram and Karakoram is known as the Krishnagiri. So this statement is right. So how many are correct? A. So most of you have got the correct answer. Most of you have got the correct answer. Why somebody is saying B? Divyanshi, why B? K2 is in Karakoram or Krishnagiri. Nunkun is in the Zaskar range, not the Ladakh range. See the map again. Broad Peak, the Stelgil Sar, Gashenbom, this is in Karakoram. Then Zaskar range has Nunkun over here. Right? Get it right. Now you will never forget it because you know what the answer is and what are the peaks that are present here. Okay? One more. Can I create a little difficult question for you? Will you try it? Can I create a little difficult question? Exactly based on what I have taught you. Will you try this? You take a minute to answer it. Take a minute. Do not just simply give the answer. I will make a little difficult question but try it, right? Okay. Just give me a minute. I want the order. I want the order. I want the order. Beta, Ramesh, you're asking, after some time a session will come where all the PYQs and all the practice questions I'll be solving with you. Right? There is a separate session later on. What are the people saying? 3, 1, 2, 4. Okay. What are the others saying? 1, 3, 2, 4. Okay. Some are saying 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 3, 1, 4, 2. Okay. Okay. So majorly what is going on is, please understand, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 4, 2. You can, or let us say, these are the options that are present. Let's see here. If I see out of these 4, which is the, what was the question? From west to east, no? See, just mark it like this. The stale gills are what was the last? Broad peak. Can you now arrange it? First is broad peak, 3. Then is your, the stale gills are 4. Clear? Then comes K2, yes or no? That is why I am telling, when the maps have been marked, they have been very categorically marked. Right? When you see the map, do not see the map from the perspective that, okay, there is a range. These are the types of questions which are asked. This is how UPSC creates a question. The basic foundation, how does that lead to you being successful? The only thing is that you think studying hundreds of books is more important. Right? Only 1 or 2 candidates got it wrong, right? Most of you got it wrong. That is why the success rate in today's time has gone down, because we are just reading stuff superficially. I am going into each and every crux of NCERT, each and every crux of UDAAN magazine, and each and every crux that is expected from UPSC based on the question that have been asked. Clear? So, even if I am not taking directly, I am telling you this is the PYQ or no, I am indirectly taking them all. Clear? आ जाओ भैया, देखो फिर आए हैं, कम हियर, आ जाओ भैया. सी अगेन ही इज देयर विद मी, दोबारा से मेरी मदद करने के लिए हमेशा. थैंक यू भैया, हाय करो. ठीक है, थैंक यू भैया, थैंक यू. चलिए. सो that is why only few people are getting it correct. So please be careful about this. Try to work little hard. Try to, when you read anything, read it properly. Analyze everything. When I used to study, I used to have an India map in front of me. And when even I used to rest now for 10-15 minutes, I used to keep on looking at India. Okay, this is the thing, this is. So these are the things that you basically do. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. Can I come to now the next part? Clear? Clear? Can I now come to the next part? These are now, we are talking about the main Himalayas. We have done the trans Himalayas. Now we are talking about the greater Himalayas and along with the middle Himalayas and the Shivalik ranges. Clear? Okay. This extending from this is basically called the Great Himalayas. It is also called Himadri. It is also called the Inner Himalayas. So do not get confused. These three statements, again, every statement is not mentioned in NCERT, every statement is not mentioned in various books. So we have taken them from various books. And these are the three words which you should know. They can use, UPSC can use any of them. And that is why sometimes when the topic Himadri comes or word Himachal comes, which range we are talking about. So you get confused. So this is Himadri, and after that, okay. Then after that you will realize middle Himalayas are known as Himachal. So that is why you should know them very well. Clear? Okay. Average height is 6,100 meters and width is 25 kilometer. See here, over here when I'm talking about this, it is average height is 6,100 meter, width is 25 kilometer, right? Now see, it is formed by central crystalline granite and genesis overlain by metamorphized sediments or limestone. So if you actually see, you will see on the top that a lot of metamorphized sediments of limestone and all are present here. But if you see below that, you will have certain crystalline granites and genesis are present. So the base or the foundation of the Himalayas are basically again what? Granite and genesis. On the top of it are again limestone or metamorphized sediments that are present. Clear? This is again very, very clear. The question can be asked that the complete Himalayan structure is made up. Please remember the word physiography is basically an outcome of structure, process and stage. So if I ask you that the complete Great Himalaya is made up of limestone, then that statement will be incorrect. If I tell you that the underlying part of the inner Himalaya is made up of granite and genesis, yes, that is correct. This statement becomes very critical here. And you know I have already done the rocks. Terminates abruptly at Nanga Parbat and Namcha Barwa. So over here, from Nanga Parbat approximately till Namcha Barwa over here, this is the expanse of the Great Himalayas, right? Has the highest peaks. It has one of the highest peaks. You already know, we will do the peaks also. Now there are certain passes which I have mentioned here. These passes can be asked in your examination, that this pass belongs to Great Himalayas or the Middle Himalayas or the Shivaliks. Now, Burj Hill and Zojila Pass are present in Jammu and Kashmir. Baralacha and Shipika Pass are present in Himachal Pradesh. These are all in the Great Himalayas, right? They are all in the Great Himalayas. Then you have Thangla and Niti Pass and Lipu Lake Pass in Uttarakhand. Do you remember? We just had talked about Likhu Lake Pass when I was talking about the tri-junction conflict between India and Nepal. Over there, I had mentioned the Kali River and Lipu Lake Pass, right? And Lipu Lake Pass has been repeatedly asked in your civil services preliminary examination. Because again, it was in the news also, and this is basic knowledge. If you knew, you could have answered that. Then you have Nathula and Jalepla. They are present in Sikkim. So now, all these over here are what? Passes. Where? The Great Himalayas. Will you remember it? Okay. Let us create a question. Can we do a question here? Okay. क्लियर? सचिन, इसका आंसर मैं थोड़ी देर पहले आप लोगों को दे चुका हूं कि आपको रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा। एक लिंक दे रखा है डिस्क्रिप्शन बॉक्स में, वहां पे आप लिंक करेंगे तो यू विल रियलाइज कि वहां पे आप रजिस्टर करने के बाद आपकी डिटेल्स, जो भी फोन नंबर पूछा जाता है, आप लॉग इन करते हैं एंड फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट आपको नोट्स डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, चलिए। और प्लीज रिमेंबर, पासेस बहुत सारे और हैं, हम लोग मैपिंग के सेशन में करेंगे। यहां पे वी कैन नॉट डू एवरीथिंग बिकॉज वो मैपिंग का अलग चीज है। ठीक है, हाउ मेनी, गिव मी द नंबर। प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द क्वेश्चन, क्या पूछा है, हाउ मेनी। तो जो क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है ना, आंसर दैट, नॉट योर ओन आंसर। आई सेड हाउ मेनी, गिव मी द नंबर, हाउ मेनी आर करेक्टली मैच्ड, not the options. Give me the over here number. Baralacha is in Himachal Pradesh. It is correct. Correct. Thangla Pass is in Uttarakhand. Correct. Lipu Lake Pass is in Uttarakhand. Correct. Jalipla Pass is in Sikkim. So this is incorrect. So now what is the number? 3. 3. Many are getting to why 2? It is 3. Clear? Okay. Now comes a very important part. There are a lot of questions that are asked. Clear? Now please understand, right from the Nanga Parbat region till over here, you will realize you have Badrinath and Kedarnath that are present, right? What is going on? The answer is 3. Jalep, these 3 are correct. The number is 3. This is wrong. I said how many, that means 3. Now please understand, the important peaks over here are, see here, Badrinath, Nanda Devi. Then in the Nepal Himalayas over here, the very important thing comes, which are repeatedly asked in UPSC civil services, are Dhaulagiri, Annapurna. Please see this. This is very often asked in order. Dhaulagiri, Annapurna. Then you have Gauri Shankar, Mount Everest and Makalu. How will you remember this? How will you remember this? How will you remember this? Dhaulagiri, Annapurna, Gauri Shankar, Mount Everest, Makalu. The gem. If you know the gem, you will not face any problem. Clear? Clear? Done? Last over here is Namcha Barwa. Namcha Barwa. Clear? Okay. Let me ask you this question now. Arrange them from east to west. Arrange them from east to west. Let's see. Arrange them from east to west. Can you arrange them? Beta, there are 20 other peaks which I will do in my mapping session. Do you understand? The 20 other peaks. Clear? Try to attempt it. Okay. What most of you are mentioning is 2314. Some are mentioning 2314 and others are mentioning 434132. Some are mentioning what? 2314. Okay, 2314. What is left then? There is a concept between east and west. Do you know what is east and what is west? This is east or this is west? Or whether this is east or this is west? What you people are doing, see here. What you are doing is, you are doing this to this. The question is, bhai, east is this side, west is this side. And what you are taking this. Bhai, this is east and this is west. We are talking about this east and west. What is east and west? Something on my left is on my west. This is east. You got confused by the fact you have lost what is east and west. What is east and west? अरे भाई क्या चल रहा है? See here. I have mentioned Badrinath. I very well know that near Badrinath you have Kedarnath also. So I could have basically taken it in Uttarakhand only. So there is no problem, right? I knew UPSC, this is a basic thing you need to understand. I know Kedarnath and all is in Uttarakhand. So that means the basic census from east to west, the last would be Kedarnath. The last would be Kedarnath. So 2 will come last. So these people who have said this, they are already eliminated. Yes? Yes? Now, over here if you see, which is the most westernmost thing, I said the gem. So M. Makalu is on the westernmost. So what will come first? 4. Now E 4132. Bhai, common sense, bachche, you are realizing what silly mistakes you people are making. हाँ, उल्टा कर दिया. What? UPSC also does this ulta thing. You have to identify this, right? Okay. Understood. Now we have done the part of Great Himalayas broadly because I've written the context also and text here. Below the Great Himalayas, you have the Middle Himalayas. Middle Himalayas, right? See, yes sir, not reading the whole. This is what I'm saying. ठीक है? सर आपने मेरा नंबर लिया मेल पे, टोल्ड मी यू विल कॉल मी, बट आपने कॉल नहीं किया. बच्चे, आई एम रियली वेरी सॉरी. अगर मैं आपको आपको प्रॉब्लम हुई होगी, मैं कॉल नहीं कर पाया. आई कैन डेफिनेटली कॉल यू, बट यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड देयर आर सर्टेन मैराथन्स गोइंग ऑन. टिल नाइट आई एम क्रिएटिंग द क्वेश्चन, स्टडिंग दोस थिंग. पॉसिबली डे आफ्टर टुमारो और सैटरडे संडे आई कैन डेफिनेटली कॉल. ठीक है? ठीक है? whatever your problem, I am always there to help any candidate who has some problem, but you should understand that possibly because of the work constraint, I would have forgotten, I will call you, right? Yes. Middle Himalayas, lesser or lower Himalayas. See the names. Middle Himalayas, lesser, lower Himalayas and Himachal. These are all the names of what? All the names of what? The Middle Himalayas. Clear? Yes, bache, it is very useful for class 11 also. Average height is 3500 to 4500 meter and width is 80 kilometers. The main rock includes slate, limestone and quartzites. This can be asked and this has been asked. Extensive erosion due to deforestation, urbanization and rain. This region again has experienced a lot of problems. Please understand, because of the deforestation processes that have taken place, urbanization and obviously the rainfall also. Many hill stations are there. So if you realize, Shimla, Mussoorie, Ranikhet, Nainital, these are all located where? The Middle Himalayas or the Himachal. Now understand this, a very important question. You can be very well confused here, right? See how. I will create this question. You need to understand the context. Did you realize I have mentioned Middle Himalayas are also known as Himachal? Yes. It is not writing in the state of Himachal. It is writing Himachal Himalayas in a way. Though Mussoorie is present in Uttarakhand, please understand this very, very well. Why I am telling you this is the language of the question becomes very important. Mussoorie is located in Uttarakhand. Clear? When it is located in Uttarakhand, state-wise it is Uttarakhand. But when I am saying Himachal Himalayas, I am taking the definition of this. 99% of you will get it wrong because you said, array, this is basic common sense. Mussoorie is in Dehradun, near Dehradun, 30 kilometers from Dehradun in Uttarakhand. We will go there after qualifying. Right? That is why this is basic, but you get it wrong. Clear? Just wanted to explain you this statement. Similarly, whenever you are reading, right? Exactly. You are saying you Uttarakhand mein hai Mussoorie. Yes, it is in Uttarakhand, but do you realize I said Middle Himalayas or Lesser Himalayas are also called as what? Himachal. Yes. Again, depending upon the regional division or depending on this division, you need to understand this. Clear? Whenever a question is asked, you need to pay attention what is asking. Clear? Okay? Chalo. Now comes a very important thing here. The Middle Himalayas over here can be divided into various parts. Now this can be asked in your papers also. This is the same pink line that I had drawn here. The same line is going on. This part is known as the Pir Panjal range, which is 300 to 400 kilometers long, 140 to 400 meters high. This is again Pir Panjal. Part of what? Part of what? Clear? Clear? Part of the what? Himachal or the Middle Himalayas. After that comes the Dhauladhar range, passes through Dalhousie and Shimla. Next is the Naga Tibba. Then is the Mussoorie range. Both of them are in Uttarakhand. Both of them are in Uttarakhand. Clear? It is part of what? The Middle Himalayas only. Then the Middle Himalayas in the Nepal region is known as what? The Mahabharat range. What? The Mahabharat range. Then this particular middle Himalayas is further extended, which is known as Dafla, Miri, Abhor and Mishmi. Please understand this very clearly. These four names that are present over here with respect to the middle Himalayas, these are name of the tribes, these are name of the hills, these are name of the languages of the people who speak here. Please understand it again. The Miri, Abhor, Mishmi, these are name of the tribes also. These are the name of the language also. And these are the name of the hills also here. This is very clear, very important. Clear? Dafla, Miri, Abhor and Mishmi. Will you always remember? They can ask you in a statement that, okay, these are ranges are present part of which Himalayas, and then after that, yes, they can ask you that there are certain tribes with a similar name associated with them, or secondly, there are similar language associated with them. Yes. So, DM AM, bilkul sahi, DM AM. Right? Dafla, Miri, Abhor, Mishmi. Pir Panjal, Dhauladhar. Now Dhauladhar again, this is in the part of, this is again in Jammu Kashmir, this is in Himachal, this is in Uttarakhand, this is in Nepal. Again in the part of Arunachal comes that part. Clear? 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 Now let me create a question. Let us create a question. You need to tell me how many of them are correctly matched. Clear? Clear? Meghalaya part is not there, I will be telling you. Please understand, Meghalaya, Garo, Khasi, Jaintia are a part of the peninsular plateau. So we will be doing that part, I'll be explaining you, don't worry. Right now, Jay, I already told you many times, whenever we are doing one thing, please focus. I'll be covering everything, right? I'll be covering everything, don't need to worry. Right now we are doing the Himalayas, then we'll go to Purvanchal, then we'll understand it. Some are mentioning 2, some are mentioning 3, some are mentioning 2, some are mentioning 3. Okay. Okay. Some are mentioning 1. Okay. बचा क्या? चार भी लिख लो फिर. Okay, let's see. Pir Panjal, Jammu Kashmir. Pir Panjal, Jammu Kashmir. Pir Panjal, Jammu Kashmir. Okay, correct. Miri Hills. Beta, this is Arunachal Pradesh. All of these are Arunachal Pradesh. Clear? It is Arunachal. So, Nag Tibba, I had very well told you that this part, Dhauladhar is in Himachal. Nag, Tibba and Mussoorie are mostly what? In Uttarakhand. On Uttarakhand. So, Nag, Tibba is not in Himachal. Dhauladhar. Dhauladhar is in Himachal, not in Uttarakhand. There was only one candidate who told the answer as correct. Rest, everybody got it wrong. Rest, everybody got it wrong. You know that? Do you understand that? So, how many are correctly matched? One. One. Did you realize out of so many people who answered it, when the answer flow was going on, only one candidate got it right. Rest, all of them got it wrong. That is why I'm saying, bache, you need to revise all these things. Please remember, if you're getting the answer wrong, don't be worried, because this is the process and through which you will improve. I'm telling you, the people who just study, they will never, who do not solve MCQs, they will never know what their mistakes are. Just tell me honestly, everybody, you would have been studying on your, let us say, the context, text, books, whatever you are studying. Today, when you're solving MCQs along with studying with me, did you realize what are the loopholes that you are coming across? What are the problems that possibly you are able to diagnose? You will be able to diagnose your problems. Let us say possibly you're not able to remember, possibly you have neglected the diagrams, possibly you have neglected the maps, possibly you do not remember the content or context, whatever is that. Possibly you are making silly mistakes. Possibly you know it, but you are marking it wrong. This is what is important for you to understand. Clear? 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 Yes, obviously, there are certain, please remember, Ansh, there are certain parts, obviously. It does not mean that immediately Uttarakhand starts, the boundary will end. We are talking about majorly in which state. Majorly in which state, right? Okay. Clear? So, this is what you need to work on. That is why we are having this session. So, by the time, after some time, when we will have the marathon for later on with respect to MCQs, then possibly you would have, right? You would be in a better condition. Okay, I'm preparing for 2026 and my questions are getting wrong. See, bache, remember, I'm telling you experiences of various candidates who, let us say, had studied a lot, but when they started solving the MCQs, they were getting it wrong. They came to me, they said, sir, what is the reason? I said, did you solve MCQs previously? They said, no. It doesn't matter. Now, what you have studied, you need to solve the MCQs. What you were getting it wrong, analyze the reasons behind it, analyze what is the answer. After that, again revise the content, possibly with repeated revisions and solving questions. Whatever you have missed while reading, you get to know about them. Do you know that? Because when you read a book, you are reading what you are feeling. What you are feeling like, okay, I've read this, this is important, this is not important. Because you feel that is important or not important. For UPSC, it can be something else. That is why when you solve MCQs, you get the various dimensions. Okay? So this is again important for you. Don't worry. If you're getting it wrong, good. You are getting to know your mistakes. If you solve more questions, you will get it right. Okay, chalo. Okay, now comes Shivaliks, outer Himalayas and the sub-Himalayas. Word sub-Himalayas, you would have there's a least chance that you would have heard sub-Himalayas, because it is again mentioned in D.R. Khuller. It's a very thick book that optional students of geography basically study. In that book, sub-Himalayas word is also mentioned. Yes. So, Shivaliks, outer Himalayas and sub-Himalayas are again the same one and the same thing. You can be asked on that. Okay, now let us see. Clear? ठीक है? अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं, Jay, doesn't matter. Come. Okay, length is 240 kilometers. Width is 45 kilometers west and 8 kilometers in the east. That means by the time it reaches the west, the width keeps on decreasing. Clear? Average height is 1,300 meters. It is a non-continuous range. Please understand. Among all the three Himalayas, it is the most non-continuous. That means there are a lot of breaks. Very rugged, very broken. It is basically composed of sandstone, clay and limestones. Shivalik from northeastern India up to Nepal are covered with thick forest. and forest cover decreases towards the west from Nepal. Please see this very well, very important statement. Yes, all these names are mentioned. Yes, beta, please remember what I am doing right now. It covers NCRT, it covers great extent UPSC wala, it covers your UDAAN magazine, it covers certain standard books also. So when you are reading this and doing this, you are actually doing all of them. Clear? This is a very important statement. Listen to this very carefully. Shivaliks from northeastern India up to Nepal are covered with thick forest. Please understand, it does not extend to Arunachal or let us say the Assam part also. Please understand, the Assam region is not completely covered with Shivalik. That is why you realize those are regions which are not completely covered with Shivalik. That is why it is very broken. Till certain parts it is. So if you realize from this part till this part, these Shivaliks are heavily forested. They are properly forested. But when you start moving from this part to this part, the forest cover decreases towards west from Nepal. That means as you move from Nepal towards the west, the forest cover decreases. Why? This is a statement you will be very shocked when the question is asked. This is a very standard statement written in various very standard good books. It says that when you move from Nepal towards the west, the forest cover decreases. Why? Why? Because of the urbanization, because of let us say deforestation, because of the demand for wood and all these things you will realize that one of the reasons is the reason that forest cover is continuously decreasing. One of the major reason. Yes, rainfall is, but you realize people have crippled them. Even in the middle Himalayas also you saw the reason, urbanization and all. Here also the reason is there. Clear? Now see, there are two specific names that you should know. Specific names. Over here, in this part over here, these Shivaliks are also known as Dhundwa and Dhang range. Dhundwa and major reason is agriculture, right? And these two parts over here, please understand, it is broken, though there are no specific names for that. Local names might be there. But Dhang range and Dhundwa range in Himachal and Uttarakhand, there are certain parts of the Shivaliks which have been given a name. That is Dhang range and Dhundwa range, because these name can be asked that Dhand range is a part of Great Himalayas, Middle Himalayas or the Lower Himalayas, right? Yeah, Outer Himalayas, sorry. Or Dhundwa range is a part of which Himalaya? So you should know that these are the names which are associated with Shivalik. Clear everybody? Clear? Okay. Now little bit coming forward. See here. In Punjab and Himachal, the southern slope of the Shivaliks are devoid of forest cover. Why? Because these are the regions, right? These are the regions where agriculture again, particularly in Punjab, agriculture was again very emphasized to a great extent. So that is why these regions were again what? Devoid. Again, a lot of problems or with respect to environment have been come across in these regions, because these are again not very high. So people have again exploited them to a great extent. What you are seeing right now with respect to Aravalis, there is a lot of problem with respect to the Shivaliks also, right? Remember, there is a specific word which can be asked. Chos. What? Chos. C-H-O-S. Chos are the seasonal streams present over here, right? Seasonal streams present here. Clear? Done? Done? Yes, due to green revolution also. Okay. Have you understood the three Himalayas? Can I move to the Purvanchal part now? Because many people right now are confused whether what part of whether these Garo Khasis are part of the Himalayas or not. Can I move ahead? Clear till here? Now see here. Clear? Now see here. Something very important for you to understand. Please see this very carefully. I have put this into a small outline, that means a dotted line. Please remember, this part over here turns this side and moves down. This part is an extended part of the Himalayas and it comes under the Purvanchal or northeastern ranges or hills. Please understand this very well again. This part of the Himalayas, please understand, because of the plate tectonics, you would realize that the peninsular part over as a whole block of India started moving. When it started moving, you realize supposingly this part collided with the northern Himalayas and this part with the northeastern part. So this part of the Himalayas was created then. This is known as a Purvanchal. Now, this complete part is a part of the peninsular plateau. What? You won't believe, in I think 7-8 years ago, because you don't have to as such do for general studies, but those who are from the geography optional, they will know that 7-8 years ago, there is a question of a 10 marker that came in their geography optional. What was the question? They said that give the proof that the Garo Khasis are a part of the peninsular plateau. What? That they belong to the peninsular plateau. They asked the evidence there in geography optional, right? So please understand, over here, this part which I have marked here are not a part of the what? Not a part of your Himalayas. They are part of the peninsular plateau. Will you remember this? Now, what are part of the Purvanchal? Let us see this. On the eastern, on this side, you have the Patkai Bum. Moment you move down in Nagaland, you have the Naga Hill. What do you have? Naga Hill. Naga Hill has a very important peak, which is Saramati Peak, that is 3826. Questions have been asked that Saramati Peak basically lies in which hill? They will give Patkai Bum, Naga Hill, Manipuri Hill and all. So that is why you should know it is a Naga Hills. Below the Naga Hill, you have in the region of Manipur and plus up and down other states also, Manipuri Hills, majorly in Manipur. Clear? Manipur Hills, right? Further you move down, sorry. Further you move down, you have the Mizo Hills. Further down, again extended part are the Lushai Hills. In Lushai Hills, basically you have the Lushai tribe, right? Lushai Hills have a very, very important mountain, which is known as the Blue Mountain, which has been asked repeatedly in civil services, right? Blue Mountain. Blue Mountain is located on the Lushai Hills. They can ask you Manipuri, Saravati, Naga, Patkai Bum. No, it is located in Blue Mountain. Clear? Okay. Lushai tribes are present over here. Now, please understand, though this is not a part of the Himalayas, but I am just for your information, just reading out here so that you should know. You know that very well. Am I clear that these hills which I am reading or explaining right now are not part of the Himalayas? Am I clear? Tell me quickly in the comment section. These are parts of the Himalayas. These are not part of the Himalayas. Is this clear? Is this clear? So you should keep this in mind before I proceed. Clear? Because you might make mistakes. So I am, again, what I'm doing is writing down here. Writing down here part of so that so that I do not have to repeat it when I'm doing the peninsular plateau. I'm just reading out here, explaining you here so that you understand, right? Here you have the Garo Hills. Here you have the Khasi. Here you have the Jaintia. Let us put it. Garo, Khasi, Jaintia. Very interesting thing over here is, you have the Garo tribe, you have the Khasi tribe, you have the Jaintia tribe. Clear? So these are again from the anthropological point of view, a tribal study also, these tribes become very, very important here. Clear? Okay. Now, over here, further extension, this is the Mikhir Hills or range, whatever you want to mention. Mikhir. Just a minute. Mikhir Hills. Further little south to it, over here lies the Regma. Regma. Further below this lies the Braille Hills. Clear? Braille. Clear, everybody? Clear, everybody? So, and one more thing, in Tripura lies the Tripura Hills. Clear? Arvind Sharma, very colorful but not knowledgeable. Doesn't matter, beta. Because you are preparing for, I told you, you are preparing for Area 51 alien examination. For that, if you are preparing, you do not need this. You need to study about other aliens. That will be required, good for you, Arvindji. Because you are not a Purush, you are a Mahapurush. You are an Avatari Purush. You do not need to study this. You need to study about Alpha Centuria, because you have to be a galactic warrior. You do not have to study about India, beta. Arvind, you do not have to study about India. You have to study about galaxies, because you are becoming a galactic warrior. What will you do with Northeastern study? You are a super being. You are an Avatari Purush in India. You have to study you have to fight galactic wars. Wonder Woman is your friend. You know that. Hulk is your brother. You have to prepare that level examination, not for this examination, beta. So remember, you do not throw for UPSC is nothing in front of that, yeah. You do not have to study for UPSC if you have to do that level thing. So always remember, you prepare for Area 51 exam, then you need to go to other planets and study about them. That is why because why colorful things are not required, because when you go to space, there is all darkness there. Similarly, if you do not study this, your life will also be full of darkness. Understood? That is why color in life is very important, because devoid of color, a person can be blind. Okay, right? Chaliye. Everybody clear? Everybody clear? Clear, everybody? Done? Okay. How to remember these facts? It is when you see, when you are revising, while revising, you also make maps and keep on marking it, right? When you keep on marking it, when I used to revise, I used to have the notes with me and content. I also used to have a paper with me, so that I used to draw along with it and revise it. Because when you keep on making along with it, then it becomes very easy for you to remember. Clear? Okay. Let us see little bit details here. Let us see little bit details here. They are extension of the Himalayas, right? Clear? Right? They are extension of the Himalayas. They are heavily forested. They are joined by the Meghalaya plateau. Obviously, they are joined by the Meghalaya plateau. Extensions of Myanmar mountain chain continue southwards to Andaman and Nicobar and up to even the archipelago of Indonesia. So this continues in the form of Arakan mountain and moves down. Clear? Clear? Okay. Clear? Clear? Done? Okay. We are done with the Himalayas. Clear? Tripura Hill is, no, it is, no, it is not. Clear, everybody? Let us begin with the plains. Now, this plains part also become very, very critical, right? Very critical. After when the physiography gets over, we will do the questions and then we'll take some rest. Don't worry. Let us do the physiography first. Northern plains, let us do the regional analysis. Regional division, you have the Rajasthan plain, you have the Punjab plain, Ganga plain, Brahmaputra, and Ganga plain has upper, middle and lower. Clear? Clear? Let us do one by one of these. Even clear? Give me a minute. Beta, half an hour more, half an hour we will be completing the physiography, and after physiography I have multiple MCQs for you. Clear? Chaliye. Rajasthan, Punjab, Ganga, Brahmaputra, upper, middle and lower. Let's start with the northern plains. Now, northern plains, if you see, you have the Punjab plain here, you have the Rajasthan plain here. This is the Ganga plain. This is the Ganga plain. Clear? Clear? This is the Ganga plain. In the Ganga plain, you have the upper Ganga, middle Ganga and the lower Ganga. And this is the Brahmaputra plain. When we talk about these divisions, this is again a standard division which generally we read. And these divisions again become very, very important because multiple questions are generally asked from the northern plains. Let us see them. Punjab plain. Again, Punjab plain is 1.75 lakh kilometers square. 1.75 lakh kilometers square. It is drained by 5 rivers. It is drained by 5 rivers. Clear? From west to east, it is 300 kilometers. From northeast to southwest, it is 650 kilometers. See here. West to east is 300 kilometers. From northeast to southwest, it is 650 kilometers. Right? This is they're trying to tell you. Clear? Next, separated from the Ganga plain by the Delhi Ridge. Delhi Ridge. How many of you know about Delhi Ridge? Central Delhi Ridge and all Delhi Ridge we talk about. Have you heard about the Delhi Ridge very often? Would have very often heard about the Delhi Ridge, right? When you come to Delhi, there are a lot of interpretations by geologists that have been given. You will realize that, right? You will realize that when we talk about the Aravalli range is basically extending. You already seen that in the Rajasthan region. There is again a lot of thinkers like J.D. Dana and all basically say that Aravalli range used to be very huge during once upon a time. It used to even extend from Gujarat. It used to go across the Rajasthan part. Rajasthan, it used to go till Delhi. And Delhi, what you know as a Raisena Hills right now, where the Rashtrapati Bhavan is located, and in the regions of Gurgaon also has Aravallis, which are now being destroyed because of construction activities. And even if you go to Dehradun, during that time when you're crossing Haridwar, you have a Haridwar Ridge. Haridwar Ridge is also considered a part of the Aravallis only. So Aravalli used to be a very huge range once upon a time. But unfortunately now, you know, because of the erosional activities and all and exploitation of the range, much of it has been destroyed. Yes, it is the oldest mountain range. Clear? Similarly, when I mention about Delhi Ridge, they can ask you a question. Delhi Ridge is a remnant part of what? We will be doing that. It is a remnant part of, again, the Aravalis. Clear? Now, please understand, there is something known as, again, over here, Doab. Supposingly, there is a river here, there is a river here. This part, right, can be called a Doab. The intervening delta between two rivers is known as a Doab. Clear? In Punjab, obviously, you have multiple Doabs. This has been asked in the examination also, UPSC, and obviously, very often in your PCS. There is a Sindh Sagar Doab. Sindh Sagar Doab is between Indus and Jhelum. Intervening region, where again the deposition is also taking place. Intervening region between two rivers, Indus and Jhelum, is Sindh Sagar Doab. JH, JH is Jhelum and Chenab. Just a minute. Jhelum and Chenab. Now it is called by two words. JH is again Jhelum first and Chenab, or it can also be called Chej, Chenab and Chenab. It is basically derived from the words which is the name of the river. JH or Chej are both the same thing. JH or Chej, it is what? Jhelum, Chenab, right? So JH or Chej means Chenab or Jhelum. Clear? Next. Rechna Doab, it is Ravi and Chenab. Majha Doab is Ravi and Beas. And Bish Doab is Beas and Satluj. Right? Clear? Clear? This is something that you should know for a very specific reason, because in UPSC they can ask you. And they have asked also previously, and they tend to repeat such concepts very often. Firstly, we should know what is Doab. Doab is basically an intervening delta or region between the two rivers. Again, where a deposition has taken place. So that is known as a Doab. That is why if you go to regions, large number of people are what? Residing there and practicing agriculture also. So these are the Doabs that you should know. Clear? Clear? Done? Okay. Punjab plains done. Let us come to the Ganga plain. Let us come to the Ganga plain. When I talk about the Ganga plain, please see here. First, let us talk about the upper Ganga plain. You want a break for a few minutes before we continue? You want a break for 10 minutes? Okay. You want a break for 10 minutes, and then we can possibly continue, finish it with the MCQs, and then we'll move on to the next part. 10 minutes break? Want? Want 10 minutes break? Okay. We'll give just 10 minutes break. Okay. I'll continue from here only. Just 10 minutes and then we'll resume. Hello everybody, I guess you're there. Am I audible to everybody? All those who are there, you can return. Okay. One more thing, remember, after this physiography, we'll be beginning with the drainage system. And remember, drainage system is a very, very important topic, and I'll be covering each and every river in each and every tributary. So that particular topic is very important. So do follow that very properly, because that every year 2 to 3 questions minimum come from that particular section. Clear? So you need to be very, very well aware of that particular topic. And when you do that, please remember how you have to remember. When people very often ask me is, while seeing the map, drainage system can best be done when you are reading, not only reading, but you're seeing the map along. What I have done, I'll be showing you when we'll be doing the drainage system. If you do not have the map and you're reading about the rivers, you will never remember it. That is why whenever you're reading about geography, particularly the physiography, particularly about the drainage system, or let us say about mountains and peaks, if you do not have the map along with you, you will not be able to remember it. That is the best thing, that you have the map in front, right? Okay. Upper Ganga plain, if you realize, it is again 1.32 lakh kilometers square. This is a region where green revolution, you would realize that what we know as green revolution very prospered to a great extent. Obviously in the Punjab plains also, but also in this plain. So over here, remember Ganga, Yamuna, Kali, Sharda are the important rivers over here. There is another word. Please remember, you can be asked where it is located. Bhur. It is undulating, aeolian and sandy deposits that are present in the upper Ganga plain, right? Upper Ganga plain. Because of the nearby, you realize the desert regions of Rajasthan are all present. So you would realize that here Bhur is found. Bhur is associated with what? The upper Ganga plain. Will you remember that? Upper Ganga plain, which is undulating, aeolian and sandy deposits that are present in this particular region. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. You have the middle Ganga plain. Now, middle Ganga plain, you realize, is 1.44 lakh kilometers square. It is much larger than the upper Ganga plain, which is 1.32 lakh kilometers square. Then is the middle. So what do you understand here? Middle Ganga plain is larger than the upper Ganga plain. Clear? Okay. Thick deposits of Kankad are present here. Gandak, Kosi, Son are the main tributaries that are present here. Clear over here? Okay. Next, the lower Ganga plain. Lower Ganga plain is 81,000 kilometers square. You can be very well asked that the middle Ganga plain is larger than the upper Ganga plain. Yes, it is. Clear? Tistha, Jaldhakia, Sankosh, Mahanadi, Ajay, Damodar, Subramekha forms the major rivers. Now you will say, sir, it is very difficult to remember like this. Yes, when we will be doing the drainage system, then you can understand when I'll be showing you all these rivers there. Clear? Clear? Okay. Done? Done. Let us move ahead. One more thing, I just was updated. Just give me a minute. Just a minute. Today is again Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Jayanti. So we always salute the great warriors of the country. And from my side to all the people of India, we salute the people who have sacrificed their life for great causes. So Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Jayanti is today. So congratulations to everybody for that. We should learn great things from great warriors and great things to learn from great people like him. Okay? Okay. Let's begin. Northern plains. Among the northern plains also, you have one part which is the Brahmaputra plain. Brahmaputra plain is what? 56,000 kilometers square. What? 56,000 kilometers square. It is 720 kilometers long. From here till here, 720 kilometers long, and 80 kilometers approximately wide. It is a depositional plain. It is what? A depositional plain. So deposits that, see, please remember, when the Brahmaputra river comes, it is again laden with a lot of sediments because it has traversed through the Tibet region also. When it comes and then it deposits its material over here, and when it deposits its material over here, and then you will realize that it is a major depositional plain, right? Clear? Okay. Just a minute, one more thing. Little bit about the Thar Desert also you should know. Thar Desert. It is about 2 lakh kilometers square. 85% of the Thar Desert is in India. Aravallis in the east and southeast, and Indus Plain in the north and northwest, and Run of Kutch in the south. Surface sand comprises aeolian deposits and rainfall is low to erratic. Little bit idea you should know. That is more than sufficient. Next come the northern plains. Northern plains physical divisions. This is again one of those classification which has repeatedly been asked. Bhabar plain, Tarai, Khadar and Bhangar. Just have a look here. Just have a look here. Supposingly the Himalayas are here. After the Himalayas you have the Bhabar. After the Bhabar you have the Tarai. Then obviously depending upon where the rivers are, you will realize you have the Bhangar and Khadar. What is Bhabar first of all? See this very well. Among the foothills of the Shivaliks from Indus till Tista, if I study right from Indus till Tista, just below the Shivaliks, you have the Bhabar. Now these Bhabar are again highly porous. Streams disappear and flow underground. So these are very porous. So what the water is coming, they basically seep inside in the Bhabar plain. So it is not clearly visible, they seep inside because of the porosity of the nature of Bhabar. After some time, you will realize there is a Tarai region. Now, Tarai region lies south of Bhabar. Take it in this way, supposingly, right from the Indus region to Tista, let us say this is the region of Bhabar approximately. Then below that is the Tarai, right? Tarai. This is a region where the water the streams which had disappeared, again reappear. So south of the Bhabar is about 30 to 40 kilometers wide where streams reappear. Now please understand, Tarai region again is initially, let us take an example of Uttarakhand, right? In Uttarakhand region, also you realize in the regions of Udham Singh Nagar district and all, that Tarai region was again, that was a Tarai region. Now over there it is infested with mosquitoes, it is very difficult to crop here also, but again it is little fertile also. You can make it fertile if you have proper agriculture practices. So most of the Tarai region has basically been modified for agriculture in today's time. But Tarai region initially, if you see, it is very difficult to stay there or live there because of infestation of mosquitoes, not very habitable because of the conditions that are present there. But overall, in today's time, because Indian farmers had been very expert, so in the region of Uttarakhand also many people came from Punjab and Haryana and settled down, and they made the Tarai region fit for cultivation. The Tarai region is where the streams which had disappeared inside the water in the Bhabar region reappear in the Tarai region. Now supposingly there is a stream that is flowing, you would realize that river very often flood. When they flood, they deposit alluvium. You know that very well. Whenever I tell, okay, flooding has happened, many people take flooding from the time, yes, Tarai is a marshy region, absolutely. So you would realize that, marshy in nature for that matter, you would realize that flooding of the rivers happen. Flooding of the river is very important also. Why? Because if the rivers do not flood, fresh alluvium will not be deposited. Now, when I talk about fresh alluvium being deposited, you will realize that it is fertile also. So the fresh alluvium that is deposited will be generally deposited near the rivers only. So this is a river flowing. You would realize there will be deposition. Supposing there is flooding, so fresh alluvium will be deposited near the river. This is known as Khadar, which is fresh alluvium. Fresh alluvium, right? the ones which are far away, let us say long time ago, there will be a lot of flooding also, and that time certain deposition has taken place. But now fresh deposition has not taken place over there of alluvium. So these are old alluvium, which is far away from the river. So that is known as bhagar, which is known as older alluvium. Right? Right? How to remember it? How to remember it? Please remember. Please listen. Khadar and bhagar are those words which very often you don't realize whether it is, let us say, fresh alluvium or old alluvium. Where khadar, can you remember khana? Khadar, khana. You most of the time when you eat fresh food. You don't eat a food that is 200 years old or 10 days old, possibly it is stale. So what are you going to say? You are going to eat food which is fresh, khana, fresh khana. So khadar is fresh alluvium. Clear? Clear? And bhagar is what? Old alluvium. Clear? Again repeating, please remember. ठीक है, देखिए. Supposing this is Shivaliks, rivers come here. Do you realize just when the Shivaliks end, you would realize there will be a lot of boulders. Lot of boulders will be there, a lot of pebbles and cobbles will be there. Over there, water tends to seep down. These regions are not fit for cultivation because again, a lot of cobbles, boulders are present here. That is why you realize when the rivers come, they tend to seep and the streams disappear. Afterwards, what happened? South of it, when you realize over here, the streams tend to appear on the surface. This is known as a Tarai region and it is about 15 to 30 kilometers wide. Now comes the region, let us say the stream is here. Now see, when the rivers normally flood also, they would be depositing fresh alluvium. Now even if the river is flooding, the fresh alluvium is going to be deposited to an extent which is closer to the river only. Na? It cannot go hundreds of kilometers away, right? So this red color is fresher alluvium which is deposited during the time of flooding. So this khadar is known as fresh alluvium, bhagar is known as older alluvium. Clear everybody? Clear? Chaliye. Done? Okay. Let's study a little bit about each one of them. Have you understood the diagrammatic connotation, what it means? See, I have written the context and text also over here. Why I wanted to explain you is so that the diagram is in your mind. Once a diagram is in your mind, it becomes easy for you to understand. Now let's see. Bhabar lies along the foothills of the Himalayas, that is from Indus to Tista. This is approximately 8 to 16 kilometers wide. If you see the Shivaliks, just below that, take a belt. Let us assume there is this Shivalik range, right? Below that is this 16 to 18 kilometers wide Bhabar that is present, because everywhere the boulders will be deposited. When they are deposited over here, the streams which are coming are going to disappear because it is again rocky, pebbles, cobbles, such types of composition is present. So it is formed by the coarse alluvium deposits, pebbles and boulders are present. Because it is such substances are present, it is porous also. So porous, dry and gravelly, so rivers disappear underground. So underground, that means they are not visible on the surface. They are not visible on the surface. This is known as Bhabar. Clear to everybody? Below the Bhabar, you will realize now, please understand, this is very important. Now while the river is flowing down, you will realize that finer particles will be present there. Now see, below Bhabar lies another layer which is known as Tarai. In this particular region, the rivers which had disappeared in the Bhabar region will appear in the Tarai region. Now Tarai region, it is appearing again, it will be more finer, right? More finer. Kya ho gaya? Yes. So see, it lies south of Bhabar. It is about 15 to 30 kilometers wide. It is formed by the deposition of finer alluvium and water re-emerges. Water in here, stream re-emerges. Now this is a lot of very marshy in nature. Marshy is there, water logging might be there, and because of them you realize that again it becomes fertile, but it is not sustainable in the initial, right? What happened? initial instance, because whenever the region is marshy, you have to clear all of them, and clearing them itself is a huge challenge. Clear? So marshiness, waterlogging, to a certain extent, yes, fertile also, but very difficult to again convert into agriculture. Once it is converted, then it is very useful. Jungles have been cleared for vegetation now, and primarily because it is an agricultural based economy. So over here, these Tarai region have been converted, or let us say used for the agricultural practices. Clear? Particularly in the regions of Uttar Pradesh, regions of Uttarakhand, they have been converted into agricultural lands. Clear? Bhabar and Tarai clear? Now see, Bhagar, upland areas. Upland areas of older alluvium, they are less fertile, they are coarse, reddish, and have calcareous nodules known as kankad. Calcareous nodules which are known as kankad. Then is Khadar. They lie close to the river channel, younger floodplains. They are newly deposited alluvial plains, that is why they are more fertile. They are more fertile. Clear, everybody? Clear? Can I create a question on this? Can I create a question on this? Would you be fine answering that? Let's see. I want to give me the over here which among the following are correct statements, right? 1, 2, and 3. Mention 1, 2, or 3. Which among them are correct? Tell me. Kankad are composed of silicates and related oxides. Tarai on an average is wider than Bhabar. Bhagar has been converted for agriculture use due to the kankar being in less quantity. Clear? Which are correct? Okay. Some people are saying 1 and 2, some are saying 2. Okay. Others? I think majorly 1 and 2 people have been answering that, right? 1 minute, quickly answer it. Okay, somebody is saying only 1. Okay. 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 So majorly what the answer is coming is, these are the 3 statements which you have put. Clear? Okay, let's see. Now let's understand. Concord are composed of silicates and related oxides. I had mentioned calcareous. It means these are related to calcium, not silicates or silica. Do you know the question which I am creating? This question has been asked in your civil services. Do you know, if I'm not wrong, I think 2018, 2017, this question, this first statement which I mentioned here was asked in the civil services examination. That is why I'm telling you that when you think, no sir, we are doing PYQs or not, beta, I am doing questions which are itself indirectly covering PYQs. Calcareous over here is related to calcium deposits or nodules, not silicates. Yeah, use your common sense here. Where is it? Calcareous nodules, calcareous, calcium से आएगा, calcium, कंकड़. These are calcium deposits, not silicates. Understood? So, all those who are mentioning this statement is wrong. Tarai on an average is wider than Bhabar. Yes, it is correct. Yes, it is correct. Why? You know that very well. It is from 8 to 16. This is 15 to 30. So, on an average, it is much more wider than that. Bhagar has been converted for agriculture use due to the conker being less quantity. This is wrong. It has more conker. Right? This is wrong. Converted for agriculture, it is majorly Tarai which has been emphasized over here, but this statement itself is wrong. So, the answer is only 2. Only 2. It also came in my exam. Okay, good. Isliye I am telling you, the questions which I am doing now, I am extracting from one line from NCERT and standard books that are present there. So, if you use these questions, you can imagine how beneficial it is going to be for you. And you will yourself see, if you are solving all the questions which I am doing here, there will be questions from these things only, not directly, but indirectly. Let us say I have stated 3 points, possibly 1 statement can come in your paper. So, that will be helpful for you. Clear, everybody? So, exactly. Clear, everybody? Done? Done? Okay. Let us start with a peninsular plateau. See here, everybody, please focus here. Now, the peninsular plateau again is the most important element here. Why? Because it has again a lot of hills, mountains, peaks, and all those things are present here. So, we are going to do them one by one. And this is again a topic where if UPSC keeps on testing the candidates because of the wide aspects that are present here. What I am going to give you now is a very standard methodology which the Government of India and Government of India books also very often use. See them very clearly. Peninsular plateau basically covers 16 lakh kilometers square. Right? Now, general elevation is from 600 to 900 meters. It is bounded by Aravallis in the northmostern part. We'll see that. Hazaribagh and Rajmahal hills in the northeastern part. Maikala hills in the north, and by eastern and western Ghats. Now, when you hear these statements, it becomes very intriguing, very confusing also. That's okay, we do not know where Aravalli is correctly, where is Rajmahal hills, where is Maikala hills, and okay, eastern and western Ghats we have heard. Now, this is what you need to study, that where these peaks, where these hills, where these structures are located. This statement though said, that is why this statement can itself be used to tell you like Aravallis in the southern part, Mycala Hills in the eastern part. That is why you should know that it is in the northern part or southern part, which we will be understanding now. This is very important. Clear? Let's see then what it means. Whenever you study the peninsular plateau, now the peninsular plateau is composed of many things here. What are the many things? First are the central highlands. Second, the Chota Nagpur plateau. Third, the Deccan plateau. Fourth, the Meghalaya Mikhir uplands. And fifth, the eastern and the western Ghats. To a certain extent, we have already done the Mikhir upland region, which we were doing when we were doing the Purvanchal. But these are the things which we have to do. Now, these are the various parts of the peninsular plateau. Clear? Clear? Now, let us study each one of them in detail. Till here it is clear that the peninsular plateau is composed of these parts. First is the central highlands, second is the Chota Nagpur plateau, third is the Deccan plateau, fourth is the Meghalaya, the Mikhir uplands, and the eastern and the western Ghats. Now, these things have to be studied one by one using the map. Now, let us study one by one. Central highlands. Central highlands. Everybody, is it clear till here? When I will be using the map, then it will be much more clearer. See, right now I have just shown this. After this, the map work will start. Every single thing which is being mentioned is going to be presented in the form of a map. Like Aravalli, the explanation. Every single plateau that is present with the explanation one by one. So, you will never forget it in your life. I am telling you again. The way I am explaining you, the content that I am giving you, you need to know the location and where it is located and the content that is required. If you know that, that is it. Nothing else is required for any exam that you appear in India. Nothing else will be required. Right? Okay. Before we begin, the first part, right? Right? Yes, but you can continue. Central highlands. Now, when I talk about central highlands, whenever I talk about central highlands, it slopes from southwest towards the northeast and north. That means from this direction, it slopes towards northeast and towards the north. Do you realize when you see the map of India, there are certain rivers which are flowing towards north? Have you seen Shipra, Gambhir River, Chambal River? Do you realize they move northward? How many of you have seen that? When you see the rivers, do you realize there is Shipra, Gambhir, Chambal River are flowing northwards? Why? Because when you see like this, the rivers are flowing like this, they are going upwards. That means the slope shall be like this. That means from southwest towards north and towards northeast, it is basically the slope in this manner. That is why you should know why the rivers are flowing upwards, because the slope is this way. How will otherwise the rivers move upward? Yes, we'll see that in the rivers also. So that is why the slope is determining their direction also. If the slope had been this way, the rivers could not by default move upwards, right? Chambal, Sindh, Betwa, yes, all these rivers. Why do they move upwards? Because of the slope. Yes, we'll come to that. So rivers like Chambal, Betwa, Sindh, Ken flow here and they are moving towards the north because the slope is in that direction. Next, they are wide. The central highland is wider in the west but narrower in the east. Average height is 600 to 900 meter. These things which I've highlighted in dark color, orange color, this is something that you need to remember also. Why I'm telling you? You can be very well asked in your paper as one of the statements. So if you remember then, it is fine, else you will get in trouble. We will link these when we'll be doing the drainage system also, but some things you should know. Okay. Now comes the central highland is divided into two broad categories. First, the northern central highland. The northern central highland comprises the Malwa plateau, the Marwar upland and the Aravallis. This is the northern part. The southern part, that is the southern central highland, basically comprises the Vindhyan range, the Bundelkhand and Vidhyanchal plateau, and along with it Baghelkhand. Clear? Baghelkhand. So these are the parts of what? The central highland. Shall we move ahead and understand them one by one? We'll see this. See here. I am now, one by one, I'm doing all of these, right? Let us come to Aravallis. Beta see, this is Aravali which you normally study now, right? Normally study now. Before I go to the Aravallis and explain you, let me come to little bit about little advanced concept which I think geography optional students would have done, not the general study student. There are a lot of geologists and all, lot of researches have been done by people like J.D. Dana and all. They basically say that this is not the actual extent of Aravali, but previously the Aravali extent had been very different. Like they say that possibly the Aravali used to extend till here, and it used to go till here and like this, and various branchings were done. It used to be like this, very tall. Now you realize that a lot of erosion is there, a lot of agriculture practices, a lot of infrastructure project. If you go to Gurgaon, most of the Aravali is gone. Yes, that is why you see over here, this region is Haryana. In Haryana, if I'll give you an example, if you are going to, let us say, Rajasthan, and you are going through that expressway, you will cross to Gurgaon, and in that region you will realize that people have destroyed the Aravalis to build the flats and shopping malls and whatever, very clearly visible. So that is basically a Aravali extension, which after a few years you will not see a single remnant, and then you will see more dust, more sediments basically coming because they were acting as a blockade towards those sediments from the Thar Desert, right? Leaving that apart, let's see here. Whatever I'm doing over here is more than sufficient for you to know the characteristics, because it can be asked also. The elevation is about 600 to 900 meters. They run from northeast to southwest. From northeast to southwest, this is the movement, right? See, how is it northeast to southwest? See this manner, right? So northeast to southwest, the movement is going on. If you want to mention southwest to northeast, then also it is fine. There is no problem. These are old fold mountains. First of all, old fold mountain. Okay, the young fold mountains are what? Himalayas, Rockies, Andes, Alps. These are young fold mountains because the age is not old, but they're fold mountains. You know, folds, because of the folds which the mountains are formed, are known as fold mountains. You know the concept of fold? Have you studied the various types of folds which I taught you? You know all the types of fold now. You know the faults also for that matter. So because of the folds, the mountains that are formed are known as fold mountains. The Himalayas are the young fold mountains, the Aravalis are the old fold mountains. Clear? The age is about 1.8 to 2 billion years old, right? 2 billion years old. Please remember, northwest of Udaipur, the Aravalis are called Jarga Hills. Jarga Hills. Clear? You should remember this. Clear? Over here, if you move here, you have Mount Abu over here also. Mount Abu here. So moreover, just a brief idea that you should know. Guru Shikhar is the tallest peak over here, which is 1722 meters. You should know. They can ask you Guru Shikhar, in front of they can write Vindhyan range. They can write Satpura. No. Guru Shikhar is Aravalis. Clear? And God willing, they should be protected. Yes, they should be protected. Otherwise, that will also go away. Jarga Hills is associated with what? Aravalis. Remember that. Is it clear? Good enough for you to understand? Good of you? Good? Well? Yes. Right? And Mount Abu also, you know, is located in the Aravali range. Clear? Yes, Jain Shriner. Good. Everybody, is it clear? One more thing, right? One more thing. The Delhi Ridge and the Haridwar Ridge are also extensions of this. If you want to write, Clear? Clear? Understood? Okay. Let's move ahead. What we have done Aravallis. Clear? More than sufficient. Let us move to the next thing. Come here. Okay. Now I have marked a lot of things here. See, what I am doing is, when you will be preparing now, you will have the map of India in front of you. You will mark Aravallis. Then using that map only, you can add other features. Then I will explain you one by one all of these. Don't worry. Before I explain each one of them, let us understand the map first. We have done Aravallis. Okay. Now see here. Everybody see this very, very clearly. Very important here. Just next to the Aravallis lies your Marwar upland. This region, the Marwar upland. Clear? Then just below that lies your Malwa plateau here. This is Malwa plateau. Next to it lies the Bundelkhand plateau, and over here lies the Baghelkhand plateau. Below this lies the Vindhyan range. The Vindhyan range. The extrapolation of the Vindhyan range is the Banre range, and further extrapolated is the Kaimur range. Clear? Let's see here again. This is how you remember. Please, if you want to do the physiography of India, if you think by reading the NCERT, reading any standard book, you will remember it, you will never remember it. You will never remember it. Because the question that are asked are not simply they, you need to have this map in front. Now, first of all, Aravallis, next to it is the Marwar upland. Below that is the Malwa plateau. Above this is Bundelkhand, this is Baghelkhand. Below this is the Vindhyan range, Banre range and the Kaimur. Shall we study one by one? Let us study each one of them. Let's see. Coming to, I have removed what? I have removed all the markings here. Aravallis we have done. Let us remove all the markings. Done. Let us come here to what? Marwar upland. Clear? Marwar upland. Clear? Okay. Lies to the east of the Aravalli range. Please remember that. Clear? Please remember, there is a difference between Marwar region and Marwar upland. Do you understand this? There are certain, below, on the next side of this is a Thar desert. Clear? There's a difference between the kingdom of Marwar, region of Marwar. Along with it, there's a difference between Marwar upland geographically. So we are talking about Marwar upland. See here. It lies to the east of the Aravalli range. This is one of the very important characteristic feature mentioned in the NCERT also. Clear? Right? Okay. It is made up of sandstone, shales and limestone. Banas river from the Aravallis flow through it. Again, a very, very important. Before it joins the Chambal. So Banas river flows through Aravallis and later on it joins the Chambal river here. Clear? This is the Marwar upland. Everybody clear? Quickly tell me. So, lies east of the Aravallis, made up of sandstone, shales and limestone. Banas river, again a very important river, again from the Aravallis flow through the Marwar upland and it later on joins the Chambal river. Clear? Okay. Done Marwar. What we have done till now, we have done Aravallis, we have done Marwar upland. Now let's move on to the next part, Malwa plateau. This pink color is the Malwa plateau. This pink color is the Malwa plateau. Pink color is the Malwa plateau, right? Okay. Malwa plateau, length of about 530 kilometers and width about 390 kilometers. See here, general elevation is 600 meters in the south and 500 meters in the north. What does it mean? Supposingly this is south, this is north. See here, right? See here, this is south, this is north. This is 600 meters, this is 500 meters. So water will flow from south to north? Yes or no? General elevation, south to north. That is clear? That is why this is flowing in this manner, because the southern part has a higher elevation than the northern part. So if the elevation is higher in the southern part, the water will flow upwards. When you see from a map, you will say, how can the rivers flow upwards? So this is one of the examples here. So general elevation decreases from 600 meters, which is in the south, to 500 meters, which is in the north. This statement has been asked in civil services, where you realize that the elevation is less in the south. Clear? Clear? Chaliye. Okay. It is composed of extensive lava flows covered with the black soil. Clear? Again, it has lava flows present. That is why black soil is also present in the Malwa plateau. How it is bounded? Aravali's are present almost in the north, Bundelkhand plateau in the east, Vindhyan range in the south. This is a region where you find the Chambal ravines because of the extensive erosion by the Chambal river. So it can be asked that Chambal ravines are present or ravines are present in which plateau? Right? Primarily. Then the answer is the Malwa plateau. Malwa plateau. Clear? Okay. Malwa plateau. Clear? Next comes, we have done Aravali's, we have done again all these things. So let us come to Bundelkhand now. Bundelkhand has a general elevation of 300 to 600 meters. Area of about 54,560 kilometers, rough idea should be there. Made up of Genesis and Skith. Now Betwa, Kane and Dasan rivers basically flow here. Erosional work of the rivers here has converted the land unfit for cultivation. So these are the regions where, because of the extensive erosion by these rivers, these regions have been made unfit. So cultivation is not possible here. The ravines are so deep, that means, let us assume, they are so deep that it might be 7, 8, 10, 10, 20, 15 feet deep. So how can you fill them also now? It is so difficult for you to even practice cultivation in these regions. So please remember, these regions are completely unfit for cultivation. Clear? Okay, steps have been taken, but again, Bundelkhand, clear? Done. Next, over here lies your, this is the Vindhyan range, right? This is what? The Vindhyan range. The Vindhyan range over here, is 1,200 kilometers long. General elevation again 400 to 650 meter. They are known as block mountains. How many of you remember I used the word block mountains in my previous marathon, where I was discussing about the concept of faults? How many of you remember I used the word block mountains? And you said, yes, sir, block mountains. Yes? That is why keep this in mind, that this range are basically a representation of the block mountains. Clear? Very critical and very important. Okay. Vindhyans continue eastward as Barmer and Kaimur hills. So again, Barmer and the Kaimur range over here are the extensions of what? The Vindhyan range. Okay, let's see here. See here. This is the Barmer range and the Kaimur range. So this is basically an extension of what? The Vindhyan range only. Okay. Next, last part over here of this is the Baghelkhand. The Baghelkhand. See here. Includes the plateaus of Satna, Rewa and Mirzapur. This question has also been asked, so you should know this, right? Lies east of the Maikala range. It is made up of limestone, sandstone on the west and granite in the east. This particular point has been asked in the examination. that within this range only, again you realize limestone and sandstone are present on the west and granite on the eastern side, because there is an influence of the lava flow that was present. That is why on the eastern side you have granitic remains. On the other hand, limestone and sand are present on the western side also, right? Okay. General elevation of about 150 to 1200 meters is present here. Clear? Okay. What happened? Okay. Please look here. Please look here. We have done with Aravallis, Malwa Plateau, Bundelkhand, Baghelkhand, Vindhyan Range, Barhe Range and Kaimur Range. We have done this. I will be covering other also, don't worry. Is this clear? Everybody clear till here? Now, having covered this, let's come on to the next part. Over here, realize this region is what? The Chota Nagpur Plateau. See the transformation very quickly, please. Next to this is what? This is the Chota Nagpur Plateau. Just above Chota Nagpur Plateau is your Rajmahal Hills. Just below the Chota Nagpur Plateau is your Ranchi Plateau. On the southwestern part of the Chota Nagpur Plateau are the Garjat Hills. Garjat, Garjat Hills. On the northwestern part is the Hazaribagh Range. Hazaribagh Range. Clear? Hazaribagh Range. So let us see. Let me enlarge it. I have enlarged this and let's see here. See here. Hazaribagh Range. Now the Hazaribagh Range lies north of Damodar. 600 meters elevation. Parasnath Peak is located here. Question has been asked here. Yes, question has been asked here. So please be very careful about it. Do you have the Rajmahal Hills, then Chota Nagpur Plateau? It is east of Baghelkhand. 87,000 kilometers square is the area. Elevation of 700 meters. Highest elevation of about 1100 meters in the mid-western part, which is the Patland. Again, this has also been asked in the examination, so you should know this. Next, Ranchi Plateau, south of Damodar, 600 meters high elevation. Again, this is Garjat Hills over here. Clear? Okay. Now comes here. We have done what we have done. We have done about all these features. We have done Chota Nagpur and related features. Below the Satpura, below the Vindhyan range lies the Satpura range. And extension over here, you have the Mahadev and Maikala range here. See here. This is what? This is Satpura, this is Mahadev, and this is Maikala range. When we study this, please understand what is the characteristic of Satpura range. Length is about 900 meters. Length is about 900 meters. It lies south of the Vindhyan range. A very, very important Dhoop Ghair 1350 meter near Panchmari is the highest peak over here. This has been asked in the examination and you should be aware of it. Clear? Clear? Satpura range, this is something that you should be very well aware of. Okay. Next, further extrapolation is your Mahadev Hills and then Maikala Hills. Clear? Okay. Now there are small hills on the side also. If you have, this is Gir Hill. This is what? Gir Hills. Gir Hills. Gir Hills. This is a small what? Kutch Hills. This over here is Mandav Hills. Small hills that you should be aware of, right? Small hills you should be aware of. Okay. Now, this is important from the perspective, you do not have to know everything about these hills. You should be knowing their position and their location. So give us 10-15 minutes, see over here on the board, because this marking which I'm doing right now is very critical because these names which I'm using have been asked in the examinations. Right? See here. Below the Satpura over here lies a range. Just give me a minute. Below this lies the Satmala range. This is what? This is what? Satmala range. What is it? Satmala. Next to the Satmala range over here lies the Ajanta range. This is very important. You will not get a chance. I will be doing the mapping also, I know, but this is very important. I'll be going to more detail, but this is very, very critical here. Each and every word that I'm doing, right? Clear? See here. Ajanta range. Now, if you see, there is an extrapolation of the Satmala range into another range which is known as Nirmal range. This is Nirmal range. What it is? Nirmal range. Yes, in Maharashtra, yes. Below this is another range which is known as Balaghat range. One of the ranges which has been already been asked is Harish Chandra range. Below the Balaghat range is again this important range which is known as Harish Chandra range. Again Maharashtra. So what have we studied till now? See, Satmala, extension of Satmala is Nirmal. Above that is the Ajanta range. If you come below Nirmal range, you will see the Balaghat range, and just below, almost parallel to the Balaghat range, is the Harish Chandra range. Harish Chandra range. Can you use another color? Okay. I guess I can understand that might be creating some problem. I guess now it is clear. Extension of the Satmala range is this, which is known as Nirmal range. What? Nirmal range. Below that lies another range which is Balaghat range. Just almost parallel to Balaghat range again lies this Harish Chandra range. Is it clear now? It is clear? Now I guess it will be clear. I guess no problem now, right? I understand because I was using the brown color, so possibly an issue there. Clear? Okay. See here. There are two important peaks that are located in this region. One is Kalsubai. Another is Mahabaleshwar here. Mahabaleshwar here. Clear? Okay. Kalsubai and Mahabaleshwar. Now let us come to the Deccan Plateau. Clear? Now let us come to the Deccan Plateau. Deccan Plateau is again a very, very important part. which is very often asked in the examination. Whatever you are reading till now, you are talking about, we are studying to a great extent about the peninsular plateau. Now, peninsular plateau, okay, is fine. We have studying all the peninsular, but one part is Deccan Plateau. Deccan Plateau itself is not peninsular plateau. ठीक है? देखिए, Deccan Plateau is composed of these many things. These many things. It is 5 lakh kilometers square, bounded by Satpura and Vindhyan range in the northwest, Mahadev and Maikala range in the north, Western Ghats in the west, and Eastern Ghats in the east. It is divided into various parts. This part is the northern part of the Deccan Plateau. This Deccan Plateau is called the North Deccan Plateau, which is also known as a Maharashtra Plateau. Other part is generally overall taken as the southern part also, which includes the Telangana Plateau, which includes the Maidan region of Karnataka Plateau and Malnad region of Karnataka. So this is again Karnataka Plateau divided into two parts. And there is again a Dhadwar region that is located here. So this is the complete part of the Deccan Plateau, right? Deccan Plateau, clear? Deccan Plateau includes north and south part. Northern part is basically the Maharashtra Plateau, clear? Second part over here, you will realize that is Telangana Plateau, and this complete part is Karnataka Plateau. In the Karnataka Plateau also you have Maidan region and Malnad region, and again a part that is known as Dharwad region. We'll see them, don't worry. This is a broad idea of what are the characteristics of Deccan Plateau. Let us go into a little bit detail and study them. Let's see the northern part first of all. Let us see the northern part. When I talk about the northern part, North Deccan or the Maharashtra Plateau, it basically lies in the Maharashtra, in the state of Maharashtra. These are basaltic rocks of lava origin, famous for the black soil. You know that very well. I had told you in the previous lecture about the movement of the peninsular part or the part of what? The India, when it was moving towards the Eurasian plate. Over there you knew that during that time it was moving, it came over the Reunion hotspot. During the Reunion hotspot, you know that there was again a lot of basaltic flow that took place, and that basically formed a step-like structure. If you see this region, see, you are seeing in a map of India like this. Let me turn it like this. Please understand how you are seeing. You are seeing the map of India like this, Jammu, Kashmir and Kerala here. Let us turn it like this. You will realize that Maharashtra Plateau is like this. That is why the word Deccan Trap is used. Why the word Deccan Trap is used? Because there is a step-like structure that is present. Because when the lava originated, it started flowing, so step-like structure is formed. Deccan Trap, step-like structure. Clear? Okay. This is the North Deccan part. Let us move further and let us see. Telangana Plateau, this red part is the Telangana Plateau. When we study the Telangana Plateau, see here, elevation of about 500 to 600 meter. Southern part is higher than the northern part. That means again with respect to the slope, southern part is at a higher elevation than the northern part. Again remember this. It is drained by Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri. Right? It is drained by Godavari, Krishna and parts of it are drained by Kaveri. Right? Okay. Coming to the next part. This complete part is again the Karnataka part. Average elevation is from 600 to 900 meters. Mulayangiri is the highest peak in Baba Budan Hills. Malnad and Maidan region, which we are saying, this question has come in the examination. What do they basically mean? Malnad region means the higher country or upland region. Maidan is a rolling plain, that means the elevation is lower. Malnad region is higher elevated, the other region is lower elevated. So that is why Malnad and Maidan region. When you say Maidan, you generally in Hindi also mean the plain region. That means plain, not that high. On the other hand, Malnad region is at a higher altitude, a higher, let us say height is more. That is why Malnad and Maidan. Clear? Okay. Now please see here. Now let us see here. When you see the regions here, Western Ghats over here, right? When I talk about Western Ghats, you will realize they extend from Tapi to Kanyakumari. Length is 1600 meters, height 900 to 1100 meters, width from 50 to kilometers. It is spread over 6 states. What are the 6 states? You should know them. This question has been asked. I have been teaching this for a very long time. This question was directly asked in the examination. Which all states do the Western Ghats cover across? Right? Okay. Again, in the Western Ghats, you will realize there is this particular hill which is known as Nilgiris. This part is known as Anamalai. This is known as Cardamom Hills. Cardamom Hills. Clear? Yes. Cardamom Hills. Now coming to the part of the Eastern Ghats to some extent. See here. Unlike the Western Ghats, Eastern Ghats is very broken. Right? Eastern Ghats is very broken. You will see this. We had studied or read about what? The Garjat Hills, right? Remember? I had told about the Garjat Hills. Now, if you see, when I talk about the Eastern Ghats, they extend from Odisha till Nilgiri. So that means Nilgiri is the joining point of the Eastern and the Western Ghats, or the Nilgiri Hills are where Eastern and Western Ghats are in a way merging. The length is 1700 meters, height is 600, lacks structural unity, width is 100 to 200 meters wide. There are certain things you need to analyze. If you see the length is 1700, approximately 1600 here, because please understand, it is traveling from this distance to this distance, so the length is more, right? Because this is straight, this is in a twisted manner. Height 900 to 1100, height is about 600 meters, that is height is less. Width is 50 to 80 meters in Eastern Ghats. It is, width is given, width is 100 to 200 meters, that means it is more wide. It is more wide. So, these are the characteristics of Eastern Ghats which you can differentiate with the Western Ghats also. Now, what are the composition of the Eastern Ghats? Please remember, it is not one single range. There are a lot of divisions that you should know. They can even ask you, these are the following part of Eastern Ghats or Western Ghats. See here. When you start with the Western Ghats, there is this particular range. Please focus here. This is known as Nayanagiri Hills. Nayanagiri Hills. What? Nayanagiri Hills. Clear? Then comes Nala Mala Hills. This is in Andhra Pradesh. Nayanagiri Hills is in Odisha. Just see this very carefully. Below this lies Velikonda Hills. Velikonda, not Anaconda, Velikonda. Please. Andhra Pradesh. Just to the west of Velikonda lies Palakonda range, which is again Andhra Pradesh. Below that lies the Javadi Hills. Javadi Hills is in Tamil Nadu. Below Javadi Hills, right, Below Javadi Hills, you have the many hills, small hills. Shivroy Hills. It is in Tamil Nadu. Below Shivroy Hills, you have the Panchmala Hills. It is in Tamil Nadu. Below that is your Palani Hills. Again in Tamil Nadu. Do you understand this? That it is not one range, but it is broken. And it is composed of so many of them as you keep on moving down. Agreed? Agreed. Yes, there are many more, but these are the major important ones you should know. Clear? That is why you realize there is a broken chain that is there, right? Clear? The cardamom, no. Please understand, cardamom is part of the Western Ghats. Uske uspe nahi jana. You don't have to go there. Clear? Clear? Yes. Okay. Let's see the western coastal. Similarly, the coastal plains should be very clear with you. The questions are repeatedly asked on them. This is a Gujarat plain. This is the Konkan plain. This is the Karnataka coastal plain. And this is the Malabar coastal plain, right? On the western side of the Western Ghats, you have what? The coastal plain, right? Plains. Now, the Gujarat coastal plain is this part. The length is, you can be asked on the lengths of these also. Which among them is the longest? Gujarat is 2340 kilometers, formed by the alluvials from Sabarmati River, Mahi River and Luni River, which we will be doing in the drainage system. Then you have the Konkan. Now see, the Gujarat is this. Konkan is basically associated with the Maharashtra state. In Maharashtra, it is known as the Konkan coastal plain. That is why you realize people over there on the region speak Marathi as well as Konkani. Konkani is also spoken in Goa also, for that matter, right? 530 kilometers long and 30 to 50 kilometers wide. If you see the Karnataka coastal plain, it is about 525 kilometers, but 8 to 25 kilometers wide, not so wide as compared to the Konkan plain. Malabar, if you realize, it is 550 kilometers long and 20 to 100 kilometers wide. Now, these are basically in totality known as a western coastal plain. Western Malabar is associated with the state of Kerala. Karnataka coastal plain, obviously Karnataka, and Konkan with Maharashtra, and Gujarat coastal plain with the Gujarat state. Clear? Clear? Done? Okay. Can we move to the eastern coastal plain now? All of you, please remember in the previous lecture what we happened in the previous marathon, right? The notes were uploaded and have been uploaded. So those who was asking, sir, where are the notes of the previous, they have been uploaded, right? Clear? Clear, everybody? Okay. See here. Now comes the eastern Ghats, the eastern coastal plain, sorry. The eastern coastal plain is 730 kilometers long, 200 kilometers wide. Now, please understand, it is also composed of various parts. First, the Utkal plain. This is basically with respect to the state of Odisha. If you come down over here, then you have the northern Sircars, and then below you have the Coromandel coast. Three parts majorly we have divided. So, this is Utkal plain is about 400 kilometers long. includes Mahanadi Delta at its head. Lake Chilika is associated with the Utkal Plain. If you come to the Northern Sircars, you will realize it is basically having the part of Odisha, right? And also along with it, parts of regions of Andhra Pradesh also. Clear? 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 See here. In the examination, it can be asked that the Northern Sircars comprises only the state of Andhra Pradesh. That is wrong. Northern Sircars also cover the southern part of the state of Odisha. So in the examination, you should be very clear about it, that Northern Sircars have Andhra Pradesh and the parts of Odisha also. It is not only Andhra Pradesh. Clear? Okay. Below that is the Coromandel coast. It is 675 kilometers, 100 kilometers wide and fertile. Obviously, you know the state of Tamil Nadu and all basically have it. Clear? Clear? So this is what is the eastern coastal plain. Can we now differentiate between both of them? Can we differentiate between both of them? See. Please remember, you need to understand the origination over here. Western coastal plain is submergent. This is emergent plain, right? Here a deposition has taken place. Over here, erosion basically dominates. Over here, deposition dominates. There is no major delta formation here because again, the rivers which are flowing here basically forms to a certain extent certain estuaries. That is it. For the delta formation to take place, you should know that the river should have traversed a long distance. When the long distance is traveled, only then they can deposit something, right? That is why you realize over here no delta formation basically happens in the western coastal plain. But on the other hand, on the eastern coastal plain, there is a lot of deposition. It is narrow in the middle, broad in the north and south. On the other hand, broader than the western coastal plain. Length is about 1400 kilometers. Length is about 1750 kilometers. Width is about 10 to 80. Over here it is, width is 10 to 200. There are natural harbors here, right? There are natural harbors present here. Now you will say why the natural harbors are not present. Okay, they are present, but again, lot of effort has to be done because in the regions where lot of deposition happens, for them, you have to do a lot of desiltation activities have to take place. And that is why you realize that natural harbors are very difficult for them. Clear? Clear? Done? Done? Okay. Please understand this. Please understand these things. Clear? Okay. Little bit about the islands part, then we will take certain questions and then break. Islands over here are divided into two categories. First of all, Andaman and Nicobar and then other islands. If you see over here, a question can be asked on this, please understand. Please, this is the last part, then the question and then the break. Islands is the last part. Please wait. Don't ask for a break right now. It is very important to complete this and then we have the questions and then you can go for 10, 15, 20 minutes break. See here, you have the Andaman Nicobar Islands, major islands and certain important islands of Lakshadweep. You have Northern Andaman, then you have the Middle Andaman, then you have the Southern Andaman. Below Southern Andaman, you have the Little Andaman. And below that, you have the Car Nicobar. And then below that, you have the Little Nicobar and then the Great Nicobar. This is a flow that you should know. Now, if you ask me, Northern Island has a very important peak which is known as the Saddle Peak. Barren Island over here is located over here. Please understand, you should know this also. Barren is over here and Narcondam is located here. Southern Andaman is separated from the Little Andaman by the 11-degree channel. 11 degree means 11-degree north latitude. 10-degree north separates Little Andaman from Car Nicobar, or you can say 10 degrees separates the Andaman Islands from the Nicobar Islands? Yes. This has been asked in the examination. Over here, if you see, there are few islands of Lakshadweep, the important ones. You have the Minicoy Islands, you have Android, Kiltan, Kavarati and Emini. 9-degree channel, that is a 9-degree north latitude, separates the majority of the islands of Lakshadweep from Minicoy, which is in the north, 9-degree north. So Minicoy is separated from other or the remaining islands of Lakshadweep by the 9-degree channel, that is 9-degree north. This has also been asked in the examination. So we have done over here 10, 11 and 9. One more thing, this is the content which you should know again. Let me repeat it. 8-degree channel separates Lakshadweep from Maldives. Now below the 9-degree, below 9-degree you have 8-degree. So 8-degree basically separates Lakshadweep from what? Maldives. Clear? First. 9-degree channel separates other Lakshadweep islands from what? Minicoy. 10-degree channel separates Andaman from Nicobar Islands. Or they can ask you in this manner that Southern Andaman and Little Andaman and Car Nicobar are separated by which channel or which latitude? In that case also 10 degree. On the other hand, they can ask you Andaman and Nicobar are separated by which channel? Then also 10 degree. 11 degree is separated by Emini Islands from the let us say Kannur Island of Lakshadweep. You can mention that also, it is equally good. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. Certain important peaks that you should know. Saddle Peak is in North Andaman. Mount Diavolo is in Middle Andaman. Mount Koyab is in South Andaman and Mount Thrivular is in Great Nicobar. This is present in the NCERT and this order can be asked and they can ask you very well. How to remember? SDKT. See, you very well know that after North comes Middle, after Middle comes South and after that comes Great Nicobar, right? You should remember by SDKT. North, Middle, South and Great. We know that. How do you remember SDKT? Saddle Peak, Diavolo Peak, you have the Koyab Peak and the Thrivular Peak. So SDKT is the way you can remember it. Clear? Clear? Okay. Clear? Done? Now there are other islands which you should be aware of. Little knowledge should be there. Right? Andaman and Nicobar broadly we have done. You have the Moor Island over here and the Sagar Island over here. Again, closer to the state of West Bengal. You have the Wheeler Island here, which is also known as Dr. Abdul Kalam Island. It is in the state of Odisha. I have mentioned the abbreviation of the states. This is in West Bengal, both of them. This is in Odisha. Further you move down, there is Bhavani Island over here and Shri Harikota. These are again in Andhra Pradesh. If you move further down, you have very important islands on the coast of Tamil Nadu. Crocodile Island, Van Thivu Island, Abunda Island and Pamban Island. So these 4 islands over here are very important for the state of Tamil Nadu. Then over here is Wellington Island, which is in Kerala. It is an artificial island. Please understand. Then you have St. Mary's Island and Peacock Island over here. These are on the coast of Karnataka. Then you have the Cross Island and the Elephanta Island. These are along the coast of Maharashtra. So these are again what? The questions that you should know. Are you ready for the question answers? Can we begin the question answers for this unit? Okay. Ready? Okay, let's begin. See, we are revising here. We know that very well. Okay, those who have revised it, those who know the content, it is good. Those who do not, at least we have taught them over here, so you should be able to recall. Again, that is important also. Otherwise, use your common sense also to answer it. Let's see. Please understand. First, listen to the question. This is assertion and reasoning. Assertion and reasoning means A, B, C, D. Over here, A is given and the statement is given, and after that, a reason is given. Put the answer A if both A and R are true and R is a reason for A. Both A and R are true, but R is not a reason. A is true, R is false. A is false, R is true. So your answer should be based on A, B, C, D, reading these two statements. So this is again a format that UPSC is now asking you. The certain question I'm going to ask from here. Use your common sense and then answer. Use your common sense. Very important here. A very good question. Read this question well. Do not use any support system. Just read the question and tell. Everybody, see, the moment the assertion reasoning question comes, you think, Arey, how will we do it? Use your common sense. Use your common sense. Right? This is a unique opportunity. I've told you earlier also. No, the question which I'm doing in front of you are very important and very good. Okay, somebody is saying D, somebody is saying B, somebody is saying A, somebody is saying C. All the options are there in that case. Right? Beta, remember, when you are reading these statements might not be the exact terminology, but you should refer to, if you have the knowledge, it is not going to come what has been straight away written. The language in way it is written can also be modified. So you should be knowing what its meaning. Clear? Chaliye. Jaldi, dekho. Peninsular plateau has an average elevation on this much approximately. सही है, गलत नहीं है. It is fine. It is bordered by Aravallis. Does it say only? नहीं ना. अब अरावली से बॉर्डर हुआ है, ठीक है. राजमहल से हुआ है, वेस्टर्न घाट से, ईस्टर्न घाट से है, ठीक है. Statement is correct. It is not wrong. The problem here is now, see, answer A is true and this is also true, this is true. But I need to understand whether this statement, assertion, is being explained by this reason. That I have to understand. Now I know that these two are wrong. हटा दो इसको. Now comes A and R are true, but R is a correct explanation. Now see, this is an average elevation of this. Uska explanation is not being given, is being given by this statement. Let us assume, I'll give you an example. I am standing here. A person of 5 feet is standing next to me. Does it answer me that I am 6 feet and he is 5 feet? Am I 5 feet because of him? No. Two statements are correct. Right? The statements are correct, but it is not giving the answer. So, this statement is also wrong. It should be B. Let us check the answer. Yes. It is not explaining you the reason ki why. Supposingly they had mentioned that the elevation of the Deccan Plateau is this much. And then they explain you it is because of the movement over the reunion hotspot that there was volcanic activities that increased the elevation. Possibly then you can say yes, that can be a reason. But this is not explaining it. Not explaining it. Clear? Okay. Next question. Consider the following statements regarding the Western Ghats. Answer it. Let's see how many of you can answer. Quickly. Next question. Maximum 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes I'll give you. Just answer it quickly. They form the western boundary of the Deccan Plateau. They are discontinuous due to river valleys. Average elevation is this much. One more thing. Give the answer in ABCD, not the answer in what 1, 2, 3, whatever. Right? What is the answer? Easy? Easy question? Okay. Supposingly, let us assume they form the western boundary of the Deccan Plateau. This statement is correct. We've already studied this. Western boundary of the Deccan Plateau. Okay. Now I know something that they are discontinuous. Now this is again a problematic issue. We had studied that it is a continuous range, right? So the moment I say 2 is wrong, these two automatically vanish. If these two vanish, I know I have these two statements now. This explains me that 1 is correct. Average elevation is almost this much. This is also correct. So it should be B. Yes, it is B. Clear? Next statement. Okay, which among them are correct? Okay. Let's study one by one. Okay. Trans Himalayas contain peaks higher than those of Greater Himalayas. Common sense इस्तेमाल करिए. Trans Himalayas की peak are not higher than Great Himalayas. Greater Himalayas have a greater peak, right? So this statement is wrong. Can I eliminate these two options? Do I need to read statement number 2? No, because I know 2 is present in both of them. Does it Great Himalayas terminate abruptly near Nanga Parbat in the west? Yes or no? Yes or no? होता तो है. Nanga Parbat was a starting point I had mentioned in the diagram also. So it should be A. Yes. Let me show you the diagram. See here. See here. And Namcha Barwa there. Right. Do you realize the questions of geography over here are always created using maps? That is why without map, if you read the content, you will not be able to get the answers. Change your approach towards studying of geography, particularly the Indian geography. Indian geography mein maximum questions come, right? The physiography part which you are doing right now. Maximum questions will come from there. And we generally just read the content. पढ़ लो content. नहीं होता उससे. You'll not be able to solve it. Okay. Tell. What is the answer here? What is the answer here? Can we see the answer? Quickly, I want everybody to put the answer in the comment section. If you are listening to the lecture and you are not putting the answer, it is of no use. I want whether you get it wrong or right, doesn't matter. If you do not put the answer in the comment section, you will never learn. I'm telling you, I'm guaranteeing you this. If you will put the answer, you will realize what your mistakes are. Then only you will learn. If you think, okay, I will just solve it on my board and possibly write it on my, let us say, notebook. No, write it in the comment section. Everybody, every single candidate. Because if you are trusting the teacher, understand what the teacher's intent is, because when you write it in the comment section, then you are more actively involved in solving the questions and using your mind. Okay, let's begin. What I am seeing right now is mixed answers. Somebody are mentioning C, some are mentioning D, and some are mentioning B. Okay, let's see. Western Ghats are continuous and higher than Eastern Ghats. Is this statement correct? Yes, it is correct. It is correct. Eastern coastal plains are mainly erosional coast. Did I told you that eastern sides deposits happen? So it is a depositional plain coast, not a erosional coast. I had explained you in the differences. See here. These here deposition dominates. Did I write it here or no? So that is why I am telling you every single word will be mentioned here. It is not erosional, it is depositional. That is why delta formation takes place. Major delta formations are over here, not here. Over here, estuaries are formed. See, okay. So, here is the question. This statement is wrong. The moment the statement 2 is wrong, I know. Eliminate this, eliminate this. Western coastal plains has more natural harbors than the eastern coasts. I told you because there is lesser deposition, so it becomes equally easy. So that means this statement is also correct. Answer should be B. Let me see if it is B. Yes. So many of you marked what? D. Right? Many said C. It is beta B. It is B. It is B. Clear? Done? Okay. Next. This is now very important. This is a feature and this is the associated region. Now, this is actually testing your brain. Use your mind and tell me, where did you find each of these things? This is again these are questions which have been asked in the paper, right? Erosional coast are, depositional coast are the western coast, the erosional coast are the eastern coast. Clear? Okay. Remember, I had used the word chos, doabs, kankad and bhoor soil. Remember? All of you. Major answer which I'm seeing is C and B. Okay, I'm seeing C and B. One candidate has mentioned A. Okay, C. I had mentioned the word, see, the common sense you should arrive. It is not possible that you will know everything. See, there are two things happen. How you approach the answer is, first, you might be 100% sure about one thing. First, let us assume. Doabs, how to approach this answer, please see. Are you 100% sure that Doabs are in Punjab? You will be agreeing to that fact. That means this is 100% sure. Now, 2 is present in all of them. So that means this is of no value for you. I told you one thing from the basic. That is why UPSC uses such things. Bhur, I told you, was associated with the upper Ganga plain, because I told you from the Rajasthan side, those loess and sandy deposits come and they are deposited near the upper Ganga plain. And that is why I told you that this is a very characteristic feature of upper Ganga plain, not the lower Ganga plain. So this statement 100% is wrong. If 4 is wrong, I know that very well. I can eliminate these two. I know that over here, let's assume 1 and 2 are present in both of them. 1 and 2 and present are both of them. So that means this is also correct. I don't need to worry. Concord is also present in upper Ganga plain. It should be A. Yes. It should be A. Okay. Next. Answer this. I guess you should be able to solve it. Check. Answer this. See, please answer it quickly. It is very important. If you want to practice these, are very, very, very important here. Rivers disappear in Bhabar but reappear in Tirai. Is it right? Is it correct? Is it correct? ठीक है? Correct? Bhabar has finer alluvium than Tarai. ये तो बिल्कुल गलत है. It is wrong. 2 eliminated. B should be the answer. Yes. Now I know I do not have to even read third. Answer is B. Answer is B. Clear? Okay. Answer is B. Quickly, quickly, quickly. That is why I'm telling you, focus in the class. Next question. Which among the following rivers flow through the Central Highlands? What is the answer? I've already done this. Quickly tell me, what is the answer? Which among these rivers flow through the Central Highlands? Chambal, Betwa, Sindh and Kane. Which of them flows? Central Highlands. Quickly. Anybody can tell? Quickly. This is a very easy question. Very easy. Quickly answer. Okay. Some people are putting B, some people are putting D. Chambal also flows, Betwa also flows, Sindh also flows, Kane also flows. The answer is D, or should be D. Let us check. Yes, answer is D. Did you are getting confused with Chambal? Did I tell you Chambal ravines with respect to the plateaus when we were doing Malwa Plateau and all we were doing? I had mentioned Chambal. And Malwa Plateau is a part of the Central Highlands. Did we not do that? Malwa, Bundelkhand, Bughelkhand, Marwar Upland. These are all parts of the Central Highlands. So were the Chamba, Betwa, Sindh are not flowing through that? Yes, they were flowing. Yes? Okay. Please Analyze these features and tell it is a feature of which of these. Come on, tell me the answer. See, after these things, again, drainage and climate are important. After that, it will take very less time. So, it is very important that you do these questions. These are very, very important. Okay. Okay. Somebody are saying, some children are saying B. Based on certain features, you could have answered this. C. You know what are Himachal? You could have answered by this. You could have answered by this. The answer is Lesser Himalayas. Yes, easy. These are the types of questions which have come in the exam also. So, not C, bache. How come C? Just use your common sense. Is Shivalik called Himachal? Who has written 7 minutes of happiness? Are bhai. Okay. With the geographical location of India, consider the following statements. Answer this. Let's see how many of you can answer this. This is the question which is, according to me, the most tricky question that you can come across. Once you will answer it, I will tell you why you are going to be right or why you are going to be wrong. Let us see this. Okay. Focus on each and every word that is mentioned here. There are certain things which I haven't told you, but the question has been asked, which I will be, though we will be doing in the topic of climate, but over here you should, little bit idea you should know. Let's see. Okay. Many of them are putting the answer as A, some are putting the answers as D, right? Let us see, there is a very good and very important thing that I have to mention here. Quickly write the answer. A, D, okay. Everybody, just see here. India lies entirely in the northern hemisphere. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. India lies entirely in the eastern hemisphere. Yes, it is correct. Now, I know one thing, 1 and 2 are absolutely correct. So, if 1 and 2 are absolutely correct, I can eliminate C. India lies in the south central part of Asia. Is this statement correct? Yes, it is correct. 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Now, I know that means A is wrong. Now, the question comes, sir, that Tropic of Cancer divides into tropical and temperate part. Now, is this statement correct or wrong? Is statement 3 correct or wrong? This is very important. Now, I will tell you why it is correct or why it is wrong. Though this is a topic of climate, but if you had read the book, possibly you can. Now, listen to me very well. The NCERT, because wherever the questions are there, whenever such contradictory statements come, normally if you read this statement, this is correct. Normally, if you read this statement, this is correct. But the NCERT will mark it wrong. Why? What does the NCERT mention? Do you want to know that? NCERT mentions that Tropic of Cancer divides it into tropical and subtropical, tropical or warm temperate. This is the language of NCERT. It is warm temperate, not simply temperate. That is why it will be wrong. Either they had written tropical and subtropical, or they could have written tropical and warm temperate. In that case, it would have been correct. But over here, the statement becomes wrong. That is why when I say why NCERTs and basic knowledge is right or required, this is the place where UPSC plays with you. And that is why this statement becomes incorrect, and the answer is 1, 2, and 4. Yes. Clear? 1, 2, and 4. Next. Answer this, please. Answer this, please. What is the answer? Quickly, quickly, quickly. What is the answer of this question? India's coastline has been recently recalculated to over 11,000 kilometers. What did I teach you? That if they are mentioning over, it is correct. The English grammatical comprehensive ability says it is correct. So the statement is correct. Gujarat has the longest mainland coastline among Indian states. Is this statement correct? Yes, it is correct. I had told you the statement also, how to remember them. Kerala has a longer coastline than Odisha. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. C. It is correct. Clear? Clear? Okay. Next question. Next question. Answer this. Again, assertion and reasoning, A, B, C, D. Let's see. Quickly answer this. Important question, logical question. What is the answer to this? Quickly tell me. Somebody is saying C, somebody is saying A, somebody D, whatever. Okay, let's see. This is assertion, this is reasoning, and this is ABCD. Let us see how you use this. Let's see. The Shivalik ranges are more prone to landslide than the Greater Himalayas. Yes, it is correct. They are more prone. The Shivaliks consider largely unconsolidated sediments. Yes, this is correct. The ones which are composed of unconsolidated sediments will be more prone to landslide. It is correct. So it is explaining it is giving the reason for the assertion. So what is this? Answer should be A. Yes, it is A. Clear? Have you understood? The reason should explain the A. If it is not explaining, then it is nonsense. Then it is not going to be. Though the statements are correct, then the answer will be B. Okay. Last question for this particular unit. After that, we will take a break, and then after that, we will resume with the concept of drainage system and climate. Clear? Okay. Answer this. Please focus here. Please focus here. What is the answer? Everybody, use your mind quickly. Please stop spamming, students. You are here to study here, nothing else. What is the answer? So if I see most of the students are answering A, some are answering B. Okay, majority of them are answering A, 99%. One or two people are answering B. Anybody else answering somebody else? Okay, one or two has mentioned C. Okay, approximately 98% here, less than 1% here, 1% C. Okay, this is the ratio of percentage. 98% have said A. Somebody has D also. Okay, let's see. Western Ghats form the orographic barrier. That means a mountain barrier for the southwest monsoon. Okay, southwest monsoon. Though we'll be doing this in the climate chapter, but this is basic knowledge that you should have. Is it correct? Yes, it is correct. Second, they run parallel to the western coast from Tapi to Kanyakumari. Yes, this is correct. Just tell me one thing. They are parallel to the western coast does not give you the answer. They should be they should be perpendicular, or let us say they're relating, right? They relating to the western coast is of no value. It is not explaining me the reason. They're not explaining me the reason. So what happens over here is, though this is an explanation, but it is not the explanation for this statement. It is not an explanation of this statement. They are parallel to the western coast. ठीक है, they're parallel. But we are talking about the monsoon. Is it answering it? No, it is not answering. So both of them are correct, but this is not an explanation. So possibly the answer should be B. Yes, B. Clear? 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 Because you should understand, read for yourself. When you read a statement, is it answering your question? No, then that means it is not a reason, though the statement might be correct. Clear? Now listen to me very carefully. We are going to have a break of 15-20 minutes. This was the session that we did right now. Was the most important. Again, the next session that is there is drainage and climate, where every single river I am going to do with a tributary. Every single river. If you attend the session, I'm telling you, you will never, ever, ever, ever face any problem with respect to drainage. Clear? Clear? So please attend the session after 20 minutes, have a break, have food, have energy, have water, coffee, whatever you want, and then we'll resume after 20 minutes. I am starting the clock over here. Clear? Okay. Okay. After 20 minutes exactly, we'll be here and meeting you and continuing the class. Okay. Chalo.
ये सर सर चाय अभी आधे घंटे बाद बोलूं या
ले आओ यार, वो बोल देना,
बोल दूं?
15 मिनट में ले आएगा।
ठीक है।
यूट्यूब वाली स्क्रीन खोल देना।
Okay. Somebody is asking me, sir, please explain the last question. Okay. What was the last question? See, the Western Ghats form an orographic barrier to the southwest monsoon. Right? So yes, that was correct. But उसके बाद नीचे लिखा हुआ था कि it runs parallel to the western coast. Please understand, it is like मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ सन का सवाल, लेकिन बंदा उसको बोल रहा है मून के बारे में. आप प्लीज याद रखिए, जब भी whenever you read the reasoning, it should be properly explaining you what the assertion is. It should not be confusing. It should not be haywire. Once it is given, this is one of the best ways of answering those questions. Because if supposingly you ask yourself a question and I answer you a question, if it is not clear, that means the reason that has been given is not correct. That is what is a major premise between assertion and reasoning question, where if the reasoning is not correct, that means though the statements might be correct, but it is not properly explaining you the reason. That is what is assertion reasoning you need to decipher. इस वजह से the explanation was not the correct explanation. Clear, everybody? Okay. Now, everybody, please understand this very, very well. The topic that I am going to start now is drainage system. The drainage system topic over here is so important that, and rather not only important, people find it very, very difficult to complete this topic because there's so many rivers that are flowing, there's so many concepts that are associated with it, and because of that, what happens, people tend to think that let us just avoid this topic, right? Let us just avoid this topic. And once you avoid this topic, the outcome definitely is that you fail to attempt or fail to do at least 2 to 3 questions in the examination which come from this particular topic, right? I am telling you one more thing, that the drainage system is one of the most integral topic. Why? Because nowadays UPSC is attaching or creating questions where drainage system is linked to many other things. For you to understand the economy of a region, when I will do the mapping, I will be doing the economic aspect and the human aspect also with the mapping. Over there, you need to understand, if you know the basic physical aspect which you are doing here, then only you can proceed and understand why there is certain agriculture economy, okay? Why certain industries are located. That is very closely linked to what the physical geography is. Clear? Clear? Okay. So, as we are continuing with this, similarly, please remember the notes of the previous session have already been uploaded. Now, the notes of this, by the time your class ends, your notes will also be uploaded, but you have to register yourself in the link that is given in the description box. Whenever there is break, you can do that. Clear? Okay. Chaliye. This is again the Telegram account. This is again the Instagram account through which you can connect to me. Drainage system. Drainage system. Clear? Okay. Before we begin with the drainage system, please pay attention, everybody. It is very important. Before we begin with the drainage system, there are certain things that you need to know. When you study drainage system, there are certain things which you are going wrong, right? And certain, right? But there are certain places where you are missing on certain things which I'm going to discuss in this topic. Like when you begin with the drainage system, what people do, first, let us say you are reading your NCRT, reading your standard book, reading UDAAN, whatever. People focus on the concept that let us study a little bit about Ganga drainage system, Indus drainage system and Brahmaputra drainage system, right? When you read those topics, most of the students are doing is they are not seeing the map, they just read, okay, this is a tributary, this is a tributary, this is a tributary, and you try to rote learn it. I am guaranteeing you, you will never ever remember any tributary of any river. This is one of the loopholes which students, why you don't remember the river system, why do you face problem? Because of this. So, when I will be explaining you each and every river system along with the tributaries or along with the explanation. So, it is ingrained in your mind. This is how you need to read. Second thing, particularly this topic, drainage system, why do you find it difficult? Because again, it is one topic which involves a lot of mapping along with physiography. Please, physiography and drainage system are very map centric. Why they are map centric? Because without map, you cannot remember it. So, if you think that you are not able to remember it, the only methodology is that means you are reading it in a wrong manner. How do you read it? How you should read it? The way I'm going to tell you in the board. On the board, the way I'm going to have a map in front of you and the description. So when you read it in that way, you will be able to remember it. Clear? There are certain basic things that we will go or come across. After that, I will be covering the Indus drainage system, the Brahmaputra drainage system, the Ganga drainage system, and the Peninsular drainage system. These are the main drainage systems that you should all know. Clear? Chaliye. Let's begin. First of all, drainage. When we talk about drainage, what do you mean by drainage? See, I have drawn this basic diagram over here. Supposing this is a land, this is the side aspect you are seeing. This is water flowing. This is the width of the river. This is the depth of the channel, right? Now, when we talk about drainage, what does that word drainage mean? See, drainage simply means it is the flow of water through a defined channel. Do you realize this is a channel through which water is flowing? We know that very well that the channel will widen depending upon the erosion that is taking place. So, this is a channel through which water is flowing. So, flow of water through this channel is known as drainage. And with a lot of channels and the system is there, this is known as a drainage system. So, the network of such channels is known as drainage system. Clear? Clear, everybody? Clear? Okay? Clear? Drainage, the flow of water through well-defined channels, a proper channel, is known as drainage. And there are network of such channels. You will realize there will be this river flowing, this. So they are flowing in their own channels. So network of this channel is known as what? The drainage system. Clear? Okay. Now this is something very interesting and commonly known to people also. But important thing is in NCRT there are certain other words which are used and which are used by UPSC in their the examination. Let us see those terminologies also. See, when you read about drainage, drainage system, all these words, new words will be coming. In a way or the other, they are very closely related to each other. You will see them. But let us see them first of all. What are they? Now see, once you have studied what is drainage, you know drainage system. Thus, drainage system is an integrated system of tributaries. If I want to define it in the drainage system in another way, we can say that this is the main river, right? This is the main river. Now you know that this main river is flowing through a defined channel and at last it is going to join the sea or the ocean, right? You know that there are various tributaries. What are tributaries? Tributaries are those rivers or streams which join the main river. These are also going to flow in their own channels, right? They are flowing in their own channels. So can I say drainage system is an integrated system of tributaries which collect and funnel surface water to sea, lake and any other body? What does it mean? This is a whole drainage system. What does it mean? These rivers, these small tributaries are coming and this main river is collecting the water and then funneling it into sea, lake or any water body. That is why it is an integrated system. So drainage system, right? Drainage system can be considered integrated. Integrated means not only one, but a totality of various parts, which collect and funnel. What does collect means? From various channels the water is coming, they're channeled, and then finally it ends in the sea or lake, whatever be the body. Clear? So we have understood another definition of the, right? Another definition of the drainage system. Clear? Okay. Semna saying, sir, please come up with marathon of anthropology. Yes, we will be coming later on. Don't worry. Okay. Now, please remember another few key concepts. This definition again should be understood. Why? Because in the civil services in the preliminary examination, they can give these alternative definitions as statements and they will ask you whether it is correct or not. So that is why it becomes very important. Catchment area. Now see, when you talk about drainage basin, river basin, catchment area, these are all related words. It is only the way they are understood. Now let us see them. Catchment area, that means what is being catched, right? Clear? River drains the water collected from a specific area. River draining the area which is collected from a specific area. Now see, it is an alternative view of understanding the concept we have already studied. Supposingly, river is flowing, and this river is flowing in this direction, right? Do you realize this is a specific area, the various area through which water is being collected in totality? Again, a catchment area. The way all this region through which water is being collected is a catchment area. Clear? Now, catchment area of large river system, you can have very large rivers like the Ganga river system, but you can have very small rivers also. When the catchment area is being discussed with respect to a very large river or river system, then we call it a river basin. River basin is again a catchment area only, but for a larger river. But when I talk about it with respect to a small river, then I call it a watershed. Now, watershed is also considered from two aspects, which we will understand. First of all, a catchment area of a very small river can be called a watershed. Why there is a confusion? Very often people confuse it. Sir, watershed means a dividing line between two river systems and all. I said yes. Why the confusion arises is, please understand, US Geological Survey in various of its understandings basically mention the catchment area for small rivers as watershed. That is why it is taken as standard. Another concept of watershed is also there, which we will be understanding. Let's see. See here. Two other things come here. Drainage basin. An area drained by a river and its tributaries is known as a drainage basin. Again, a similar word used in an alternative manner. Catchment area means whichever region from which water is being caught and then funneled. Drainage basin is again the same thing. The area that is drained by a river. See, these can be changed interchangeably used. There is no problem. These are the words which are mentioned in NCERT. That is why you should know. You should not get confused. You should know the understanding. Now, watershed divide, again you should understand. There is a difference between watershed and watershed divide. Watershed is what? A catchment area for a small river. Watershed divide means, see here, a ridge or an elevation or height that separates the neighboring drainage systems. What does it mean? Supposingly, there is this range or there's a range that is present here. Water is falling. Some water will flow this side, some water will flow this side, right? So this ridge can be called as a watershed divide. Similarly, can I say Western Ghat is also again seen as a watershed divide. Why? Because there will be certain rivers which are flowing towards the Arabian Sea, and there are a lot of rivers which are going to again flow through the peninsular plateau and other regions and then merge into what the Bay of Bengal. So Western Ghats is acting like a watershed divide. Clear? So watershed divide is again an elevation which basically divides two river systems or the two drainage basins also. Clear? Okay. Let's move ahead. Now, drainage system or drainage basin classification. What is the classification? See here. On the basis of the size of the catchment area, whatever is written over here, remember, I will create as MCQs and then put it in front of you, so be very clear. This is again the knowledge that you all should have if you are preparing for civil services. Clear? Major river basins. Major river basins means again the river basin like Ganga, Brahmaputra, Indus. These are the major river basins, right? The catchment area of 20,000 kilometers square, of approximately 20,000 kilometers square, and amount for 85% of the total runoff all over the India. So these are the major river basins. The catchment area is over again 20,000, and all total runoff amount of water that is flowing, they contribute 85% to it. These are 14 in number. So similarly, such basins are 14 like Ganga, Indus, Brahmaputra, and so on and so forth. So that is major river basins. Medium river basins, the catchment area is between 2,000 and 20,000 kilometers square. They contribute 7% of the total runoff, that is water that is flowing. They are 44 in number. So always remember that the larger or the major river basins are only 14, contributing 85% of the total water that flows into the oceans. Major river basins, again remember, major river basins like Ganga, Brahmaputra, Indus, they are the ones which contribute out of the total water, 85% of the water that flows into the oceans. And they are 14 in number. On the other hand, the medium river basins, which are from 2,000 to 20,000 kilometers square area, they are 7% with respect to the total runoff of water, and they're 44 in number, like the Periyar river basin, the Meghna river basin, and etc. Third is minor river basins where the catchment area is below or less than 2,000 kilometers square. They contribute 8% of the total runoff, and they are 55 in number. So the total number of river basins in India can be 14 plus 44 plus 55, which is equal to 113. 113. Why you should remember these, and it is very important for you to remember, is because UPSC has repeatedly asked these, right? 14, 44 and 55. Clear? Exactly. Now see, depends. Like the number is less in the case of the major, but you know that very well the amount of water flowing is huge. So that is why the runoff is also such large quantities. The number of, let us say, when you talk about the minor rivers, they are the maximum. You realize how to remember it. As you are moving from larger river basins to smaller, the number is increasing. Though the number is increasing, but you know that runoff is not increasing proportionally, because you know that obviously the water supply and the water flow also varies depending upon what kind of rivers are there, what type of river basin that is associated to, right? Okay, associated with. Okay, on the basis of the origin of rivers, from where it has originated, Himalayan rivers or peninsular rivers. Now the Himalayan rivers are what? Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra and its tributaries. Peninsular rivers like Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri and all these. So these are what? Peninsular. Clear? Okay. On the basis of orientation of sea. On the basis of orientation, that means it is draining to which sea? You will see Bay of Bengal drainage. That means all those rivers which are draining in the Bay of Bengal. So the river that drains into the Bay of Bengal, those are 77% by number and 90% by the volume. This is very important fact that you should know. If I let us say classify the rivers on the basis of they draining into the Bay of Bengal or they draining into the Arabian Sea. The ones which are draining into the Bay of Bengal are 77% by the number. How many rivers are there who are draining? 70 out of the total rivers, 77% ultimately will drain into the Bay of Bengal. But the total volume, that is being sent with respect to the into the sea, Bay of Bengal or Arabian Sea. In that case, 90% is going into the Bay of Bengal. Clear? Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Now, if I say Arabian Sea, the rivers that drain into the Arabian Sea. So over here, these are, if you subtract 77 from 100, the automatic answer is 23. If you subtract 90 from 100, that means automatically the remaining is 10%. Clear? You will remember it. How will you remember it? You already know that, right? You already know that the most of the rivers are flowing, whether it is Ganga, Brahmaputra, you see Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, all these are flowing towards the Bay of Bengal. So major water supplies towards that side only, no? So that is why this again you should know. Now many will say, sir, why should we remember these facts? What is the need for remembering these facts? Beta, these are again telling you basic concept based on which you will do all the questions. When the language of the question is changed, for that understanding of those questions, you need to know the basics. But if you do not know the basics, you can never attempt them. Clear? Okay. Now comes the concept of drainage pattern. What do you mean by drainage pattern? Is everything clear till here? Everything we have done till now. Clear? You are in class 9. But in class 9th also, this is taught. So this is part of class 9th also. This is taught in class 11th also. And this is taught in for UPSC also. Clear? Okay. So what we have done till now? What we have done till now? We have understood what is drainage. We have understood what is drainage system's alternative definition. We have understood what is catchment. Catchment for a larger area is a river basin. For a smaller is watershed. With respect to drainage basin, we have understood watershed dividers. That is separating two river basins, right? Then we studied drainage system classification on the basis of size. Size is basically again the major river basins, which are 85% by the total runoff and 14% by number. My medium are 7% of the total runoff, 44% by number, 44 in number. Minor river basins are 8%, but 55 in number. Total is 113. On the basis of origin, Himalayan and Peninsular. On the basis of orientation, Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea. Clear? Okay. Now comes the geometric pattern. Please understand, geometric pattern, whenever we talk about geometric pattern, it is basically a design or the shape that is being formed. Let's see. The geometric arrangement of the streams in a region, that is a design which a river and its tributaries form together from the source to mouth. You will sometimes see a river is flowing. It is flowing like this and its tributaries are joining like this. Sometimes you will realize a river is flowing like this. The river's tributaries might be joining like this. Sometimes you realize the river is flowing like this. It is joining like this. So do you realize these are the shapes, right? These are the shapes. Clear? Yes, Sarthak, you can. You can. So these are the shapes. When we talk about pattern, pattern means the arrangement. Pattern means the arrangement, or that is a design, right? The other design. So when you talk about design, what type of design is being formed by the main river and the tributaries? That is what is being discussed here. Clear? So let's move ahead. Now, the classification which I am using, many would have studied it very differently, but this is the most standard which even the hydrological departments which you study in the Ministry of Water and all, they follow this specific classification. And this is, you should know it. We will be studying each and every word here. Let us understand what it is. Types of drainage pattern can be classified into broad categories, two types first of all, and then we will go one by one. First is discordant drainage pattern. Other is concordant drainage pattern. Discordant has two parts, antecedent and superimposed. Concordant drainage pattern has consequent and subsequent drainage. Clear? Consequent and subsequent. So these are the two broad categories under which we study the drainage pattern. Now let us understand one by one what these are, and then we will go ahead. See here. Discordant drainage pattern. Now please understand, whenever you study antecedent also, antecedent is a form of discordant. Form. Superimposed is a form of this. Clear? So let's see. When you study discordant, you will feel that it is very similar to what the antecedent rivers are. Yes, because it is a form. Let's see what it is. Discordant, a drainage pattern which follows the initial river path and is independent of the changes in the topography and geology. That means, please see here. Clear? Okay, someone said, I have my class 11th geography exam on 23rd February. Should I go with this stream or should I stick with NCERT textbook as time is less? Beta, see what you are doing. 23rd, what is the date today? 19. Beta, see, what I am doing right now will cover all your stuff. Okay, everything will be covered here. So if you want to watch this, you can watch it. It will be helpful for you. Right? Much more than that, obviously, but if you see this, everything will be covered. Okay. Okay, students of class 11th are also seeing. That is nice. Chaliye. Now, what does this discordant means? Discordant means that the pattern that is there is irrespective of what the topographic changes are going to take place. So, the example of discordant is antecedent rivers. Please remember what it means. If a specific pattern is followed or a pattern is there, whatever uphill is taking place, that is not impacting the river pattern. Clear? Clear? That is not impacting the pattern of the river. Everybody clear? So the drainage pattern which follows the initial river path and is independent of the changes in topography and geology, that is known as a discordant drainage pattern. That means if there is certain uphill also, the pattern is still going to be the same. Clear? Now that will depend upon the fact that possibly the amount of water or the way in which erosion is taking place, it is being negated by the even the changes in topography. Let us assume a river is flowing which is eroding a lot. Even if slowly the uphill of certain landform is taking place, it is going to erode that also and follow the similar path. So that means independent of what? The topography. That is known as discordant. Next is, see, let us complete this first of all then. Under the discordant, there are two types. See here, discordant, under that is antecedent and superimposed. Let us see what is antecedent. Now antecedent is, see here. Here the river's vertical incision ability matches the land upliftment due to the tectonic forces. The river existed, example, before the uplift of the Himalayas and cut the courses southwards. Understand this? Supposingly, this river is flowing in this manner, right? You know that if it is antecedent, it is an example of discordant. But what is interesting here is that when the river is flowing, supposingly there is uphill of land masses like mountains. This river will cut the mountain also and still flow in the same manner. That is why you would say Indus was existing even before the large uphills of what? These Himalayas that you have taken place. That is why it is known as, these are antecedent rivers. Indus and Brahmaputra rivers are considered as antecedent rivers. Yes? Yes? You know this? Agree to this? Yes or no? Indus, when you will do the drainage system, you will say they are cutting through the Himalayas and flowing. That means they were existing even before them. Yes? So, this is known as antecedent drainage and also known as inconsequent drainage. Clear? Next thing, superimposed drainage. See, I have drawn the diagrams along, so what the benefit is that when you understand the diagram, you can define it or write it in your own words also, right? How to download the PDF? The link is not working. Beta, link will work. Wait, the class is going on. At that time, possibly there will be some issue, possibly network from your side. It will work. By the end of the class, you will have all the notes which you have studied today. Clear? Sometimes there is technical issues there, network from your side not be there, but you will get it. Don't worry. Beta, imagine there are a lot of layers that are present here. Supposingly there are certain sedimentary layers, soft layer present here. And supposingly there are certain hard rock layers that are present. Now the river is flowing, right? Now the river is flowing. Do you realize that slowly the river will erode possibly this layer? Later on, supposingly this layer is also eroded, supposingly this layer is also eroded, because possibly the erosive ability of the river is so high, what happens that while these three layers are eroded, then the river again is eroding the lower layers. That means the path of the river is imposed on another layer is known as superimposed drainage. Superimposed drainage, that means this drainage, the way it is flowing is superimposed on a layer. Let's see this. River flowing over layers of, please, bache, remember, it is a request from my side. All the notes will be available. Right now, your duty is to understand what is being taught, right? There is no problem in notes. Everything will be available by the class when the class ends. Right now, focus on not on notes, on what is being taught. That is why many people think that when you get the notes, there is no need to watch the lecture. Please remember, had that been the case, everybody would have been IAS. Do not go for shortcuts. Listen to the lecture. 99% things will be clear. After that, when you read the notes, possibly it will be easy. Don't worry about the notes. You'll get it. For everybody is going to get the notes. River flowing over a layer of soft rocks. Now see, these are soft rocks on which river is flowing. It is going to erode them slowly. It will take millions of years, possibly thousands of years. Slowly it leads to erosion of these soft layers. Agreed? This leads to the below hard rock being exposed. Now when these three layers, let us say soft rock layers, are eroded, below, let us say, lies the hard rock. Eroding a hard rock is not that easy, but because the erosive ability of the river is so strong, that what happens? The river tends to retain their courses and the stream pattern is superimposed on the ridges of the hard rock. So what is going on? The river was eroding in a similar pattern. Soft layer eroded, below layer again eroded, then below layer again eroded, but then the hard rock came. In spite of the hard rock, it is superimposing its pattern on that hard rock. That is why you realize it is following the same path. That means this is known as superimposition. So that means this is superimposed drainage. Is it clear to everybody? Clear? Clear? Okay. Example over here is Damodar, Chambal and Subarnarekha basically are examples of superimposed drainage. They have done this. So that is why. Clear? Okay. Now comes the concordant. Please understand. Can I say discordant are those which are independent of the topographical changes? Whatever topographical changes are taken place, doesn't matter. It is least affected. Like, for example, the antecedent river is saying, look at my hand, right? Least concern with topographic changes. We will not adhere to you. We will do what we want. On the other hand, there are concordant rivers. Now, that concordant rivers are very much impacted by the topography of a region and the slope. So, concordant drainage pattern is dependent. It is dependent on the topography and the slope through which it is flowing. Clear? 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 Exactly. Done. Now, under the concordant, you have certain systems. See here. Consequent drainage. Now, consequent drainage are those systems which follow the direction of the slope, which you very often come across, right? See here. Do you realize now this is a slope, the river is flowing down the slope. So can I say the river following the direction of the slope is what? A consequent river, and the drainage system is what? Consequent drainage system. Example, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri are the examples of this. Clear? When you follow the slope, that means you are impacted by the topography, right? So that will be what? Consequent river which is following is like Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri can be known as consequent rivers. But their drainage system can be known as consequent drainage system. Yes? Yes? So this is known as the consequent drainage. Clear? Next, subsequent drainage. Now see here. you will realize sometimes there are certain tributaries which due to erosion come and join the main river, right? Main river. So what does it mean? A tributary stream that formed by headward erosion. What does headward erosion mean? That means when the river is eroding, there will be certain rock, soft rock, hard rock in front of it. That is why eroding. Let us assume this was not present here. Let us say it would have eroded slowly, and lastly merged with this river. So there was headward erosion that is going on. So headward erosion along with the underlying rocks after the main drainage pattern, the consequent river has been established. Now, in simple words, the rivers that are joining the consequent rivers following the slope and then merging with the main river is known as a subsequent drainage or subsequent river. Clear? Clear? Okay. Next. Now please understand. Now let us come to the other classification, the types of drainage pattern under the consequent and subsequent. So there are a lot of patterns also under the consequent and subsequent. Let us see them. Just give me a minute. So, marathon go. Dendritic drainage pattern. See here. Please understand. Do you realize if I show you this pattern, does it look like a tree? Does it look like the various, if I put certain leaves here, will it look like a tree? Will it look like a tree? Yes or no? That means, can I call a dendritic drainage pattern as that resembles a tree? Psychologically, let us remove this. So, dendritic drainage pattern, the pattern that is a shape, means like a tree. Dendritic itself means like a tree. Thus, the drainage pattern resembles a branch of a tree and the most common among the patterns. So, this is, if you see, right? See. If you normally see, right? If you normally see, you will realize that, beta, there are a lot of classification, Priyanshu. There are a lot of classifications which we will do, don't worry. This is what is a standard classification. Within the patterns also, there are a lot of ways of representing it. This is a standard one which we are following, right? Okay. Dendritic drainage pattern over here is one which is resembling like a tree. Now, here the river's channel follow the slope. Terrain of the pattern has a uniform lithology. This is an important characteristic. This will be asked in your exams. Lithology, uniform lithology, that means without faults and joints over here. It is very uniform. So please understand this, right? Over here you realize Mahanadi, Krishna, Kaveri, Indus and all are very common examples which are present over here. Clear? Write it, just have a look at it. When I talk about lithology, what is it related to? Related to rocks, similar kind of rocks. Similar kind of rocks are there, right? And without faults and folds. This is very important here. Similar kind of rocks are present and generally without faults and joints, that is there. Not faults, joints and without any faults and joints. That is why it is little uniform also, and there similar kind of terrain is going to be there. Okay. In that case, you can see drainage pattern being dendritic. Now, please understand, does it mean that every time if such conditions are there, it is going to be drainage? Not necessary. There can be various other circumstances that might impact them. Then it is going to be different. So let us assume some slope is varied, some other landform is present, some other condition comes in. So please understand, there is no one rule. There has to be various conditions on which we realize that drainage pattern can be impacted. Clear? Okay. Trellis drainage pattern. See here. The primary tributary flows more or less parallel to the another, while the secondary tributary joining from the sides. The primary tributary flows more or less parallel over here. See, the primary tributary flows more or less parallel to one another while the secondary tributary is joining. Up see, this in a way is almost parallel. This in a way is almost parallel. Do you realize they are parallel to each other? But they are joining again from the sides the main river. So this is known as the trellis. Clear? Son and Damodar are the examples of trellis drainage pattern. Clear? Okay. Radial drainage pattern characterized by outflowing rivers from a central point. Supposingly there is a hill, there is rainfall and all, and the river is flowing down from all the sides. That is why supposing there is a hill and water is flowing from all sides from the top. This is known as what? This is known as a radial drainage pattern. Example, Narmada. Narmada. That means supposing there is some hill, water is, because of rainfall and whatever, water is there and then it is flowing down from a particular point. That is known as a radial drainage pattern. Next, parallel. Now, rivers flow almost, they are like parallel to each other. Example, Jhelum and Ravi to a certain extent, for some distance, they are parallel to each other. Clear? Okay. Then is annular. Annular. See, rivers flowing, curving or arcuate courses prior to joining. Supposingly what happens is, if you see there is some hill or whatever the case, you will realize that the rivers are flowing in a, let us say, in some direction like this, later on possibly joining another river. They flow in an angular manner and possibly joining. For some distance, they are flowing in an angular distance, for some time, they are flowing in an angular path and then joining the consequent river. Then it is known as annular. That means there is some arcuate or curving part under which the river first flows and later on it joins the main river or the consequent river. Then it is known as annular. That means curved path. That means curved path is there. That is the main reason. Okay, next. Rectangular. Marked by right angle bends and right angle junctions between tributaries and the main stream. If you see, right angle bends will be there. So this is known as rectangular. Clear? Example, Subarnarekha. Okay. Now comes a very important concept which you need to understand. Before I explain you or go to the Indus river system, Ganga river system and Brahmaputra river system, before that you need to know this. When I say right hand tributary or left hand tributary, what does it mean? See here. Supposingly a river is flowing. There are certain tributaries which are joining it. See here. In order to know which tributaries are left bank and which are right bank, you need to know in which direction the main river is flowing, right? This main river is flowing, let us assume, in this direction. Let us assume it is flowing in this direction. If it is flowing in this direction, your reference point is this. Your reference direction is this. So anything that is right, what does it mean? If this is the direction of flowing, you have to face that side. Anything on that right is right bank. Anything on the left is left bank. Clear? With reference to the direction of flow, right? Similarly, let us assume this is the direction of flow. So with respect to the direction of flow, these are what? Right bank, left bank, left bank, left bank. This is what? Right bank, right bank, right bank, left bank, left bank. Yes? Let us see this if this is flowing southwards, very important, you will see them in this direction. So right of the direction is this right bank, this is left bank, this is left bank. Please be careful about this. In order to understand whether it is right bank or left bank, you should understand the direction of flow of the river, only then. Now in this direction case, you know that the direction is downward, right? So this is not right, this is left. Is this concept clear to every single person over here? Every single person, is it clear? Clear? Any problems here? Any problem that you have with respect to right bank or left bank? No? I guess no, right? Okay. Now starts the most important part, that is the drainage system of the various rivers, major important rivers, the Indus, Ganga and Brahmaputra. Now please remember, when I'm going to share for 2 minutes my personal experience while I was preparing these topics. I myself, see, I always liked drawing maps and always used to feel nice. But when you were studying this topic now, you want to do things easily rather than doing a lot of hard work with respect to drawing these maps and all, right? So when there were standard books which I was referring to, I used to just read the content and possibly think this is the tributary of this river, this is the tributary of river. I used to try to rote learn sometimes. Then I realized one thing, that my whole drainage system topic was messed up. Because when the question used to come, then at that time they used to ask the tributaries of this river are this, which among the following are correct or not. It becomes very difficult to recall them if you do not have a pictographic representation in your mind. Then I realized, even if I do not know a single word contextually, if I know where it is flowing, how it is flowing, I can write it in my own words and it is more than sufficient. Because in the prelims, when the question asks, if you have a map orientation in front of you, you can do it. In the mains also the question are asked, then also you can write it. But if you do not have the map work in your mind, you will not be able to solve it. Clear? One by one, I am going to show you how you are going to do it. And if you do the same thing, please see, I can tell you, guide you and do it in front of you. Then later on, it is you who has to revise it in a similar manner and you will be able to do really very well. Clear? Shall we begin? Okay. In front of you, when we are talking about the Indus drainage system, this is again the northern region of India that I have drawn, where I will be showing you the various rivers that are flowing in this region and then understand the Indus drainage system, right? One by one, let's begin. Okay. Everybody now understand how you're going to revise it also. You will also have, see, if you want to master this topic, you will have to draw maps, only then you can remember. Clear? Let's see one by one. See, beta, this is a region. This is what? This is the Bokarchu Glacier. Let me just write it again so that possibly it is visible. Bokarchu Glacier. Now, this Bokarchu Glacier is located on the northern slope of Mount Kailash. Northern slope of Mount Kailash. Now, from this particular point, you realize there is immense knowledge which is going to be present over here. So, please focus here. If you have any queries, you can mention, but please come here and focus here. This region is in, again, Tibet. River starts flowing in this direction and moves northwards, northwestwards. One more thing, Now you will ask, sir, you have drawn so many rivers. What is your source? My source was Survey of India map, very authenticated map which I bought from Survey of India. Not even the atlas. So that is why every single thing that I've drawn here is authenticated by the Survey of India map. If you want, I can show you the photographs also. It is a huge map like this, 2 or 3 maps that I bought, authenticated map on the basis of which I've drawn myself. So focus here. During the distance of its journey from this Bokharchu glacier till it is traveling in the region of Tibet, it is known by a name Singi Khamban. What? Singi Khamban. Singi Khamban means lion's mouth. Lion's mouth. Clear? So what 2 things you have got to know. Understand. Whenever I'm writing, it will be, everything will be visible. Just focus on what I'm telling you right now. This is a point through which the glacier, from the glacier that the river rises, it starts moving northwards. Till this part, it is known as Singi Khamban or lion's mouth, right? Now, the river enters India. It enters and again starts flowing northwards. While it is flowing northwards, a small river, what is the direction of the river? Now please tell me. The direction of the river is this way. A very small river joins the main river. Can you tell me, if this tributary is joining, it is a left bank tributary or a right bank tributary? Can you tell me this? The name of the river is Dras River. Is it a left bank tributary or a right bank tributary? Can you tell me? Left bank tributary or right bank tributary? This Dras which has joined is a left bank or a right bank tributary of Indus. Left. So that means in your mind, you know that when it is flowing from the left side, a river is joining, it is a left bank tributary. It should be very clear in your mind. Now, while the river is moving northwards, a very important river joins the Indus River. The name of the river is Shylock River. The name of this river is Shylock River. Shylock River is a left bank tributary or a right bank tributary? Tell me quickly. It is a left bank tributary or a right bank tributary? It is a right bank tributary. Now, important thing is that Shylock River itself has 3 very important rivers associated with it. Now, please understand this. There are few rivers which join the Shylock River. I am stopping Indus over here. Let us cover the Shylock part also, right? Now, the direction of Shylock River is this way. There are 2 rivers joining from this side. That means there are certain right bank tributaries of Shylock River also. What are those? One river that is joining the Shylock River is known as Nubra River. What? Nubra. N-U-B-R-A. Nubra River. Further flowing forward, we realize there is another river which joins. This is known as Shigar River. S-H-I, not cigar, Shigar, okay? Shigar, S-H-I-G-A-R, Shigar River. Very interestingly, Shigar River is made up or is formed by the convergence of 2 rivers. Those 2 rivers are Basha and Braldu. Let us see them. There are two rivers which merge, which to create Nubra River. Those rivers are, this left side is Basha River, and this, sorry, left side is Basha, right side is Varaldu River. Clear? Is it clear till here? Obviously, there are Hunza River and all also, but let us focus here. Is it clear till here? Is it clear till here? Now, we realize this, that the main river further flows forward and it takes a turn this side. At this particular point, another river joins it. This river, the name of this river is Gilgit River. What? Gilgit River. Till here, is it clear to every single candidate? Please, I am telling you, this is a very important session. If you miss this, you will missing a lot of things here. And these are very important topics. So, now what happens? As it moves forward, there is another river that joins it from the left. The name of the river is Asta River. After this, you realize that Indus River enters Pakistan and it flows downwards, and again later on it will go just into the sea. Is it clear? Is it clear? इसको ले जा लीजिए, एक मिनट लो, बाद में ले जा रहा हूँ. Is it clear to everybody? Done? This is just now Indus. I have to go do a lot of tributaries also right now. Clear? You've drawn this? Clear? Okay. This is what? We are talking about the main Indus. Right? Clear? Okay. Right? Okay. Now, I have minimized this over here. So don't worry if you are possibly if you are seeing it blurred because of the font. So it doesn't matter. This is the same thing that I have drawn here. Just need to know a little bit idea. When I'm talking about Indus River, Indus drainage basin covers 11,65,000 kilometers. Out of the 11,65,000 kilometers, 3,21,000 kilometers is in India. So you can say that the majority of the Indus River basin is in Pakistan, right? Total length is 2880, while in India it is 1134 kilometers. Where does it originate? It originates from the Bhokarchu glacier. It flows between, and again a statement can be asked, which are the two ranges between which the Indus River flows? I am telling you again, this has been asked in civil services. It flows between Ladakh and Zaskar range. Flows between Ladakh and Zaskar range. They can ask you with respect to the Indus drainage that it flows between Karakoram range and this Ladakh range. You will possibly get it wrong. It is Ladakh and Zaskar range, you should keep in mind. It enters Pakistan near Chiller. Chiller is a region. Chiller is a region, as is the economy of Pakistan, so is the region where Indus is entering. Enters into Pakistan near Chiller. Clear? Now, Indus River again has few right bank and left bank tributaries. Clear? Clear? Left bank tributaries are Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias and Satluj. Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias and Satluj. There are other certain right bank tributaries which are Khurram, Tochi, Sangar and Gomal. Clear? 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 Clear everybody? So this is brief information about Indus that you need to have. Now let us go to each and every river. Primarily these major rivers are there. Till here it is clear? Done? Okay, let's move ahead. Now comes our focus with respect to one tributary at a time we will be doing. One tributary at a time we will be doing. The river is Jhelum. Jhelum River. Now, Jhelum River is 400 kilometers long. In the Indian context or culturally, it is also called Vitasta. Also called Vitasta. So, you can be asked the alternative name also. Alternative name also. Clear? Clear? सर ज्यादा हो रहा है बेटा, सिविल सर्विसेज में कम कुछ है ही नहीं, समझ रहे हो? ये वो चीज है जिसको पता होना चाहिए आपको, ठीक है? अभी मैं बाकी चीजों को आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू हाईलाइट, आई एम जस्ट फोकसिंग ऑन झेलम रिवर नाउ. क्लियर? सी हियर. Using the map, you will understand how it is going. See here. This particular point here, see here. This particular point here is a spring is here, a spring at Verinag, which is at the foothills of Pir Panjal. Foothills of Pir Panjal. From where does Jhelum originate? ठीक है? From where does Jhelum originate? It originates from a spring at Verinag from the foothills of Pir Panjal range. So where is this point? This is at the foothills of the Pir Panjal range. When it originates from the spring, it moves. See, तभी मैंने बोला ना, the exact path also I have drawn here because this is from the Survey of India map. That is, I remember when I had prepared for my own study, never in my life did I ever got any drainage question wrong. Never. Similarly, it is one time effort that you should put. Once that is put, never in your life you will get any drainage question wrong, and you know that very well. Every year, 3, even 4 questions of drainage can be asked. You know that very well. You want to get those answers correct, or you want to every time suffer, array, let us leave it, let us leave it. When the teacher is doing in front of you, do it. One time opportunity is there. This water flows down. Then what happens? It is here passing through, this place is known as Anantnag. What? Anantnag. This again moves towards the western direction, where it meets the Wuller Lake. After that, it further flows and crosses through Baramulla. Crosses through Baramulla. After it crosses Baramulla, it moves northwestern direction and almost bordering the natural border, and then it enters Pakistan. Do you realize one thing? A statement can be asked that Jhelum is like an border between India and Pakistan, right? Clear? Can I say it is like a natural border? This river over here is known as, which I am discussing, is known as Jhelum. The rest of them are not highlighted. I have highlighted this because this is a river which we are studying right now. This is a river which we are studying right now. Is it clear to everybody? The NCERT mentions that the Jhelum is like a natural border between India and Pakistan over here. You have seen that in your NCERT also. Clear? Before it enters Pakistan, for some distance it acts as a natural border. Why? Because this is the distance where it is traversing almost like a border. Clear? This is known as Jhelum. So what do you know? Jhelum, 400 kilometers approximately, traditionally known as Vitasta, originates from a spring at Verinag, right? Verinag, where you realize that at the foothills of the Pir Panjal, then traverses to Anantnag, Wular Lake, Baramulla, and then or northwestern direction, and then is almost parallel to as a natural border, and then later enters what? Pakistan. Clear? Clear? If you are having problem in respect to understanding of the color, let us see this. I hope it is clear now. Clear? Clear now? Rest of the things are not highlighted because you will be able to see this now better. Clear? We have done the Indus River. We have done its tributary Jhelum. Let us go on to the explanation first. See, I could have straight away read the explanation. I'm drawing in front, showing in front of you, then showing you the explanation so that you have things ingrained in your minds. Jhelum, also called Vitasta, rises from a spring at Verinag at the foothills of Pir Panjal. It flows through Srinagar and Wular Lake. It joins the Chenab at Trimu. Please understand, Jhelum again will join Chenab River, which we'll be doing at Trimu near Jhang in Pakistan. Near Jhang in Pakistan, which is a length of 400 kilometers. Clear? So, Trimu is the exact point where Jhelum will join Chenab, and that is near Jhang at Trimu. Clear? Okay, let's move ahead. Now, you know something that next river to do is Chenab. Chenab, 1180 kilometers. It is the largest tributary. It originates as Chandrabhaga River. It originates from either side of Baralacha Pass. There are Baralacha passes there, and Chandra and Bhaga originates from either side of the pass. Chandrabhaga merge together to be known as Chandrabhaga River, which is known as Chenab. So, it is also called a skinny culturally. One more thing you should remember, it is the largest tributary. Now let us understand. You would have seen I had drawn this Jhelum river over here, remember? Just a minute, let me show you over here. This is Jhelum. You can easily see this. Right, this was a Jhelum river. Now, let us understand Chenab river for 2 minutes. Right, see. There are two rivers here. This is, I'm using the yellow color possibly so that you can see it properly. This and this. This one is Chandra. Chandra. This one, the lower one over here, Bhaga. These are from the either side of the Baralacha Pass, which you have already done. Now, just a minute. Now, if you ask me, sir, where do they both merge? There's a place known as Tandi. You might not remember, it doesn't matter, but for your understanding, I'm mentioning. They both merge at Tandi, Tandi, Tandi. Once they merge, it is also known as Chandrabhaga River. Chandrabhaga River is also known as Chenab River. Once they merge, after merging, it will be known as Chenab. Now, while it is moving upwards, it crosses through this region which is known as Kishtwar. Kishtwar. Then it passes through Rayasi or Rayasi, as you can call it. Then this river basically moves ahead and it merges with the Jhelum River at Trimu. This is what is known as the Chenab River. Is it clear? Is it clear? Why? See, I'm telling you, other things are not highlighted. The part which we are doing is highlighted so that slowly you will realize all the rivers will merge into one map. Clear? Clear? Clear, everybody? Yes or no? Let's see the explanation. Chenab is the largest tributary of Indus, formed by two streams. Chandrabhaga merged at Tandi, Himachal. It is also known as Chandrabhaga River. It runs for about 1180 kilometers before entering Pakistan. It is also called a Sikini. Whatever I have drawn over here and explained you is also written here. Now everybody just tell me one thing. If I do not show you the map or draw in front of you and simply show you this content, you will get to know, you will understand also. But will you be able to remember how the river is moving? What is the path? Where it is merging? But when you see this, you realize, acha, this is the way the river is moving. Okay, now it is better to understand. Now, when I read the content along with the map, you will never forget it. That is what my motive over here is. Ki map along with this, if done, the memory obviously enhances. It is again ingrained in your mind. Remember that. Clear? Okay. Next comes Ravi. Now, Ravi is the one, length is 725 kilometers. It rises from Rohtang Pass in Kullu, right? Kullu. Clear? It has a, again, historical name also called Parushi or Iravati. Iravati. So Ravi is a name which is there, yes, right? It is again a name, fine, but you can also be asked, what they can give you is match the following. They can give you the names and they can give you the ancient names. And they will tell you match or whether they are correct or not. So you should know them. You already know that there is a question of the names of season have also come, right? Question has already come in season also. So you should know that. Okay, chalo. Okay. Now see one more thing before I show you the diagram river also. Let's see this. Ravi is also known as Parushi or Iravati. It originates from the Kullu Hills, right? Kullu Hills. What happened? Okay. It originates from the Kullu Hills, west of the Rohtang Pass. It joins Chenab near Sarai Sidhu. River Ravi drains the region between the southernmost part of Pir Panjan and Dhauldar range, and this is the length. Now, if you see, can I see this is the part which is again. Can I see rises from the Rohtang Pass? Kullu. Now this river again moves like this, enters Pakistan and finally joins over here. Clear? Clear? See. Finally is joining Chenab. It is joining Chenab over here near Sarai Sindhu. This is the length. Clear? This is the length. Near Sarai Sindhu. Near Sarai Sindhu. You can put it here also. Clear? Clear? Okay. We have done this. Next, two things we will do two rivers here, Beas and Satluj. Chalo, one by one. Let us see Beas. Beas is also known as Vipasha, also called Vipasa or Argikia. It is 465 kilometers. Source is Beas Kund, where near southern face of Rohtang Pass. Near southern face of Rohtang Pass. Again, where Kullu. Clear? Kullu, right? Near. If you see Beas originates from the Beas Kund near Rohtang Pass. It merges with Satluj at Harike and length is this. Let's see. Let's see. See here. This is the path that is followed by Beas. this is a point here which is Harike. Over here it is going to merge with Satluj, which we are going to do now. Can I say among all these rivers, Beas is the only river which is completely in India? Do you realize Beas is going somewhere out in Pakistan or no? No. Beas is the only rivers among these tributaries which we are doing, right? Indus, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Beas, Satluj. Among all these rivers, Beas is the only river which originates in India and ends in India. Ends in India, that means it is merging with Satluj. So this is something that you should keep in mind, because they can ask you at that time, you might possibly get confused, right? On the other hand, if you see Satluj, it is also called Satadru or Satudri. If you see the length, the length is 1050 kilometers. It is antecedent. It is known as Lengichen Khamban in Tibet. Now let's see. Please understand here. See here. 2 minutes, for 2 minutes. Satluj originates in the Rakas Lake near Mansarovar in Tibet. Can I say this is the region where, again, close to which Rakas Lake is located? From Rakas Lake, I said, let me take some other color. Light blue color, okay. This river is flowing. It crosses what? It crosses what? Shipki Pass. See here. Shipki, you can add La over there, Shipki La Pass. Otherwise, if you remove the La, you can write Shipki Pass also. Shipki La Pass. Now, if you tell me that it is entering India through this pass, it is crossing through the Tibet region. That means it was flowing even before a long time before the origination of such Himalayan uphills would have taken place also to a great extent. So, this is an antecedent river. This further moves what? Down. Then there is this Govind Sagar dam here. Govind Sagar. This Govind Sagar again, from this it further moves forward. And it merges with the Beas at Harike. This is a place where it is merging with Beas. After this, it moves and later on enters Pakistan and then joins further. Okay? Clear? 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 Yes? Clear? I think I'm doing it very comprehensively in various directions. Please remember, if you do this properly, it is not time taking. It is only because I'm doing, okay, I'm doing in front of the board, you possibly are seeing so many things in the board. So you are saying, "Arey, one by one, if you do it, there is no problem." Right? One by one, you do it, there is no problem. Okay. Chaliye. Is Indus drainage system clear? Clear? See, many of you run away from this topic. Once you are clear with this, you will never ever face any problem. Right? Once I have done this, I will create MCQs and discuss with you. Right now, is it clear? Let's just have a recap. Quick recap. In 2 minutes, quick recap so that you can understand what we have done. This is the map. We started with Indus River, Bhokarchu River and northern slope of Mount Kailash. It is called Singhi Khamban in Tibet. It's moved forward, joins by Dras, then over a Shalok River is coming. Shalok River joins it, then it moves forward. Gilgit River joins and A-star and it moves towards Pakistan. Then we have done the various dimensions over here. Then we came to Jhelum River. Now Jhelum River obviously originates as a spring at Verinag from the foothills of Pir Panjal. It again traverses through Anantnag, Vuller Lake, Baramulla, and then is almost like a parallel or natural boundary between India and Pakistan, and finally moves to Pakistan. It's 400 kilometers and its name is Vitasta. Then you realize that we have Chenab. Chenab is the largest tributary, 1180, originates from the Baralacha Pass, right? Either sides. You have Chandra and Bhaga, two rivers merge. They are known as Chandra Bhaga, and once that Chandra Bhaga are combined, it can be known as Chenab River. It traverses through again, merges at Tandi, traverses to Kishtwar, then Riyasi, and then finally merges with Jhelum at Trimu. Clear? Then you have Ravi River. Again, Ravi River is again originating from the Rohtang Pass at Kullu, then again finally joining Chenab at Sarai Sidhu. Then you finally have Satluj River and Beas River. Satluj River again originates from near the Rakas Lake, again passes through Shiplika Pass, then Govind Sagar Dam, then Harriket. Harriket is merging with Beas, then further traverses into Pakistan. Beas is the only river which is only present in India, completely. Originates and ends in India. Other rivers are again going to Pakistan. So this is the basic. Clear now? See, doing the same thing in 1 minute, 2 minutes we did it. We revised it in 2 minutes now. That is why when you do it for the first time, you will take 5 hours to do it. But do you realize that 5 hours will lead to your just 5 minutes in your future revisions? But that is the reason why people do not qualify civil services. You just want to leave these things. Arey nahi, I don't want to do it. It is difficult. I will not remember. Arey, try it. This is what is required. I am telling you a reality. Shortcut will never lead you to civil services. We are explaining it everything, right? So do it properly. Next comes the Indus. When we talk about the Indus River, Indus we have done, Brahmaputra River system. Brahmaputra system is very interesting. Easy also. In this, please remember, we know this is Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal and northeastern India part. Now let us come and one by one let us understand about the Brahmaputra River. Please see here. There is this river Yarlung Zanglo. Please see this very carefully. See this very carefully. Yarlung Zanglo or Tisangpo. Both names is equivalent. There is no problem here. Over here, there is a glacier which is known as Chimangyungdung Glacier in the Kailash range. From this glacier, right? From this glacier, you will realize a river originates, which is known as Tisangpo or Yarlung Zanglo. Both are the one and the same thing. Now this river This river traverses through Tibet. It's just transverses here and comes from Namcha Barwa. Just before Namcha Barwa, it turns, right? It turns and enters India. Clear? Please remember one thing. While it is in Tibet, it is known as Yarlung Zangbo, or Zanglo also sometimes, or Tisangpo. Clear? When it enters India, it is known, please remember, this is the most critical part. When it enters India, it is not called Brahmaputra. It enters with a name which is Siang, S-I-A-N-G, Siang, sometimes also called Dihang, D-I-H-A-N-G. Many of you are mistaken. You feel, right? Okay? You feel that the moment Tisangpo enters India, it is called Brahmaputra. It is not called Brahmaputra. It is called Siang or Dihang. But when two rivers, that is Dibang, this is what? Dibang please remember, this is Dihang or Siang, this is Dibang. This river and another river, Lohit. When these three rivers meet, right? When these three rivers meet, it is known as Brahmaputra. Is this concept clear to you? First of all, what do you realize? It originates from the Kailash range, Chemangtung Glacier. Clear? Second, it is known as Tisangpo or Yarlung Zanglo in Tibet. Third, just before the Namche Barwa, it just takes a sharp cut and it enters India. In India, it is not called Brahmaputra when it enters. It is known by the name Siang and Dihang. When Siang and Dihang merges with Dibang and Lohit, then it is called Brahmaputra. If a statement comes, when the Siangpo enters India, it is called Brahmaputra, wrong. That is not right, wrong. And then it moves ahead. Clear till here, everybody? Clear till here? Now, I am going to move towards the tributaries also, but let us understand a little bit about this only. Brahmaputra originates from the Chemyongdung Glacier in the Kailash range near Mansarovar Lake. Clear? It carries a lot of silt along with it. It moves eastwards for 1200 kilometers in the southern Tibet region, where it is known as Tisangpo. So that means it is already moving. This part is 1200 kilometers. It is already moving. It creates deep gorge and central Himalayas near Namcha Barwa. The river emerges from the foothills of the Himalayas as Siang or Dihang. That means the moment it enters India, it is known as Siang or Dihang. Both the names are there. Now see here very carefully. See here very carefully. I have added the various tributaries here. Now, one by one, you need to understand, because the question on left bank and right bank tributary very often come. See here. Okay, let's understand. You all know here I had drawn this. Right? Let us see one by one the tributaries for 2 minutes. Just let me label it. Sihang, Dihang, this part. This is what? Debang. This is again Lohit, right? Now see here very quickly. I'm using a yellow color so that you can very well remember it, right? Clear? There is one, while the Brahmaputra river is not moving down, there is one river which merges from the right. Okay, from the up. So this is known as Subanasiri. Subanasiri is a right bank tributary. Clear? While moving ahead, there is another river which merges with Brahmaputra river from the left bank. It is known as Dhansiri. Dhansiri. Please understand, they can ask you question, arrange them from left to right also, and they have asked you in UPSC. Do you know that? UPSC had asked a question that arrange the Raidak, Manas, Sankosh, Tista in order from left to right. You should know that these questions are asked. That is why I am telling you, you want to be civil servants. You want to qualify this examination, get rank, make your parents proud. But you need to work for it also. Do you understand that? You cannot just say and do it. You have to work for it. Clear? So see here. That is why when you say, na, please remember, you tell your parents, oh mom, dad, I just failed by 4 marks. See, I'm so close, so close. Beta, these are the marks where you actually qualify. It is all basic. There's nothing rocket science here. So, here again it further moves forward. There is a small river that merges with the main river. This river is known as Kapili. Kapili. As the Brahmaputra river is moving forward, right? As the Brahmaputra is moving forward, you will realize a river from the Himalayan region comes and merges it from the right bank. This river is known as Manas river. What? Manas. Further moving ahead, you will realize there is another river which joins the Brahmaputra river. This is known as the Sankosh river. Just after that, there is another river which joins the Brahmaputra river. This is the river. The name of this river is Raidak. Just after that, another river that is arising from the Sikkim Himalayas, this is known as Tista. The Tista river dispute, you know that very well, right? Tista. Clear? Everybody clear? Important thing now. The moment Brahmaputra and Tista join, the river in Bangladesh is known as Jamuna. Will you remember this? Listen to it again carefully. The moment Brahmaputra and Tista join, now the river will be known as Jamuna. Clear? See here. That means, please see this very carefully. From this point, this particular portion of the river is known as Jamuna. Clear? Jamuna. Clear, everybody? Now, on the other hand, what do you see is, now the Ganga river is coming from India, right? Now, the Ganga river basically over here is merging here. Ganga, please remember, Ganga and Jamuna, I have written this in the next page, so don't worry. You don't have to worry about it. Tista and Brahmaputra merge to create what? Jamuna. Jamuna and Ganga merge to create Padma. Now, for this short distance, this river is called as Padma. The place where they are merging is known as Golundu. Golundo. This is a place where they are merging, right? I'll show you how to learn it also, don't worry. Now see, Jamuna is only when Brahmaputra plus Tista Jamuna. Jamuna plus Ganga forms Padma. Padma with Barak will be known as Meghna. See here. Barak river originating from the northeastern region comes and merges over here. The point where it is merging with the Barak river is a place known as Chandpur. After this, the river is known as Meghna. Meghna. Let me show you this abbreviation here. See, Brahmaputra plus Tista meet near Chilmari. This is a place near Chilmari. Clear? Chilmari, post this merger, it is now known as Jamuna. Jamuna and Ganga meet at Golundo, then it is known as Padma. Padma plus Barak, which is originating from the Manipur hills. From the Manipur hills it is emerging, and that Barak, then Padma and Barak are meeting at Chandpur, it is known as Meghna, and finally it is discharging itself into the ocean. It is clear to everybody here. Tell me now. Did you realize the intricately how I have covered this topic? What is Jamuna? Many people think Brahmaputra in Bangladesh is Jamuna. It is not a correct answer. Please remember, till now, generically when you read, oh, Bangladesh, Brahmaputra in Bangladesh is Padma. Or nahi, Jamuna. What Jamuna, what Padma? You need to know this. Brahmaputra, when merges with Tista, it is known as Jamuna. Jamuna merges with Ganga, then it is known as Padma. Padma that merges with Barak from the Manipur hills, it is known as Meghna. Clear? This is the type of knowledge you should have. That is why they can ask you in your examinations. This topic of drainage, again I am telling you, when I was doing it, it did sound very problematic or how to do it. But once I created my notes, I just had to revise it multiple times and it was there in my mind. Similarly for you also, please, you are lucky that there is someone teaching you this to make it easy. So you need to just revise it again and again, and I'm telling you, within today you are listening to me, you will get the notes. You revise it 3 times, I am guaranteeing you, you will remember it properly. Clear? Okay. Another thing, left bank tributary Dhanseri Kapili Barak, okay, and Subhansari, Manas, Sankoch, Raidak, Tista, Ganga are the right bank tributaries. This is again known to you. Just to draw a diagram. Is the Indus and Brahmaputra drainage system clear to everybody? Is the Brahmaputra and Indus drainage clear to everybody? I guess it is clear. Okay. Now comes the Ganga drainage system. Again, very important. Let's see. Before I go ahead, see, let me tell you something. What happens is, right? Do questions, sir, please. Questions. Okay. Let's do some questions. Okay, let's tell me, you want me to complete first of all Ganga and then 2 questions, or you want me to do questions right now? So let's see the poll. Q for question or C for content, that means to go ahead. What do you want? You want me to do questions Q, or you want me to right now go ahead and first complete it and then do the questions? Quickly tell me. My personal advice would be, let us do a little bit and then we can do the questions. Content, okay? Okay. Let us do the Ganga and together and then we can do it properly, right? Okay. C coming. So let us do Ganga, then possibly we can do it together. Yes, okay. Poll says it. Better just understand this for a timing before I explain you the Ganga drainage basin. See here. When I am explaining you Ganga basin over here, you realize the story starts from Uttarakhand. Do you agree to this? The story will start from Uttarakhand, but showing all those details in Uttarakhand becomes very difficult in this map. So what I am doing is, before I move ahead towards these right bank tributaries and similarly to left bank tributaries one by one, let us first understand how and where these rivers are originating, right? So for that, I will have to come to this map. For this, I will have to come to this map. See here. Okay. This is very, very important because from the cultural point of view also, and if you are from Uttarakhand, if you are giving Uttarakhand PCS, or for that matter, this topic is important with respect to culture also. This can be asked from the cultural aspect also. Let's see this. Badrinath, from Badrinath, the Alaknanda river originates, right? When Alaknanda and Dhauli Ganga meet, when Alaknanda and Dhauli Ganga meet, they meet at a place which is known as Vishnu Prayag. What is the place where they meet? They meet at Vishnu Prayag. This is known as Vishnu Prayag. So Alaknanda, I think this is not clear. Just a minute. Alaknanda and Dhauli Ganga meet at Vishnu Prayag. Clear? Then please remember, Alaknanda is still flowing downwards. The name does not change. Alaknanda is flowing down. It basically merges with Nandakini at what? Nandprayag. What? Nandprayag. Alaknanda. Now please understand, thing should be very clear to you. Let us assume I'm putting A over here as Alaknanda. Okay? Alaknanda is flowing here also. Over here, if you see, Alaknanda is merging with Dholi Ganga at Vishnu Prayag. Now Alaknanda is flowing down. Over here we'll see that Alaknanda merges with Nandakini, and this place is known as Nand Prayag. What? Nand Prayag. What is it known as? Nand Prayag. Now also if you see, Alaknanda is still flowing. Next, what happens? Pindar Ganga from the Pindar glacier merges with Alaknanda at Karn Prayag. Karn Prayag. Then again Alaknanda is flowing. Clear? Then you will realize from Kedarnath, Mandakini river merges with Alaknanda. At what place? At Rudraprayag. At what? Rudraprayag. Please remember, this particular slide is not only important for your geography, but also from the topic of culture. You know that very well. These are very important places of worship. Every place over here is very important from the place of worship, from the Hindu religion point of view also, and that is why you should know them. This is what? Rudraprayag. Over here also, if you realize, Alaknanda is still flowing. Now what happens? Please see. From Gangotri, Bhagirathi river merges with Alaknanda at Devprayag. At Devprayag. After this confluence of Gangotri and Alaknanda, the river is called Ganga, not before that. Clear everybody? Clear everybody? Meanwhile, from Yamnotri, the Yamuna river is moving ahead. Later on, we will see when it merges, right? This is clear? Okay, one question. Everybody. This will appear little difficult to remember, right? But again, you should know it, because in the examinations, they can very well ask you in the preliminary exams also. And this is again part of your culture. Don't tell me that you will think that, Array, what is the need for doing it? This is part of your culture, right? So finally, when it emerges, it is coming now in the form of Ganga. And on the other hand, Yamnotri is from where Yamuna river comes. Clear? Okay. Now tell me one thing. In the year 2013, there was a disaster that happened. That disaster has got to do with the glacial lake outburst flood, but what the level of which river rose very high, which contributed to a lot of destruction. Can you name that river? Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said? I think I'm very clear with the question. Can you name that river? Everybody, good, good. Did you realize I did not put the question directly? I had changed the language of the question. You all know that Kedarnath disaster took place. Kedarnath disaster. Do you know that? You know Kedarnath disaster? So where is Kedarnath? Here. Which is the river? Mandakini associated with it. Use your common sense, everybody. Do you understand this? Here is Kedarnath. The disaster took place in the region where glacial lava outburst took place. So water came at a very high quantity from that place. This is why I am saying I drew everything in front of you, but still many of you are mentioning Alaknanda. See, UPSC is not going to answer. UPSC is not going to give you direct questions. To a certain extent, yes, they will, but not every question is going to be direct. So the important thing over here is at least keep your senses open and ready. That when a question comes, you know, when I talk about disaster of 2013, you know it is Kedarnath. When you know about Kedarnath, there is a diagram down in front of you just 2 minutes prior to when I asked the question. So your mind should work. That is what is activeness with respect to civil services examination. Na? Chaliye. Is this done? Clear? Clear? Is this done? Clear? Okay. Now comes the actual river which we are talking about. See, when I am talking about Ganga, see, the point from where I take Ganga, see here, the point from where I am taking Ganga, I am assuming that Alaknanda has basically both Alaknanda and Bhagirathi have merged. So from this point, I am taking Ganga forward. From where I am taking Ganga forward, I am taking the right bank and left bank tributaries of Ganga, right? See here, just a minute. So this is Ganga, okay? Okay. Now, for 2 minutes, I think just a minute. Do you think there is some mistake written over here? Just tell me this. Do you realize there is some mistake here? Everybody. Do you feel that when I have drawn this, do you feel there is some mistake here on this board? Anybody can catch that mistake before I correct that. Can anybody catch the mistake on the board? Can anybody catch the mistake? Exactly. It is not right bank, it is left bank. Good, at least you have caught the mistake. Okay. Now see here. Good. Let's see here. I have just drawn Yamuna. Yamuna is a right bank tributary. I have just drawn so that for your understanding. Yes, for your understanding, I have drawn here. Other than Yamuna, all the rivers which I have drawn here are all left bank tributaries, right? Yamuna is right bank, but I've just shown that. Leave that for a timing. Right here, left bank tributary. Now please understand quickly. There are a lot of rivers that are emerging here. You need to know a little bit about them. Whatever description is required, I have written in the next slide also. So one by one, let us see them. This is a river which is emerging and joining what? Ganga river. This is known as Ram Ganga. Just tell me one thing, is what is written in yellow clearly visible to you, or I need to rewrite it again? once please tell me so that what is written in yellow is clearly visible to everybody? Can you please tell me this? Just one thing, is what is written in yellow, is it clearly visible to you? There is no visibility problem? I just need a confirmation from you so that I can proceed aram se, so that I can explain you. Clearly visible. If there is any problem, please let me know. Clearly visible? Okay, done. So, firstly, there is a river known as Ram Ganga. It arises from the Kumaon region. Kumaon region, that means from Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand is divided into two major regions, Garhwal and Kumaon. Like if this region is Garhwal Himalayas, this is Kumaon Himalayas, right? So, this region, this arises from Kumaon, it moves down and finally merges with Ganga. Right now, we are just seeing the pattern. Then we will see the description about it, right? Okay. Next to it is another river that merges with river. This is known as Gomti. Okay. One very important city through which Gomti river passes. Can you tell me that? Very important city through which Gomti river basically passes. I had gone for my offline classes to that place, and there is again a riverfront located there, and right, very important, very nicely done by the government. Lucknow, good, Lucknow, right? So there is Gomti river front over there also, right? Okay. Now see here, this is very, very important here, see. Please, everybody see this. There is this river that emerges from the Milan Glacier from Nepal. It is known as Sharda River also, and it is known as Kali River also. Clear? Sharda River also and Kali River also. It emerges there and then finally comes and moves forward. Now see here, this river is Sharda or Kali that emerges from the Milan Glacier. Clear? There is another river which is known as Karnali. Please listen to this very carefully. This river is Karnali, again emerging from the Nepal Himalayas. The name is Mapchunglo Glacier. Leave that. More importantly is Karnali. When Sharda or Kali river, both are same, it basically merges with Karnali, then the river is known as Ghagra. Then the river is known as Ghagra. This is one part which most of the students get it wrong. Sharda and Kali river are one and the same. Sometimes what happens, people call it Sharda, some Kali, there is no problem. Then there is another river which is Karnali. That Karnali river when merges with Sharda river, then it is known as what? Then it is known as Ghagra. Sharda plus Karnali is known as Ghagra. Is it clear to everybody? It can also be asked, Sharda and Ghagra is an outcome of merging of which river? Possibly at that time you will get confused by what is going on. Clear what is going on? Okay, next. Important thing is there is another river known as Rapti river emerging from the Nepal Himalayas and merging with Ghagra. Clear? 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 After that, realize, please understand, after Ghagra, see now, please understand, it is the Ghagra river which is directly merging with Ganga. Neither Rapti river is merging with Ganga directly, nor Karnali river is merging with Ganga directly. It is a Ghagra river which is merging. Please keep that in mind. You realize there is another river which is known as Gandhak river, which is again emerging from the Nepal Himalayas and directly joining the Ganga river. Clear? Ganga river. Done. Now comes Kosi. Finally, Kosi merges with what? Merges with the Ganga river. Understand this. There is another river, Mahanada. Please remember, in the exam, you might possibly get confused by thinking that it was Mahanadi and UPSC has by mistake written a wrong statement, Mahanada. No, it is Mahanada. Mahanada is one of the left bank tributaries of Ganga. That river is emerging from Siliguri region and moving down and then finally merging with Ganga. Mahanada. Clear, everybody? Shall we read it one by one about these things? Have you understood this? Are these major left bank rivers clear to all of you? Clear? Got a rough idea about what these things are? Got a rough idea? Now see. Again coming, I have written detail about each and every river here. So you don't think that, Arey sir has drawn this, but we need to know more details. Yes, you will know. Now see here. Beta, which city they go? I will show you multiple cities of every river after a few minutes. Don't worry. Let's again do this. Ram Ganga. You remember Ram Ganga? Ram Ganga? Ram Ganga rises from, I think it is Ram Kumau. Just a minute. I think there is a correction, please. Yes, Garsen is in. Please just correct it. Put it Kumau. The reason is Garsen is in. Just please correct it. My mistake. Please correct it. It should not be Kumau. It should be Garhwal. Garhwal Hills, because Garsen is there. Just please correct it. This is again, okay. Garsen is the capital of Uttarakhand. There are two capitals. One capital is Dehradun and another capital is Garsen. Garsen is the summer capital. Uttarakhand, Dehradun is a winter capital. Do you know this? Right? Do you know this? Yes. Uttarakhand has two capitals. One is Dehradun and one is Garsen. Just to correct my mistake. By mistake I've written it. It is Garhwal Hills at Garsen. Clear? Okay. It joins Ganga in Hardoi or near Hardoi. Gomti. Gomti, it originates from Gomat Tal near Pilibhit. 940 kilometers. It joins Ganga near Sadipur, that is Ghazipur district. So wherever these points are, you can mark it also. Sharda originates from the Milan Glacier in the Nepal Himalayas. It is called Kali in Nepal. Sometimes Sharda and Kali both are the same thing, no problem. It is also called Gori Ganga. This is one thing that you should know. Gori Ganga. Sharda is also known as Gori Ganga. Next, Ghagra originates from the glacier of Mapchunglo. It initially is called Karnali. When Sharda merges with Karnali, then obviously it is known as Ghagra. So, when Sharda and Karnali basically merge, then it is known as Ghagra. Clear? It meets Ganga at Hajipur. Kosi, it is an antecedent river. Again, remember, Kosi is an antecedent river. Located in the north of Mount Everest, it is made up of 7 rivers, where Arun is the major river. It is called Sorrow of Bengal. Meets Ganga at Kursela in Bihar. Why it is known as Sorrow of Bihar? Anybody can tell me this? Why it is known as Sorrow of Bengal? Anybody? The reason behind it is the amount of water that it brings, it causes very large scale flooding in Bihar. When it causes flooding in Bihar, it is associated with a lot of losses of economy, problems, infrastructure, people losing their crops. So it is associated with sorrow. That is why it is known as Sorrow of Bihar. Clear? Okay. Gandhak, again, it comprises two streams, Kali Gandhak and Trishul Gandhak. This is something extra that you want to know or no, doesn't matter. It rises from the Nepal Himalayas between Dhaulagiri and Mount Everest. Mahanada arises from the Darjeeling Hills. Is it the final left bank tributary of Ganga? This is a keyword. Very important. The final left bank tributary or the last left bank tributary is Mahanada. Clear? Okay. Okay. Sir, is this sufficient river for exam? बताओ भाई इनको कोई. Is this sufficient? Beta, what more will you do for the exam? UPSC cannot ask beyond that. Clear? There is a scope for UPSC also. If you want to do more, then you can go to local rivers also. That is not required. पता है? This is much more than sufficient. If you're doing this, your chapter will be complete. Okay. चलो कोई बात नहीं. People are overexcited. Okay. Now come back to clear. ठीक है. Now please see here. Let us see the right bank tributary. When I talk about the right bank tributary, you will see the major, see, it is not only this, there are other also. See, I'll just show you. Please see this for 2 minutes, everybody. When I'm doing right bank tributary, there are various right bank tributaries. Major is Yamuna River. You know that very well? Yes? Clear? Clear? Everybody see this? This river which is joining Ganga river here is Yamuna river, right? Yamuna river is the most important right bank tributary of Ganga, but it is not the only one. So what I have done is, first I am covering Yamuna and its various tributaries, right? Its various tributaries. After that, because Yamuna river system itself is very huge, so I'm taking one by one. Under the right bank, first Yamuna and its tributaries. Then I will move forward to do the other like Son, then Hooghly and all. Clear everybody? Have you understood the flow? Have you understood the flow? First is Yamuna, and Yamuna is the most important, so we need to do it properly also because questions are asked on that also. So let's see. Okay. Let's see this, bache. Everybody. Clear? Okay. Now please understand this. For the timing, this is Yamuna river over here. Yamuna river has a very important tributary which is Tons river. Tell me one thing, Tons is a right bank tributary of Yamuna or left bank tributary of Yamuna? Please, while I'm telling you about Yamuna river, now the focus should be on Yamuna because Tons river is not directly joining your Ganga river. These are tributaries of Yamuna, which is itself a right bank tributary. Clear? Clear? Please remember this. Yamuna river is a right bank tributary of Ganga, but Tons is a right bank tributary of Yamuna. So when I am putting here, let us see Yamuna river. Please see here. This is Yamuna river flowing. It will flow and finally merge here with Ganga, right? But meanwhile, I have to study what are the various tributaries. So let us see. The first one is Tons. Let us take, this is tones, right? Now, let us come back here. This is very, very important and critical to understand. Beta, please tell me, there is a river known as Chambal River now. See here. Chambal River rises from the Vindhyan range. Yes, Chambal River rises from the Vindhyan range. Clear? Now just tell me one thing. There is this important river over here. Gambhir River is joining Chambal from the right. So Gambhir River is a right bank tributary of Chambal, right? Chambal. And over here, Gambhir, a river known as Shipra, is joining Gambhir from the left bank. So Gambhir River is moving and joining the Chambal River. Clear, everybody? So this is Chambal River originating, then there is Gambhir River. Gambhir River moves forward and it is joined by Shipra and it moves forward. Everybody clear? Now, as the river is moving forward, you know this is what? The Chambal River. This is what is the Chambal River. Clear? Now see one thing very clearly. While you are studying this, there is a very important river that is known as Banas. Now, Banas is coming from this side and merging with what? Chambal. Now, Banas is the right bank or left bank tributary of Yamuna. Can anybody tell me? Banas. Now, Banas is emerging from the Aravali. Banas is emerging from the Aravali. Clear, everybody? Clear? Clear? Yes, yes. Left is Shipra, this is Gambhir. Both merge in the form of Gambhir and move forward, right? Just remember that. Now tell me, this river, what I'm asking, please answer that. Banas is a left bank tributary of Chambal because the direction of flow of Chambal River is upward. Okay. Now, there is another river known as Keri. That Keri River joins Banas, though it is not important, but at least you should know. Okay. Now we know this, that till here it is done. After the Banas River, there is another river that joins the Chambal River from the right. This river is known as Kali Sindh, that is rising from the Malwa Plateau. So rising from where? The Malwa Plateau. What? Again repeating. There is a river known as Kali Sindh. This river, this is the explanation. It is Kali Sindh which is rising from the Malwa Plateau. It is the right bank tributary of what? Of what? Chambal. Okay. Then please see this. There is another river which joins the Chambal. This is known as Parbati. Parbati. Now Parbati also arises from the Malwa Plateau. So, if a question comes, what are the tributaries, which among the following are tributaries of Chambal? Banas. Chalo, let me ask you. Tributaries of Banas. Sorry, tributaries of Chenab. Chambal, sorry. First, Parbati. Second, Gambhir. Third, Keri. Fourth, Banas. Which among these four are the tributaries of Chambal? Which among the following are the tributaries of Chambal? Can anybody give me the answer? You need to understand. That is why I said when you do it diagrammatically, you never forget. Somebody said all okay. Somebody said 3 okay. Understand this very well. How do you understand a tributary? Okay, I'll ask you one thing. When I ask you who is your father, will you take the name of your father or your grandfather? Under normal circumstances, if I ask you what is the name of your father, will you take the name of your father or your grandfather? Don't be emotional. Give me an answer from a very practical aspect. You will give your name of your father, not your grandfather, because you know that your grandfather is your father's father. So over here, Kerry is what? Kerry is what? Kerry is the tributary of Banas. It is not directly a tributary of Chambal. Not directly a tributary of Chambal. Banas is one which is joining Chambal. Similarly, Parbati river is directly joining. Yes. Gambhir river is directly joining. Yes. Kerry river is directly joining. No. Banas river is directly joining. Yes. So 1, 2 and 4 are the answer. Did you understand what it means? This is why I am telling you UPSC is going to play very simple games like these. Then when you say, Arey, I don't know why UPSC gives such type of questions, their logic is wrong, this is wrong, that is wrong. No. Please understand, their logics are very simple. Your logics are not matching with the logics of UPSC. That is where the problem arises. Clear? Is it understandable? So what have we done? Chambal. We have done Shipra. We have done Gambhir. We have done Banas. We have done Kerry. We have done Parbati over here. We have done Kali Sindh over here. And all this thing is done. So Chambal is arising from, again, the Vindhyan range. Clear? Clear? Shipra is merging with Gambhir. Again, the same thing, na? Gambhir is a river. It is merging with Shipra. Okay. Now comes another thing. Please see. There is this river, Sindh. Sindh river. Then there is another river next to it, Betwa. And there is another river that is there, which is Ken. Sindh and Betwa are rising from the Vidisha plateau. Ken is rising from the Barmer range. And it is finally merging with Yamuna. Clear? Is the Yamuna part clear to everybody? Clear? Clear? Is it clear to everybody? Now see a little bit description about them. Yamuna is the westernmost and the longest tributary of Ganga. It is the longest and the westernmost tributary of Ganga, right? Originates from Yamunotri Glacier on the western slope of Banderpunj range. It merges at Ganga at Prayagraj. You know that very well. So Prayagraj is a place where Ganga and Yamuna merge. That is why it is very significant from the perspective of religion and spirituality, right? Chambal river, it is a tributary of Yamuna, originates from Mao in the Malwa plateau, known for Chambal ravines, joins Yamuna at Etawah. Both Kali Sindh and Banas over originated from the Aravali's. Fine. Again, this is all Kali Sindh, Gambhir, Tones, the largest tributary. Okay. Tones is the largest tributary of Ganga from the perspective the amount of water that is carrying. Please remember this. Largest tributary of Ganga and the longest tributary of Ganga are different. Largest means the amount of water that is coming is maximum. Longest means the length is maximum. Are you understanding? With respect to rivers, this is very critical because many people get it wrong. When I use the word the largest tributary, it will mean the water that is carried is maximum. When I use the longest tributary, it means the length of the river is maximum. Clear? That is why many times you will realize when the Tones river is very small in length, but why it is largest? Because it is getting a fresh water supply from the glaciers. That is why it is the largest tributary. One of the largest tributary, not the largest, one of the largest tributary. With respect to what? The water that is being given. Okay. Similarly, Sindh, Betwa and Ken we have done. Okay. There are certain small, very small rivers also that you should know. Hindon, Rind, Sengar and Varuna. These are left bank tributaries that these are very small that you should basically have an idea of. Okay. Now comes the other right bank tributaries. Other right bank tributaries, see. See here. If you see here, please see this very carefully. See this carefully. You can see this is a Son river. Now, Son river again has lot of rivers because of which it is formed. You have a small river known as Johjila river arising from the Amarkantak plateau. Similarly, you have the Gopal river. Then you have the Rihand river. When these are formed here merges, it is known as Son, which finally merges with what? The Ganga river. Please see here. You have the Damodar river from the Chota Nagpur plateau. Then there is another river which merges with it known as Barakal. And finally, over lies this Damodar river moves, and finally, over here, this river is known as Hooghly. Clear? This Hooghly river finally moves forward over here and merges with Ganga. Clear? Clear? Okay. Let's see. Son emerges from the Amarkantak plateau, west of Patna. Damodar flows eastward, Chota Nagpur plateau, and merges with Hooghly river. It is known as Sorrow of Bengal. Clear? Okay. Peninsular drainage system. Now, this is the last part of the drainage system that you should be knowing, because this is generally neglected by people, because people think that drainage system of peninsular India is not important. But let us see it once. After that, you have the questions. See here. We have done a little bit. Please see. Luni river arises from the Aravani. Again, it traverses here. This is Banas river. You have Sabarmati river here from the Aravali's, and again Mahi river. This is again the Narmada river from the Amarkantak plateau. It has one tributary which is known as Hiran. H-E-R-A-N. H-E-R-A-N. Hiran river. Then there is in the south Tapi river, which is from the Satpura range. You should know this why, because many people forget it that Narmada is on top and Tapi is below. So you should have a brief idea of this also. Narmada is from Amarkantak plateau again, and Tapi from the Satpura range, and this is the order they are flowing. Clear? Next, see, Narmada originates from the Amarkantak plateau, flows between the Vindhyan range and the Satpura range. Was this question asked in the examination for 2 markers? Do you know that? When the examination comes now, in that examination they ask you which river flows between Vindhyan range and Satpura range. Most of the people marked it Tapi. They did not know even Narmada passes through it. So what do we realize? That Vindhyan range and Satpura range, and between them the Narmada river is flowing. Yes? Yes? That is why, please remember, what we are doing here, it comprehensively covers all the answers. Clear? Tapi originates from Multai in Madhya Pradesh. Basin lies in Maharashtra, MP and Gujarat. Basin, that means it's stretched with respect to the river. Let's come to Luni. Luni originates near Pushkar in Rajasthan. Pushkar in Rajasthan. It has main branches Saraswati and Sabarmati. It drains into the run of Kutch. It is epithermal. Epithermal means, this word has been used repeatedly in the exam. Epithermal means it is seasonal. It is seasonal. Whenever there is rain, it will flow, otherwise it will not flow. Like you realize that Ganga river is perennial. All the season it is flowing because it is fed by 2 sources. First by the melting of the glaciers and the second by the rain. These rivers are ones which are fed only when the rain is there, then only they will flow. So that is why it is known as epithermal, seasonal. Sabarmati originates from the Aravalli range. It drains into the Gulf of Khambat. All these rivers which I have drawn here, there is an explanation to it, right? Mahi river, it originates from the Aravalli range and drains into the Gulf of Khambat. Again, Mahi. Now, for 2 minutes, we have done this. We have done the peninsular part. These rivers are done. Let us move on to these rivers, right side. Now, every time I'm taking one river and then giving your tributaries about them and writing about it. So, you will be easily remembering it. Like, for example, I've done Mahanadi over here. Next, I will be taking Godavari. Next, I will be taking Krishna. Next, I will be taking Kaveri. So, one by one, right? Yes. After this, there is 10-15 minutes break. Don't worry. Because I wanted to finish. See, this is the most important topic, and this is also one of the most lengthy along with physiography. Once physiography and drainage is done, the major part is done. After that, you realize climate and all those parts are very small. Natural vegetation, soil, that will happen in half an hour we'll complete it. Clear? This topic is little important and little lengthy. I know that. Just be with me. After the completing of drainage and the question answers, we'll take a break. Clear? Chalo, okay. Let's see Mahanadi. Now, if you see Mahanadi river, you will realize this. This is the river, Mahanadi. Now, Mahanadi river over here originates from the Chhattisgarh basin, right? There are various rivers which are basically joining it. See here. You have the right bank, because it is flowing in this direction, you have a right bank tributary in the form of Jonk. Then there is Ong, O-N-G, and there is another tributary as Tel. These three are right bank tributaries. These from the left side, you have the Hasdeo, H-A-S-D-O, Hasdeo. You have Manda, and you have Ib, I-B, Ib. Ib river. बेटा कैसी सवाल पूछ रहे हो यार? Climate, vegetation, soil. Did you even hear what did I say? Did you even hear what did I say? After this, 15 minutes after the break, then we will do climate, vegetation. Climate takes half an hour, 45 minutes. Vegetation and soil will not take half an hour. That is, those are so small. Chaliye. So, Mahanadi river, what does it have? Jonk, Ong, Tel, Hasdeo, Manda and Ib. Clear? Now, another important thing is just little north of it. Just give me a minute.
और मैक्सिमम मतलब 60 से ऊपर हमारा कोई भी नहीं होगा, चाहे वो
From Chhattisgarh basin, over here, if you realize, there is another very important river, Subranrekha. This is from southwest Ranchi that this river originates, right? Clear? Is Mahanadi river little bit clear to everybody? Mahanadi river has right bank tributaries, left bank tributaries, and there is a small river, there's not a small, proper river, that is Subranrekha, that is coming here. Okay? So, can we study a little bit about them? What are they saying, or what is the detail about it? See here. Mahanadi river originates from Sivaha in the Raipur district of Chhattisgarh, right? That is why we are saying Chhattisgarh basin. If you do not remember the Sivaha and all, you can mention about Chhattisgarh basin also, then it is also equally well. Good. Length is 851 kilometers, drainage basin. So what all area is covered under the tributaries and the rivers? Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. Subranrekha originates from the Ranchi plateau, that is Jharkhand. Clear? Now, Godavari, it will not take much time. Just give me 15 minutes. This will be complete, right? Godavari, because The challenging part that we had to do is those Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra. Those are very challenging topics because there are a lot of rivers here. Over here, I've divided into parts, so you will be able to understand very easily. Now, see, when we talk about Godavari, see here. This is the course of Godavari. Now, Godavari river is originating, right? Okay. When Godavari river originates, it is originating from what? This part is Trimbakeshwar from the Nashik district of Maharashtra. Where? Trimbakeshwar from the Nashik district of Maharashtra, the river Godavari originates. Okay? Clear? Sir, Mahadevi ki distributary Devi bhi hai. Beta, there are hundreds of other things, but if you see, we do not have to do PhD, right? What I am doing, nothing will come beyond that. This much I can guarantee you, right? This is much I can guarantee you. There can be n number of other things also. We can go into local district maps also, but that is not required. Whatever we are doing, if you do that, that is more than sufficient for any exam in India. Clear? Okay. Now, please understand, there are rivers joining from both the sides, from east or right side also and left side also. The important ones are, there is one river that is joining from the right. It is known as Manjra. What? Manjra river. Because very often, you know, they'll list you the tributaries and I'll ask you, give the right bank and are there the left bank tributaries of this river or not, right? Manjra river. Then important thing is, please understand, this important river is known as Pranhita. Pranhita. Here, Pen Ganga, Vardha and Ven Ganga join Pranhita. Pranhita, right? Right? There is another tributary over here which is known as Indravati. Then the last over here is Sabar, S-A-B-A-R, Sabar, which you all need to keep. Sabar. Clear? 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 Right? The length is 1465 kilometers. Let us see a little bit. Originates in the Nashik district, Maharashtra, largest river system in the peninsular. It is known as Deccan, Ganga of the Deccan also. Runs through Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Tributaries Manjra, Pranhita, Indravati and Penganga. Drainage basin covers all these states, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, AP, Telangana, Orissa and Yanam, that is in Puducherry. Clear? Clear? Chaliye. Krishna. See here. Krishna river over here. This is Krishna river, right? Now, Krishna river originates from Mahabaleshwar. Mahabaleshwar what? Maharashtra. Now, see here. There was a question asked in the preliminary examination before the COVID time, where they asked about Musi river as a tributary of Godavari or something like that. It was a tributary of Krishna. So, do you realize these questions are being asked which you believe that, array, what is the need for doing? This is why, see, Musi river over here and Muneru river here. These are the, again, and Bhima river. These are the left bank tributaries. Ghat Prabha, Mal Prabha and Tungabhadra are the, these are the left bank and these are the right bank tributaries, the major tributaries. Ghat Prabha, Mal Prabha and Tungabhadra are the right bank tributaries. Bhima, Musi and Muneru are the left bank tributaries of Krishna. Originating from Mahabaleshwar, 1401 kilometer is the length. Clear? Clear? Okay. Second largest east flowing peninsular river, Mahabaleshwar, rises in Mahabaleshwar in Sayadri. Tributary Koyna, Tungabhadra, Bhima, Musi, Maneru. Drainage is covering Karnataka, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh. Last among the peninsular are, among the major are Kaveri. Now Kaveri, from the Brahmagiri hills it rises. The length is about 800 kilometers. The important tributaries are Hemant, which is met by Kabani, and there is Amravati. Remember that Amravati is a tributary of Kaveri. Many of you will assume that Godavari or place like Amravati is a place in, let us say, Andhra Pradesh. So any river that is flowing through Andhra Pradesh, that will be the tributary. No, right? Right? It is basically a tributary of Kaveri. Originates from Brahmagiri, tributary Kabini, Bhavani, Amravati, Himati, drains Kerala, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu. Clear? Finally, there are certain small tributaries which you should know. See here. Bradha River and Shatrunji River, these are in Gujarat. These are the western flowing rivers. Then there is Vaitarna River in Maharashtra. In Karnataka, you have Kali Nadi and Shravati River. Kerala has Bharat Puja and Periyar. Questions have been asked on these. The smaller rivers which you generally never read. When you ask, sir, from where has these rivers come? These are the small peninsular rivers which are neglected but very important. Questions are asked on, have you seen Periyar River, Bharat Puja River, Sharavati River, Shatrunji River, Kali Nadi River? These questions have been asked from these also. Clear? Then there is Vaigai River, Gundar and Arjuna River in Tamil Nadu. Finally, the differences between peninsular and the Himalayan rivers, these are important for your prelims as well as mains. Place of origin is Himalayan mountain covered with glaciers, peninsular region and central highlands obviously. Nature of flow, perennial, receive water from glacier and rainfall. These are basically seasonal, which are fed by the monsoon. Type of drainage is antecedent and consequent, leading to dendritic pattern majorly. Over here, these are superimposed, rejuvenated, where there is trellis and radial pattern. Obviously, it can be rectangular also. Nature, long courses, the distance covered is very long, relatively smaller. Catchment area is very large, relatively smaller. Age of the river is young and youthful. These are relatively older because of the region where they are. Clear? Okay. One thing that you should know, little bit idea about certain rivers and certain regions. Yamuna, which are the cities which is the Ganga river, Yamuna river crossing? Delhi, Agra and Mathura. Delhi, Agra and Mathura. Ganga river is basically crossing through Varanasi, Allahabad, that is Prayagraj, Kanpur, Patna, Rishikesh, Haridwar, Kolkata. Indus river, Srinagar and Jammu. Brahmaputra, Guwahati, Dibrugarh. These are questions that have been asked, right? Godavari through Nashik, Nanded, Rajamundry, Ramagundam, Karimnagar and Golegaon. Krishna through Vijayawada, Amravati, Sanghi and Kar. That is why I am saying, please understand, if the tributary Amravati comes, most of you will mark Krishna. But you know that Amravati is a place. But Amravati river is a tributary of Kaveri. Did you get how these things come? Did you realize how these things come? A city, Majuli Island is obviously in Brahmaputra. Do you realize that Amravati is a place which Krishna is passing through, but Amravati as a river is a tributary of Kaveri. Clear? Keep that in mind. Mysore, Bangalore, Trichy and Thanjavur, Erode. Narmada in Jabalpur and Bharuch. Tapi, Surat, this question has been asked. Mahanadi, Cuttack, Bhubaneswar, Banki and Sambalpur. You just need to read it once, it will be more than enough. Ahmedabad, Luni, Jodhpur. Clear? So we have done with the topic of drainage system. 2 minutes before we begin. Ready for the questions?
Can we begin the questions? First question. See, have a look. 2 minutes, solve the question. Let's see how many of you can solve it. Please, those who are laughing at that time, now please focus here. Clear? Okay. Some are saying A, some are saying C. Let's see how many of you have get it correct. Okay. Done. Let's see. With reference to the river basin classification in India, answer the following statements. The major river basin accounts for about 85% of the total runoff in India. This statement is correct. Exact word which I had told you. This is from the NCERT also. If one is correct, that means D is going to be wrong. Next is the major river basin together, minor river basin together account for less than the medium runoff, total runoff. This statement is wrong. There are exactly 113 river basins. Yes, this is correct. Medium river basin outnumbers the minor. This is wrong. So the answer should be 1 and 3. Clear? Yes, answer is A. Clear? Most of you got it right. The answer is A. Chaliye, next question. Consider the following. Which are the examples of antecedent rivers? Which are antecedent here? Tell me. This is the simplest, right? This is the simplest. Possibly you should know it. Which among are antecedent? Tell me. All of you try this. Come on, tell me how many of you get it right. Let's see. So most of you are saying A, right? Okay. Indus, yes. Brahmaputra, yes. Obviously, these are not. So 1 and 2, it should be A. Yes. Try this. Try this. How many of you think which is A, B, C, D? What is the answer possible? Somebody is asking what is antecedent. Beta, you need to see the lecture in that case. Okay. Sama Singh B, Sama Singh D. Okay. Jhelum is known as Vitasta. Chenab is also known as Asikni. Asikni, it's fine. It is known as Paroshi. Beas is known as Vipasa. Satluj is known as Langchen Khamban. So the answer is D. Clear? Answer this now. Try this. Quickly, check it. Okay, let's see. It originates from the Chiming Glacier and Kailash Range, correct? It flows westwards in Tibet before. Beta, it flows eastwards, not westwards. So the moment westwards come, this is wrong. 2 is wrong. So automatically you can get this statement as wrong and answer is A. Yes. Easy question. Attempt this now. Try this. What is the answer for this? Himalayan rivers versus peninsular rivers, the drainage, if you are comparing, what is the difference? So based on that, what is the answer? Let's see how many of you can answer this. Okay, Sama Singh A, Sama Singh D. Okay, let's see. First, differentiate. If you differentiate, you realize that perennial nature is the most important feature with respect to Himalayans. Yes. Antecedent drainage. Yes, most of them are antecedent. This is correct. Very large catchment area. Yes, because the rivers are Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra rivers. If you see, these are very large. Radial drainage pattern. If you realize, radial drainage pattern is basically associated with that of the peninsular rivers, not basically with the Himalayan rivers. Where you see dendritic pattern over there, you see radial pattern that is majorly associated with the peninsula. So this statement is wrong. It is A over here. Clear? Clear? Okay. This is now a matching that you need to do. Let us see. This is a little challenging, not challenging, easy, but try it. Try. Okay, let's see. See, if you see overall, it is quite possible that sometimes, because the matching that I have given is little tricky from the perspective that you know the patterns and you know such statements that are present, and you might not be able to answer or recall everything very clearly. Let us see something. Let us say streams diverging from a central highland. You know something that I had told you, from certain region stream is diverging. In that particular case, you knew that it is happening majorly in radial. So if I see C, it can be 4. So C4. This is something I am very clear about. Clear? So C4 is present where? I can eliminate these two. Only these two are left. In this particular case, I know B2, B2. So that means B is 2. Okay. This answer is given. Now, if you realize dendritic pattern, I told you without faults and joints, I had already told you that dendritic pattern has uniform lithology. So if I take dendritic, can I put it 3? In this case, A will be the answer. Basic, very basic concepts from the NCERT itself. Yeah, A is the answer. Clear? Last question. This is the last question of your what? Drainage system. Check. What is the answer here? What is the answer here? See here. Let's see here. Bangladesh name. Out of all these 3, do you realize Jamna word was used when I used Bangladesh? Yes. When Tista joined Brahmaputra, I used the word Jamna. So D will be 1. At least I know this. Where is D1? Can I remove option B and C? Now I know if these are removed, Tisangpo is the Tibet name. That means A is 3 here. Answer is A. Clear? Clear? I will be meeting you after 15-20 minutes. We will be doing climate and vegetation. Climate will again take half an hour, vegetation half an hour. So we'll be doing that. Another half an hour, we will be completing soil and hazards part. So it will not take much time. So I will be doing MCQs from those topics also. So please be careful about it, that those are again very important. So let us analyze them also quickly, because the major portion is complete with respect to physiography, with respect to location and that part, and the drainage pattern. These are very, very critical and important time taking, and others are relatively lesser time taking. So we'll meeting you after 15-20 minutes and continue. God bless. Take care. Okay, hello everybody. I guess you're all doing well. Back. Now, please remember one thing. The topic that we're doing now is the climate of India. Again, whatever topic we are doing, climate, this again is important because this is a little practical. You need to understand certain topics. Do not have to go into R&D, what is required here, because the question that are going to be asked is again the basic questions. But even if you have that knowledge about it, you will be able to manage well. This topic, climate and vegetation, I'm covering in this particular part, and then the last part after this, after a break, we'll cover this part in one go. I don't think it will take more than 1 hour plus. This will cover climate and natural vegetation, and then you will have certain questions on both of them. Then the last part is the soil and the disaster part. Little bit of disaster, the questions on both of it. Now, once you have done that part, your Indian geography will be in your hand. Now, the question will come, many of you will be asking, sir, that the social, cultural part or the human geography part. Listen, human geography part also will be covered when I am doing the maps part, where every industry will be marked on the map, shown you the reasons and all from a very practical perspective. Then your part will be covered along with that. So don't need to worry about that. Meanwhile, complete this. This is the basics and the most important part of your civil services preliminary examination. Can we begin? Let's begin. Okay, as you know, all of us teaching here in Telegram, Instagram account, right? Okay, climate. Whenever we talk about climate and weather, these two words are very often used and very often confused, right? When I talk about weather, I'm talking about day-to-day changes that are basically taking place. Sir, for mains also it is sufficient? Beta, remember for mains, when you are doing, you need static as well as current, right? For the static part, it is more than sufficient. For the current part, if certain, let us say, some event has happened, certain thing has happened, then those current parts have to be added. Clear? That is covered with current affairs. So you need to balance that. Otherwise, it is more than sufficient. What is climate and what is weather? Now, weather is basically refers to a very short-term atmospheric conditions. While climate is again what? Long-term for that matter, periods of weather conditions over a very long time for that matter. That means you can say climate is a macro term, whereas weather is a micro term. So if you want to hear understand a proper definition, you can say that it refers to the average weather conditions for a region for a long period of time, let us say 30 years or more. So let us say for a very long period, if you realize that these are the type of climate that you are let us say experiencing, then you will say that is why you use the word climate change. Now, day-to-day changes are very often. Like for example, there is sunshine, after that there is rain. So there are weather changes taking place. Climate is a long-term average that we take out, right? So when we take our criteria, see duration, it is short-term, it is long-term. Scope, local and specific area, this is regional to global scale. Changes rapidly and very frequently. This is changes slowly and over the decades or over centuries. Example, thunderstorm, sunny day, little bit rainy for that matter, right? Clear? Or for that matter, fog. Clear? Climate is polar climate, tropical climate, monsoon climate. What are these? These are basically referring to what? The climate. Concerned discipline. It is meteorology which deals with weather. On the other hand, when I talk about climate, it is climatology as a discipline which deals with climate. These are basic guidelines that you should know and understand, on the basis of which we will study forward. Clear? Okay. What are the factors determining the climate of India? Clear? What are the factors that are going to determine the climate of India? When we are discussing this topic, let us understand each and every point here because it becomes very, very important. Let's see. First is physiography or the relief. Do you realize when I talk about physiography, that means let us say any relief structure that is present and how it is going to influence the climate of a region. Can we take certain examples like Western Ghats or Mausam Ram? Let's see. Just tell me one thing. When we talk about the Western Ghats, let us assume you know this very well that you have Western Ghats here, right? Let's change the color. Right? Right? What do you see over here? Do you realize when the monsoon laden winds are coming? Monsoon laden winds are coming. The monsoon laden winds basically when they encounter the Western Ghats basically force them to rise. When it forces them to rise, it leads to again condensation and then precipitation, right? Condensation and precipitation. So when it is leading to condensation and precipitation, that means this region is going to experience a lot of rainfall. Yes, that is why it has again tropical evergreen type of vegetation also because the rainfall is high. So do you realize the climate of a region is influenced by what type of relief structure that is present here? Yes. So these regions, that is why you will realize this particular region over here experiences again very heavy rainfall, even more than 200 centimeters, right? So this region experiences very heavy rain, even greater than 200 centimeters. Why? Because of a relief structure that is present, which is known as the Western Ghats. Clear? Now, the question comes, okay, see, you do not have to mention both examples. What you need to mention is, for example, please remember, in the mains examination also it can come. This I am covering from mains and prelims both. When it is relief physiography, you need to learn, for example, any relief structure tends to influence the climate of a region. Then, example, you can mention Western Ghats or let us say Mausam Ram. Let's see. When you hear about Mausam Ram, which is present in the Khasi region or Khasi Hills, you realize this is the region which experiences or gets the maximum rain throughout the year. What is the reason behind it? Now see, the reason is a concept of the physiographic arrangement of the mountains over there. That is known as the funneling effect. Please understand. Normally, see, there are a lot of mountain ranges in various parts of the world and obviously in India itself. But why do we experience or why do we feel that the Mausam Ram is experiencing such heavy rainfall? Let's see. If you see the Khasi Hills, there is a specific arrangement where Mausam Ram is located. Let's see, there is some mountains present here. Mountains present here. So what is the place where Mausam Ram is located? Is supposedly Mausam Ram is located in this region, right? Let us see this. Now, when Mausam Ram is located at a very specific position because of the surrounding physiography, what happens when the monsoon-laden winds enter this region? Let's see. The monsoon-laden winds enter this region. What happens is because the surroundings are, they're surrounded by what? The mountains. So this monsoon-laden winds are neither able to go this side nor that side. They are forced to move this side. And because of which it is forced to rise up. Orographic. Let us see it from the left side. Over here, what is happening? Over here, what is happening? This will be forced to rise up. When it will rise up, you know, because of it, again, it will cool. Yes, condensation will happen. Condensation will happen. Again, that will lead to precipitation. And precipitation happening specifically in this particular region where Mausam Ram is located over here. This is known as funneling effect. Funneling effect. Where that means there is no alternative path and the monsoon laden wind is basically forced to move in a very specific direction. And you cannot move, you cannot left. That is the same straight direction that you can move. When you are forced to move in a specific direction and there is no other scope of going left and right and you have to rise in that particular place only because of the physiographic conditions that are located or the landscape or relief that is surrounding you. And then you rise there and that is why maximum rainfall happens there. So can I say relief and physiography is influencing the climatic condition, the climate of a region also? See, I put two examples. You can use even one. That is more than sufficient. Clear? Clear? Is it clear? Chale, let's move ahead. Second is altitude. Second is altitude. If we see altitude or study altitude, you will realize something. if you compare Amritsar and Shimla, they are almost on the same latitude. Almost on the same latitude. So, if you see like this, almost on the same latitude. But if you realize Amritsar and you see the conditions of Shimla, you realize there is a wide variation. Shimla, even during the time of summers, winters, obviously it is, the snowfall is also there. Even during this time, if you visit, it is very cool, cold, very nice. Now, if you at this point you go to Amritsar, you will see it has started, the temperature has really started rising, and during the time of the summers, it is really very warm. It might reach temperatures of close to 40-45 degrees Celsius also. The reason behind, please understand, this is Amritsar. This is what Amritsar. This is what Shimla. Though on the same latitude, the difference is the altitude. Difference is the altitude. At that Shimla is at a very high altitude, and that is why as you rise higher in the altitude, the temperature decreases, right? Temperature decreases. So here, though on the same latitude, there is wide variation in the climatic conditions due to the altitude differences. Clear? Clear? Okay. Clear? Let's see Mount Abu for the timing. Now, Mount Abu is located on which mountain range? Can anybody tell me this? Mount Abu is located on which mountain range? Can anybody mention that? Let us see. Which is that mountain range where Mount Abu is located? Let's see here. Now, if you see one thing, that in this particular region where I'm talking about Mount Abu, now Mount Abu is in the state of Rajasthan. Being in the state of Rajasthan, you realize it is very hot during the summer times. Even now, if you go to the regions of Rajasthan, you will feel the warmth. But during the time of the summers also, people tend to visit what? Mount Abu. Why? Tourist place, yes. But the altitude is there. The altitude is 1,722 meters. When the altitude is high, even during the time of the summer months, if you go to Mount Abu, you will feel that it is very pleasant. The reason behind for the pleasant climatic condition, the altitude of Mount Abu, that is 1722 meters, is the reason for the pleasant climatic conditions. Clear? Done? So what you need to do is, whenever you are writing an answer or keeping in mind, you just need to keep certain examples in mind. Clear? Next. Mumbai versus Delhi. Now, just imagine this. you come here, you know that Mumbai is here. While you know Delhi is here. Now, if you realize what is the reason behind the climatic conditions of region of Mumbai very different from that of Delhi. Delhi is like an urban desert. Why? It has during the summertime, it is dismally hot. During the winter time, it is dismally cold. And during before that, you have a beautiful time of pollution that you have already experienced a few months back, right? It is like a desert-like condition, urban desert. On the other hand, if you are in Mumbai, you will realize that being in Mumbai, you have a influence of the sea. So there is a influence of the sea that is here. So because of the sea, you realize the weather condition or the climatic conditions over here are almost similar throughout the year. Yes, there is more rainfall during the time of the monsoon season, but the moderating influence of the sea is what is creating a little bit uniformity with respect to the climatic conditions. And it is cool, nice weather over there. Throughout the year, you will be wearing what? T-shirts and all. On the other hand, you know that Delhi is again dismally hot and cold depending upon the season, right? Distribution of land and water. If you realize because of the wide coastline, India is surrounded by again water from various sides, right? Monsoon type of a climate is possible because of the fact that India has such a wide coastline where there is seasonal reversal of winds that is taking place. That is why monsoon is possible. So when the seasonal winds, when the monsoon-laden winds basically come, so you realize they bring what? The monsoons with them, and that is why there is a lot of rainfall. And during time the winter, then again the reversal of winds take place. Now this is also possible because you are surrounded by such large, vast coastline and you have the presence of water. That is why you have monsoon type of climate also. So that is because of the distribution of land and water, right? Okay, let's move ahead. Latitude again. If you ever study with respect to the latitude, now let's see this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Is it looking like India? You were asking how to make the map. Is it looking like India? Now you tell me one thing that supposingly I randomly know that very well that 8 degree 4 minutes north, north is the again the latitude from where you can touch the mainland. Now if you see the latitude over here and over here, if you're talking about some latitude, let us say over here. Now you know that very well. As you are moving away from the equator, you are moving away from the equator. थोड़ा clear? बस थोड़ा सा कमजोर लग रहा है बेटा. पूरा देश का मैप नहीं बना रहे हैं ना, मतलब फुल फिल्म नहीं बना रहे. जितना बोर्ड है उतना ही बनाएंगे. चलिए. As you move up the latitude, on a general basis, you will realize that you are moving away from the equator. As you are moving away from the equator, generally, if you realize, the amount of heat that you are receiving throughout the year will decrease. This region, above this region over here, you realize it lies in the tropical. This region over here lies in the warm temperate or subtropical. That is why the temperature is relatively lesser. Clear? Clear? Right? Latitude. With the increase in latitude, this happens. Okay, let's move ahead. Himalayan mountains. Just remember when you're writing your mains examinations also, with every single point I'm writing, you can just write a line. You can draw simple maps and draw them. You get wonderful marks, especially in geography. And if you do not draw them, you will wonderfully get no marks. Let me be very clear. Right? Okay. You know that very well. There are mountain ranges over here. Briefly, let us just mark them like this, right? Now, you know that very well ठीक है सर सिर्फ पॉइंट बढ़ाने के लिए कुछ भी कमेंट है okay see here there are cold winds that are coming from the region of, let us say, the cold region. Siberian cold currents, cold winds can come. Had the Himalayas not been there, you would have realized that possibly this whole region of India and the upper parts would have been possibly experiencing dismally cold winds, right? Dismally cold winds. It is stopped because of the Himalayan ranges. When the Himalayan ranges are present here, please understand that is why we have a unique type of climate, and the regions of other parts like Tibet or China, and they have a different type of climate. That is why what climate we have, that is majorly the monsoon type of climate, is because of the Himalayan ranges that acts as a not only a climatic divide, but also as a cultural divide. Because remember, whatever climate you have, based on that you have your culture also. Based on that you have the dressing sense also. Based on that you have your food also. That is what is a very important thing. So cold Siberian winds that come possibly could have altered everything, but they are not happening because we have the Himalayas as barriers. Clear? Okay, there are certain basic concepts that you need to know, not in detail, little bit. ITCZ, Intertropical Convergence Zone. Please understand, this is basically the low pressure zone which is formed because of the, let us say, when the two zones, when the northeast trade winds and the southeast trade winds merge, the region zone that is formed is basically known as the Intertropical Convergence Zone. So, low pressure near the equator where the trade winds converge are known as ITCZ. Basic thing you should know. Then comes basic concept. First of all, for Indian monsoon to understand, you need to understand certain concepts here. Vast moving upper atmosphere winds that meander in a narrow path are known as jet stream. These are upper air movements where wind is moving at a very fast speed. These are jet stream. Length may be in thousands of kilometers following a meandering path, which we'll see also, right? Now, please understand one thing. There are certain winds which are flowing almost throughout the year. Like these are the polar jet streams, and the very close to, very higher in the altitude in the troposphere. Then over here you have the subtropical jet streams, again subtropical jet stream and polar jet stream. These are the permanent jet streams which are flowing throughout the year. Clear? Now please understand. Now please understand this. We have to understand little bit about the monsoon, which is again the most important topic for your climate part. The term monsoon is derived from, again, an Arabic word, mausim. Mausim, or in Malayalam, monsoon, means season.
Monsoon is basically seasonal reversal of wind that takes place. You know that during the summertime, during the summertime when there is again a lot of heat, after that you have the monsoon, where the monsoon-laden winds in the form of southwest monsoon enter. They give us rain. During the time of the winters, you have the northeast monsoon. We'll do in the season topic also. So there is complete reversal of winds that take place. This reversal of wind is basically the characteristic feature of the climate that we experience. That is a monsoon type of a climate. Now, to understand that, let us understand the mechanism. First of all, if you want to understand what mechanism is, please see. When I talk about mechanism, what does it mean? What monsoon is? How it works? How it originates? What are the forces? Forces or reasons in a way behind it. Now, the problem that arises is when I'm talking about monsoon, there is no single theory which says that this is how monsoon works or originates. Even today, had it been deciphered, then most of the reasons like agricultural growth or agricultural losses could have been minimized. Economically, you realize that when there is heavy rainfall, when the monsoon is very heavy or very low, or monsoon fails, then there is a lot of losses with respect to the agriculture and economy. Even today, we are not able to 100% understand the reasons behind monsoon. Let us be very clear. Though we are talking about these, this is a mechanism, but there is no single concept, but there is no single reason behind this. There is no single reason behind it. There are multiple forces that work, and how much one contributes is again, we can just think or explain, okay, this can be the reason, this can be the reason, this can be the reason. Sometimes when I say, oh, there was El Nino, but still there was good rainfall, possibly some other reason worked well. We say that, okay, there was lot of, let us say, the summer season was again led to rise in temperature. But you realize in spite of that heat, we did not receive any monsoon. Why? Because we generally think if there is a lot of heat generated in the plain areas, there should be more monsoon. But you realize that there are secondary low pressure troughs that might be created in the Indian Ocean, and because of that, there might not be any good monsoon. So there are multiple reasons behind it. So let's see them. In spite of that, in order to study the mechanism, we study various types of views and thoughts given by various geographers. Various geographers or scientists, etc., right? Various geographers or scientists. Now let's see what we basically understand. First is the thermal concept. Thermal concept is again given by Haley. It is actually an larger form of what we say as the land and sea breeze. What we study as land and sea breeze, similarly they've said we have just extrapolated it or made it a larger view, and that is why such things is happening. Let's see. Haley made a hypothesis that the primary cause for the Indian monsoon circulation is the differential heating of the land and the sea. Thus, the monsoon are extended forms of the land and sea breeze. They say supposingly during the summertime, it is the land is heated tremendously. So because of that, again, the like sea breeze happens, the winds are basically pulled from the sea, and that leads to monsoon. And during the winter time, the reversal happens, and that is why this is an extended form of land and sea breeze.
Now this is again to a certain extent, yes, right also, but not completely correct because there are multiple forces acting. So the second concept that was given is Tibetan Plateau and tropical easterly jet stream. We should understand this concept very well because again, this is one of the important concepts. When we talk about Tibetan Plateau and tropical easterly jet stream, we need to understand something very well. Let's see this first of all. During the summer season, there is heating of the Tibetan Plateau creating a low pressure. Now, Tibetan Plateau, why we are saying? Because it is very large and again, direct heating is being done because it is again at a higher altitude. So, it is more exposed to heat and that is why the temperature rises and what it leads to a low pressure being created. The air over there, I'll explain you with the diagram also. The air over there becomes light and rises even close to the troposphere. That air which rises, it sinks close to the Mascarenes basin. Let's see here. During the summer time, this Tibetan Plateau becomes really very hot. So what is going on is the air over here rises, it moves and over here it sinks in a region which is known as a Mascarene high because the air is sinking, so it creates a high pressure here. During this time, it is observed that a temporary tropical easterly jet stream starts flowing here. This is a temporary jet stream, not a permanent. When the tropical easterly jet stream starts flowing, it basically aggravates the process of the movement of this air over here, wind. When this is aggravated, automatically we see that the monsoon is again much more stronger. So see here, this will now start moving towards the Mascarene Island and sink at the Mascarene high, creating a Mascarene high. In the upper air develops a temporary tropical easterly jet stream. Stronger the tropical easterly jet stream, stronger is the monsoon because it will aggravate the process of this movement. More faster the movement takes place, more sinking, higher pressure is created, then obviously again the movement will take place. So what is going on? Because of this, the monsoon laden winds over here are directed towards the Indian subcontinent region. This is rising, this is moving, sinking down. If this process is aggravated because of the tropical easterly jet stream, these monsoon winds will be directed more towards the Indian subcontinent, which will lead to aggravated or a better monsoon, even a stronger monsoon. So tropical easterly jet stream and Mascarene is one other point that we see, along with the Tibetan Plateau heating, right? Next point, temporary Somali jet stream over here. Now please understand, sometimes it is observed that there is a SJS, Somali jet stream. Now this Somali jet stream is not a permanent jet stream. It is a temporary jet stream which is generally observed by the climatologist. They observe that this jet stream is not a very high level or a very jet stream which arises at a very high level or a high altitude. It is basically relatively lower level jet stream which is temporarily created. Now it says that there is a Somali jet stream which arises near this Horn of Africa. This jet stream, one part moves towards this side and the other part moves towards the Indian subcontinent. When this Somali jet stream moves towards the Indian subcontinent, it is generally seen that because it is not very high, we realize this is also responsible for two things. First, it directs the monsoon laden winds moving towards the Indian subcontinental region. Along with it, we realize there is a Somali current also that is directed towards the Indian subcontinent. When we see there is a Somali jet stream, that is also responsible for the monsoon laden winds moving towards India. So we can say Somali jet stream is a low level jet stream. Low level, that means it is not at a high altitude. Originating only in the summer near the Horn of Africa, Somali jet stream tends to intensify the Somali ocean current. Somali jet stream pushes the monsoon winds towards India. Stronger the Somali current, stronger is the monsoon. Why? Because we know if the Somali current is stronger, possibly the Somali jet stream is also responsible for that. If Somali jet stream is responsible, we know that the monsoon is also going to be stronger. So this is again one of the factors which we realize is responsible for a monsoon or the mechanism. Next comes tropical westerly jet stream. Now, if you realize, tropical westerly jet stream is also again very important jet stream. Clear? Yes, drags the monsoon. You know the tropical westerly jet stream is flowing again during the time before the monsoon comes. Please understand.
When the jet streams are flowing, you very well would have seen that, please understand, the jet stream is meandering like this, like this, like this, you have observed. But there is one more thing that is the process is going on, which you haven't observed. Please understand. Though it is like this meandering, it is also like this, up and down also and left and right also. There is a horizontal and vertical motion both going on with respect to the jet stream. What you observe is from the top, you will see that jet stream is moving left and right. Yes, right. But it is also up and down also, right? It is up and down also. Sometimes what happens, please understand over here, it is very, very critical. When the tropical westerly jet stream is flowing, it encounters the Himalayas. So this jet stream divides into two parts. That means this jet stream is basically flowing over the northern plain of India. This creates a high pressure region over here. Now you will say, how is it possible, sir? Now it is summer time and the monsoon has to come. But why this is creating? Why this is creating a high pressure? Let us see. Supposingly, let us see from the top. We know that jet stream can be meandering like this, like there is an index cycle of jet stream. On the other hand, if you see it from the side also, it is moving like this also. This is the top view. This is the side view of a jet stream. Can you all visualize this? Please note it down. I will tell you why the high pressure arises over here. From the top, if the jet stream is flowing, I am seeing from the top, can I see it is meandering? In the later phases, it meanders. If I see from the side, you can see it is moving up and down also. This is also an observant fact with respect to jet stream. Sometimes what happens is, while it is moving up and down, some air might be forced to sink. Some air, because of the speed of the jet stream, some air tends to sink down. Sinking of air leads to, or moving down of air leads to a temporary high pressure being created. Though we know the temperature is high, but in certain region, a high pressure will be created. Because it is moving this way. So when the wind is moving, it might be that air might subside. So what happens? So it might create a temporary high pressure. That is why till that time, tropical westerly jet stream is moving over the northern plains, a temporary high pressure is created in that region. Now what happens? After some time, when the temperature increases, and because of that you realize, if tropical westerly jet stream moves upwards, that means now, because earlier it was coming here and dividing into two parts, right? Now if it moves upwards, it will lead to this temporary high pressure getting dissipated, and then you will realize the monsoon winds coming. That means withdrawal of this, removing of the tropical westerly jet stream from the northern plains lead to the monsoon coming there. Understood? Till the time the tropical westerly jet stream is on the flowing on, part of it is flowing on the northern plains, till that time the monsoon is generally not present there, or the good monsoon will not be there. That is why, see here, creating, now, okay, that is good enough. Next point over here comes other equatorial troughs. Sometimes what happens is everything is correct. There is a lot of high, let us say there is low pressure over here. Low pressure being because a lot of heat is being generated. And because of low pressure is created, you know that the winds from the oceanic regions will be pulled towards the low pressure region. Clear? Low pressure region. Now, sometimes we say in spite of this that the monsoon winds are not coming. Why? Sometimes because due to dynamic reasons, low pressure might be created in some patches or some regions close to the equator, and obviously just close to the bottom of the Indian Ocean. In that particular case, when the monsoon winds are coming, they might not move simply here. They might get diverted to these regions also. So these are known as secondary equatorial troughs. That means there are low pressure which are aggravated, which are existing close to the equator regions, which basically hinder the movement of the monsoon latent winds to move towards the
Indian subcontinent. And that is why we realize that secondary trough, if created, will not help us in getting good monsoon. In fact, it might weaken the monsoon or might not have good monsoon. If there is dissipation of these equatorial trough, then possibly the monsoon will be good. That is why whenever there is some secondary troughs or low pressure regions created in various parts around these regions, then we will not have good monsoons. Okay, next. Okay, now comes little bit concept of Indian dipole and El Nino. Please understand. I will give you a brief idea. We are not going into all the R&D over here. Please understand, when we talk about Indian dipole, many people tend to link Indian dipole movement directly to El Nino. Because we are talking about the concept of monsoon, so we shall understand it very properly. That many scientists have linked that El Nino and Indian dipole has no relationship. Some say there is a relationship. Now there are different views. If you are doing anthropology, possibly, or not anthropology, geography optional and all, possibly you study the views also for that, but that is not required for general studies. When we are talking about Indian dipole, we'll just focus on the major dimensions and how El Nino is related to that or not related to that. We'll see that. See here. When I'm talking about the Indian dipole, when I talk about positive Indian dipole, that means the monsoon is really good. Negative dipole, when the monsoon is not that good. Supposingly, I'm talking about Indian dipole. When I'm talking about Indian dipole, I will concern myself to the Indian Ocean region over here, this region, this part. What happens is sometimes, supposingly there is a low pressure created over here. When there is a low pressure created here, you will realize there the air will rise upwards and it will move towards what is a already high pressure existing here. That was the Mascarenes basin, and it will sink here. Now, if you realize, if there is sinking of air here, there will be aggravated high pressure here. If there is aggravated high pressure, possibly this movement will also be aggravated and the monsoon will be stronger here. Monsoon will be stronger here. So that means a positive dipole motion, dipole movement will help you to get better monsoon. But if there is a high pressure over here, then high pressure here and again a little bit high pressure here, it will again lead to a worse or a very poor monsoon. So positive dipole over here means low pressure here. This low pressure will move, the wind rises and gooms and settles down in the high pressure. So this will aggravate the high pressure. If the aggravated high pressure is there, automatically this cycle will also work good. So that means the monsoon that is coming is going to be much better. This is the positive Indian dipole. If the reverse happens, it is called as negative Indian dipole. Now let us link the Indian dipole with what? With the El Nino for the timing. Supposingly, what does El Nino condition says, right? What does El Nino condition says? El Nino says that if there is high pressure over this region, right, there will be again water will move here, there will be low pressure over here, air will rise and settle down here. That means this region will experience little bit aridity and this region will experience again lot of rainfall in those regions also because there is low pressure. But do you realize if there is El Nino, what will happen? That means high pressure is over here. When high pressure is over here, that means the whole monsoon cycle will get disturbed or it will lead to poor monsoon. That is why how El Nino condition is impacting the Indian monsoon. This is how, because I told you if there is high pressure here, it will lead to problems. Clear? Chaliye. Let's move ahead. Little bit about weather seasons we're going to study in brief. Now, if you see the cold weather season, it starts in mid-November in northern India, and December and January are generally considered the coldest months here, right? Mean daily temperature is less than 21 in over most parts of North India. Peninsular regions do not have a defined cold season because it is closer to the equator. That is why there is again, firstly, it is closer to the equator. Second reason is the moderating influence of the sea. That is why you realize there is no definite cold season in the peninsular region. Excessive cold in a northern region. Why there is, this can be asked in your papers also, it is mentioned in the NCERT also. Why there is cold, excessive cold in northern India? The reason is, first of all, it is away from the sea. Second, snowfall in the Himalayas tend to influence the cold winds even come from the Himalayan region, which makes the northern parts even colder. Third is, cold winds from the Caspian Sea region also come, right? Caspian Sea region also come. You know that temperate cyclones and all coming, that also lowers the temperature to a great extent. That is why northern regions tend to experience a lot of cold. Now, if you see the pressure and the wind pattern, by the end of December, that is 22nd December, sun shines vertically over the Tropic of Cancer. Just a minute. Okay. Just tell me one thing. What is the mistake in this particular paragraph? It is a typological error. What is that typological mistake in this paragraph? Can anybody tell me? There's something wrong that I have written here. I'll be correcting it, but I want you to correct me. I said by the end of December, 22nd December, the sun shines vertically over the Tropic of Cancer, southern hemisphere. What is the mistake here? Can anybody tell me? What is the mistake? In the previous lecture, I had mentioned about equinoxes, I had mentioned about Tropic of Cancer, and I had mentioned about Tropic of Capricorn, right? When it is December, you know that very well that sun shines vertically over the southern hemisphere. But it should not be Cancer, it should be Capricorn. Yes? Yes? So, it should be what? It should be Capricorn. Right? Okay, let's correct it. Is it clear? Is it clear? December means cold in the northern hemisphere, cold in the northern hemisphere, warm in the southern hemisphere. So the sun is vertically over the Tropic of Capricorn, not the Tropic of Cancer. So this is the reason. Clear? Okay. Now high pressure dominates the north while southern is low pressure. If you realize there is high pressure over here, high pressure means the colder regions, obviously the low pressure as you move down. Rainfall variation, there exist anticyclonic circulations. Anticyclonic circulations are again what? High pressure regions. Thus not causing rain. But there are exceptions. Weak temperate cyclones from the Mediterranean, northwestern India, basically come to India. Tamil Nadu coast experiences rainfall from the northeastern monsoon. And Arunachal and Assam also receive certain amount of rainfall during the winter months. Otherwise, most of the regions it is dry. Hot weather season. As the sun moves northwards from the March, you will realize that northern hemisphere witness rising in temperature. Temperature ranges from 30 to 33 Celsius, and northwestern region, that is the region of Rajasthan and all, the temperature can even go up to 48 degrees Celsius. Southern region have mild summer, that is 26 to 32. Why do they have mild summer? Because of the moderating influence of the sea. They are closer to the equator also. So, and moderating influence of the sea, the major reasons why they do not experience very extreme summers. Pressure, intense summer heat leads to fall in the air pressure. That is why the northern regions you will experience that the pressure levels have really fallen, and that is why, because when the temperature falls, that is when the temperature increases, the pressure will decrease. How do you understand this? Supposingly, let me give an example. Ansh is here. Ansh, supposingly you are sitting on an iron chair. Let's see how Ansh answers that. Supposingly there's an iron chair and I make Ansh sit on that, right? And I start heating the iron chair with some, let us say, gas cylinder. I start a wood, you can say. I start heating the chair with some fire. When the temperature of the chair increases, will Ansh jump from his chair? Yes or no? Quickly tell me. This is how you can remember the topic also. When Ansh is sitting on an iron chair and I start heating the chair, will Ansh jump from the chair because he says, sir, you have increased the temperature of the chair. My bump has got again bristles and all because you have increased the temperature, right? Why will he rise? Because when the temperature is increasing, he was sitting on a thing, he rises. So what will happen? The pressure over there is low now. So low pressure is again associated with high temperature. Clear? Okay. You will see ITCZ shifts northwards, entering around 25 degrees north, creating a low pressure monsoon trough from Thar Desert to Chota Nagpur Plateau. During this time, local storms, strong winds and even hailstorms are observed in this particular region, right? Please understand, during this time, hot weather season, there are a lot of local storms that happen. And this question has been asked in the examination also. Like mango shower, region is Kerala and coastal Karnataka. Pre-monsoon showers at the end of the summer aids in the early ripening of the mango. There are blossom showers in the state of Kerala, where results in the blossoming of the coffee flowers. You have nor'westers, also known as Kal Baisakhi. Bengal and Assam, dreaded evening thunderstorms beneficial for the jute and rice cultivation. In Assam, they are known as Bardoli. They are also known as Bardoli Chira. These are few of the local storms that are observed during the what? Hot weather season. Okay. Southwest monsoon, very interesting. By the May, the intensifying low pressure. By the May time, you realize that the pressure has intensified so much that over the northern hemisphere, then attracts the southeast trade winds, which after crossing the equator turns towards the right because of the Coriolis force, and then these are known as a southwest monsoon. On crossing the equator, they turn right, and that is why they are known as southwest monsoon. The burst of monsoon means there is certain burst. Burst means sudden, sharp, and abrupt onset. Immediately the monsoon comes. That is why it is known as burst of monsoon. Monsoon has basically two branches if we study the NCERT also. One is the Arabian Sea branch and other is the Bay of Bengal branch. Let us see one by one. Arabian Sea branch, see here. There are three branches. Arabian Sea branch, let us see them. First of all is a Western Ghat branch. Second is Central Indian branch. And third is Northwestern Indian branch, that is Saurashtra, Peninsular and Kutch. See here. One branch will encounter the Western Ghats. This is known as what? This is known as Western Ghats branch. Second is Central Indian branch. Some of them will pass through certain ghats and all through the openings over here and enter the Central India part. Third part is the Northwest Indian branch, Saurashtra, Peninsular and Kutch. So some of will straight away move here. Now Aravali's are parallel to this, so they will not shed much rainfall and straight away move here. So this is the Arabian Sea branch, has three branches. You should understand them mentally also, keep it in your mind because you can draw these also. So what did we see? Western Ghats branch, Central Indian branch and Northwestern India branch, Saurashtra, Peninsular India and Kutch. Bay of Bengal is Brahmaputra Valley, Garo Khasi and west towards the Ganga plain. Now please understand, Bay of Bengal branch, again, lot goes to Myanmar. Some parts are encountered by the northeastern region. Some traverse and go to the northeastern region, and some part move towards the coast, towards the northern plain. So these are the branches, the Bay of Bengal branch and the Arabian Sea branch, right? Retreating monsoon. Now during the time of October and November marks the phase that the monsoon is retreating. Why? Because again, slowly the temperature is decreasing. The extent of the monsoon or strength of the monsoon will decrease. By September end, the southwest monsoon weakens due to the southernward shift of the low pressure. By September end, it leaves areas of Rajasthan, Gujarat and Western Ghats, and by December there is complete retreat or exit. Some cyclonic influences lead to rainfall in the coastal regions, again in the Godavari, Krishna and Kaveri Valley. That is a separate case. Okay, clear? Okay, chaliye. हर्षित बंसल, प्लीज ये याद रखिएगा बेटा, जिससे पढ़ना है आप पढ़िए. From whoever you want to study. If you had been an aspirant who would have been deserving to be a civil servant, possibly you would take lessons from Sudarshan sir also. He's one of the best teachers in India. But the problem is that you come to other channels and spam. That itself means that there are people who do not want to be civil servant, but they are time wasters on this planet Earth and burden on the country India. You understand? If you had 1% integrity towards preparing civil service, you would have used your time for studying sir's notes only. You know that? If you had been a serious aspirant, you would have studied sir notes only rather than coming here and commenting. This shows the mindset that you people who come here and spam have. You know that? There are hundreds of teachers. Every teacher will contribute his or her best, right? So he is one of the very good teachers. You should learn from him. That is why we said that when people come to channels and comment here, that means Do you realize that are you capable or worthy of appearing for the civil services examination? Probably not. If you had been, right now, rather than watching this lecture, you would have been watching Sudarshan sir's lecture. He's a great teacher, wonderful person, and you would not be wasting time here. He is a great teacher of Hindi. He teaches wonderful in Hindi and a great knowledgeable person. This channel is for English. Those who want to learn in English can learn from you, learn from me. If you are good, you can learn from sir in Hindi. He's a wonderful teacher, right? So please, whatever your medium is, you do accordingly. Rather than spamming here, there are students here who want to learn, who want to be civil servants. Clear? Right, Mr. Bansal? Possibly you will learn this in your life also. Okay. Now, traditional Indian seasons over here, right? Now, I know, I see, remember, remember this, that there are people from various competitive websites, competitive institutes, competitive places and all. They intentionally come and comment. I know that. We know that very well. Yeah, it is something very common. Many people sit and tell people, say, this is 500 rupees, go and comment. This 1000 rupees, go and comment. This is common. We over here should always appreciate whichever teacher is there, offline, online, you should appreciate all of them. They are doing their effort. Sudarshan sir is one of the best teachers here. He is of some other institute, does not matter. We should always respect the teachers, right? So if you can learn from him, learn from him. If you can learn from me, you can learn from me. From whomever you want to learn, you as students should learn. Rather than telling this teacher is this, teacher is this teacher is better or not, wasting your time. He himself, that teacher, Sudarshan sir is himself mature, I am also mature here. We know. You people are dancing like monkeys and telling this is good, this is good. Better you learn rather than waste time. Chalo. Traditional Indian seasons. Now there has been a question on the traditional Indian seasons. Please understand. See, season, months, and this is also again from the modern day months which you hear. See, season Vasant, right? Right? Vasant is basically the months in Indian season is Chaitra and Vaisakhi, right? March and April. You need to like little bit learn this because the question has been asked once or twice on this also, right? Okay. Suraj is saying, take my name, sir. Hello, Suraj ji. How are you? You are in class 9th. Oh, that is nice. Good, yeah. Class 9 students also. Grisham. This is Jyeshtha and Asadha, which is May and June. Varsha. This is Shravana and Bhadra, July, August. Sharda, Asvina and Kartika, that is September, October. You have Hemanta, that is Marghira, and Pausa, that is sometimes people called November, December. Shashira, that means Mahaga and Fagun, that is January and February. There are certain things that a little bit you will have to learn because the reason it is Sanskritized words, right? Okay. Distribution of rainfall, briefly see it. The regions which are marked in red are the areas of high rainfall. Areas of high rainfall, that is more than 200 centimeters, right? Clear? 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 Now see. But that is nice, very nice. These are what? The regions which are marked in red are the regions of high rainfall. These regions experience, right? Kya ho gaya? These regions are experienced more than 200 centimeters of rainfall. That are over here. I will be showing you the regions also, don't worry. The regions over here and the regions over here. So let us see which are the regions. Areas of high rainfall greater than 200 centimeters, right? West coast of the Western Ghats, sub-Himalayan areas, northeast and the hills of Meghalaya. Khasi and Jaintia rainfall is greater than 1000 centimeters. So areas of high rainfall, that is in red, right? Now next comes area of medium rainfall, 100 to 200 centimeters. You see wide regions over here. The regions next to the high rainfall regions and here. So these are areas of medium rainfall. So let us see him. Areas of medium rainfall. Rainfall between 100 to 200 centimeters. Southern part of Gujarat, East Tamil Nadu, Bihar, East MP, Northern Ganga Plain, Kachar Valley, Manipur, Odisha, certain parts of Odisha. That is medium rainfall. Next comes areas of low rainfall, that is 50 to 100 centimeters. So that is the major parts marked in blue are regions of low rainfall. right? Let's see them. Rainfall between 100 to 50 to 100 centimeters. This is Western UP, Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, Jammu Kashmir, Eastern Rajasthan, Gujarat and Deccan Plateau. Other regions which are of inadequate rainfall, let's see this. Clear? See this. The regions which are in yellow, this region and this region, these are regions of inadequate rainfall, right? Inadequate rainfall. So which are those regions again? Rainfall less than 50 centimeters, part of peninsula, especially the Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra and Ladakh. So these are regions of inadequate rainfall, right? Okay. Variability of rainfall. Variability of rainfall means the regions where the variation of rainfall from season to season is most extreme or maximum. So that is what? This region has the highest variability, greater than 60%. Next to it is a region which is marked in yellow or pink, this orange, 30 to 60%. Then you have the region of this blue color, which is from 15 to 30%, and the yellow is the least variable, 15%. How to remember it? The regions where the very adequate rainfall is there, the variability is come, relatively less. Where there is rainfall is very less, the variability is going to be very high. This is how you can remember it, right? Okay. Climatic regions. Okay, one more thing. As I want a poll from you right now. See, because I think we will be able to complete Indian geography today, not the climatology and oceanography. So there are two options. I want the answer from you. First option and second option, you will reply. First option is I can upload a recorded video and attach it and put it in the this channel. Or second, when we have the other marathons, I can do live over there. Or let us say when we do places in news and all, I can do live. What do you want? You want me to forward a recorded video and upload it? Or second, you want me to have a live class where I can, let us say, places in news. In the places in news, I can, let us say, add oceanography and climatology and do it. Recorded first option. Second option is when I do places in news in the next marathon, then I do. You want live or you want to be a recorded video and I can hear? Because today we will be able to complete Indian geography completely. We will be justifying that. Live. Okay. Okay. So because you have said it is live, so what I will do is, again, some are saying recorded, some are saying live. There are certain recorded lectures also of the topic. Beta, you can see them also. There is no issue. Live will be better. Okay. So primarily you have said live, so possibly we can have live video only. Or we will update you. I will try my live session only. Today we will complete Indian geography completely. That is our duty. We will do it because possibly this also has taken a lot of time. Those topics I will do it as soon as possible in the next marathon only. Clear? Along with places in news. Okay. I've got the response. Climatic regions over here, please remember, there is again a lot of climatic classifications that we basically do. When you do climatology, over there, Koppens classification is done a lot of detail. Over here, we are not going to do that detail because in Indian geography, it is not required. Little bit details we'll study that you need to know because it is mentioned in your NCERT also, right? Whole of India has a monsoon type of a climate, but many regional variations exist. Now, temperature and rainfall are the two important events any climatic classification. Among many, if you realize, if you are studying geography optional, you will come across Koppens classifications, Stamps classifications, Trivartha's classifications, so on and so forth. Multiple classifications are there. But for UPSC general studies, you need to have knowledge about Koppens, nothing more than that. Clear? So there are certain abbreviations which you should know. These have been asked in the examinations also. So if you think that you will, if you leave this and possibly it will work, it will not. Because in general studies, right? Suraj Hadav sir, do you know Ritik sir? Yes, I have my number. I can call him also right now. You want me to call him? We are all friends, right? Okay. He's teaching class 9th and 10th. I'm teaching for UPSC. But we are all friends over here. Koppens classification. Okay, let's see. If you see my Insta account, we used to play badminton. We used to play cricket together. Right? Okay. Koppens classification, right? Now see Koppens classification. This classification is based on mean annual temperature, mean monthly temperature, and the precipitation data. Clear? Precipitation data. these are the major premises through which you realize this classification is based on, right? There are certain groups that have been given, and then there are certain other symbols that have been given, and each symbol is given, let us say a connotation, and there is a specific meaning attached to this. When you do climatology, and I'll be covering the topic of climatology, I'll be doing this in detail, but over here you do not have to go into a lot of detail. Let's see. Climatic group. Tropical is represented by A, which basically means average temperature of the coldest month is 18 degrees Celsius or higher. That means when I mark it as A, it means the average temperature of the coldest month will be 18 degrees Celsius or even more, even higher than that. B is dry climate, the regions which experience dry climate. Potential evaporation exceeds precipitation. So the amount of precipitation that is there, even beyond that, what is going on? Evaporation is going on. So that means these regions are very dry. Very dry. Clear? Warm climate, C, is warm temperate climate is basically denoted by C. Average temperature of the coldest month is higher than -3 degrees Celsius but below 18 degrees Celsius. These are characteristic feature. Now, see, many will ask, sir, how do we remember these, or do we need to remember this? Beta, you have to remember this. There is no alternative. The reason is they can ask you match the following. They keep on asking in CAPF, they keep on asking PCS, they have asked in UPSC also. So this is important. This is a little boring also, but you should know. Okay? Cold snow forest cover is D. Average temperature of the coldest month is -3 or below. Cold climate E. Average temperature for all months is below 10 degrees Celsius. Highland H. Cold due to elevation. Elevation, that means because of the height, the temperature is low. Clear? So these are the climatic groups, broad categories. Similarly, right? Similarly, we have certain other symbols which have each meaning. Now, please understand, each symbol is attached with another symbol and we get to a categorization or the naming of a particular group, right? Let us say there is a group where I put capital symbol along with some small symbols. Out of that, we realize, okay, a specific climate is represented because of the combination of various symbols. So, capital S semi-arid, W arid, T tundra, F ice cap. So, again, these are again represented by certain symbols which have their own representations. Small a is hot summer, average temperature warmer than 20. This is a very boring topic, but again, you have to do it. There is no doubt. Important for prelims. Warmest is greater than 22. C is a cool summer, average temperature of warmest month is less than 22. F means no dry season. W is dry season in winter. S is dry season in summer. H is average annual temperature less than 18. Monsoon, short dry season, and Ganges type G. Now, when we will do climatology, we will go into more detail, but this is a broad representation which you should have a brief idea. This region is BWHW, that is a hot desert type, because you have combined those alphabets. This region is BSHW, that is steppe type. This green part is AMW, which is monsoon type with hot dry season. This question has been asked in the civil services also. AS, monsoon with dry season in summer. This region is CWG, monsoon type with dry winter. This is polar type. DFC, cold humid winter with short summer. And this is AW part, that is tropical savanna type. When we will do the topic of climatology, over there, we will go into more detail. We do not have to go into more detail over here. Clear? Okay. Natural vegetation. Natural vegetation. Quickly, we'll do this quickly and finish it. Whenever we talk about natural vegetation, please see. There is any logic? Yes, there is logic. The reason is because you cannot describe each and every climate of any specific small region. So what do you know? You basically use these alphabets and combination of them to denote the regions. Otherwise, if you write about every alphabet in a map, it is not possible. So to mark it, it becomes easier, right? To mark it becomes easier. So, chalo. Natural vegetation basically refers to the plant community which has been undisturbed for a very long time. What do you mean by natural vegetation? Natural vegetation itself means that is natural, not artificial. That has been left disturbed for a very long time. That is why it is natural. Now, there are two things that you should know. Forest area and forest cover. Forest area, the land marked by forest land by the government or authorities, and forest cover include an area greater than 1 hectare where the canopy density is greater than 10%. Now understand. Let us understand the meaning between forest area and forest cover. Supposingly, there is a land, this particular land, and the revenue department says that I have declared this land as forest area. Forest area. Though there is not a single tree there, though there might not be a single tree there, but it is declared as forest area. That is why please understand, for a forest area, it is not necessary, right? For a forest area, it is not necessary that the area should have forest or any tree for that matter. Why it is declared as forest area? Because the government possibly thinks that they can grow forest there later on and then use it for a revenue purpose. So, the land marked as forest land by the government or authorities or revenue department is known as forest area. Supposing there is not a single tree here, but I am the revenue department person and I have said this is forest area. So that means it is a forest area. Forest cover is actually representing whether how much forest is present there. Remember that very carefully. Forest cover includes an average of area greater than 1 hectare with a canopy density of 10%, greater than 10%. Only then we are talking about forest cover. So forest area and forest cover are two different concepts. That is why that is why many people get confused. People, if they say that large amount of area is forest area, you say, acha, there's a lot of forest. No, there may not be a single tree, but it can be called a forest area. For a forest cover, that is where is a true word lies. That means how much forest cover is there. Do you understand? Understood? Okay. Now, let us understand this. This is a summary. Please understand. This is a brief summary of the natural vegetation that is there. Then I will give you a brief idea of all of them, little bit, right? Chalo. Let's see. First over here, or let us rather, what we will do is, we can straight away go, let us mark it and let us see. Tropical, evergreen and semi-evergreen. The regions which are marked in green over here, here and here are tropical, evergreen and semi-evergreen. The ones which are in orange are tropical deciduous. The ones in yellow, is tropical thorn. The ones in white is montane forest. The ones in red are swampy. I have written the characteristics here also, but let me go into detail one by one and let's study here. See here. This is tropical evergreen. See, where are they located? If you are studying this chapter from these notes, nothing else is required for you. Nothing else. Western slopes of the Western Ghats, hills of the northeastern region and Andaman and Nicobar Island. So these are the regions where you can find where the tropical evergreen. Mean annual temperature is greater than 22. Warm and humid, rainfall is greater than 200 centimeters, sorry. So wherever the rainfall is high, all these conditions are here, there you will get tropical evergreen forest. What are the characteristics of these forests? Please understand. What are the characteristics of these forests? First, well stratified shrubs, creepers near the ground. That means when you go to the tropical evergreen forest, there is a very interesting thing that happens, right? Clear? When you go to the tropical evergreen forest, there are various types of trees that are present. Some huge, hundreds of feet tall. Generally, if you realize very tall, there will be various trees of various height, and there will be also creepers and small trees also present everywhere else. So there is a lot of, again, stratification. Stratification means various layers of trees are present. So see here, canopy means that when you go see from the top, you will realize everything is covered with green. Canopy, right? Well stratified, shrubs, creepers near the ground, while tall trees can reach 60 meters and above. So there is year-round greenery. That is why when we say year-round greenery, any part of the year you go, it is green, evergreen. That is why it is known as evergreen trees, right? Flora and fauna. Again, the question has been asked, right? Question has been asked on the woods also. Ebony, mahogany, rosewood, rubber, cinchona are again common. Elephants, monkeys, lemurs and deers, etc. found here. Now please understand, there's a difference between evergreen and semi-evergreen. The evergreen is what we have studied here. Now the regions with little lesser rainfall than the evergreen have the semi-evergreen forest. Now let's see. Lies in less rainfall part of the regions. Mixture of evergreen and moist deciduous trees are found here. White cedar, hullock, kale are the tree species here. Now comes the tropical deciduous forest. If you realize here, the ones which have been marked in the pink color is tropical deciduous. Now, the most widespread forest, also called monsoon forest. The question has been asked, which forest is known as a monsoon forest? It is basically the tropical deciduous forest. So, you should know this. These are small things which I am telling you. Location, spread over regions which receive rainfall from 70 to 200. Now, the important thing happens is, right? Please, beta, if the link is not opening, it will open. Don't worry. By the end of the class, it will open. So, don't worry. You will realize this, that 70 to 200 centimeters is the very wide range. So, tropical deciduous forest is divided into two categories. First, the moist deciduous, and second, the dry deciduous. The moist deciduous are those regions which have rainfall between this value only, but it is from 100 to 200 centimeters rainfall. And the dry deciduous are the ones which have rainfall from 100 to 70 to 100 centimeters. So, we will have different types of vegetation that is present here. Clear? Different type. Let's see them. The moist deciduous forest, these are generally, again, because it is more moist, so there will be overlapping with the semi-evergreen. And when you transition, see, if you see where there is maximum rainfall, what is there? Evergreen. Little less rainfall, semi-evergreen. Little more less rainfall, moist evergreen. More decrease in rainfall, dry deciduous. And more, or let us say more decrease in rainfall, then you have those thorny type vegetation that is present, right? Okay. So, eastern slopes of the Western Ghats, Odisha, northeastern states along the foothills of the Himalayas. Over here you realize teak, bamboo, sal, shisham, mahua, ama, semul, kusum and sandalwood are found here. Clear? Now, these regions, after this, there is let us say lesser rainfall. What will happen? Rainier areas of peninsular, the regions of northeastern India, plains, parts of western and southern Rajasthan, these forests have parkland landscape. Now, understand this very, very carefully. This word has been asked in the examination. What do you understand by parkland landscape? Parkland landscape is a characteristic feature of the dry deciduous forest. Open stretches in which teak and other animals interspread with patches of grass. Supposingly, this is a complete area. See this? This is a complete area. It is covered with grass, right? It is covered with grass. And in between them, there are certain regions where you have some tree. This type of landscape is known as parkland landscape, where the region is spread with grass and there are certain trees in certain places. This is parkland landscape. Clear? Characteristic feature of what? Dry deciduous forest. Clear? Okay. Tropical thorn. Now see everybody. As you are moving from evergreen, just give me a minute. When there is maximum rainfall, that is called as evergreen. Little less rainfall, semi-evergreen. Little less rainfall, moist deciduous. Little less rainfall, dry deciduous. Little less rainfall, thorn. We will remember that. As the rainfall is decreasing, this is how the vegetation is decreasing or changing. So, tropical thorn, after that will come. So, found in areas with rainfall less than 50 centimeter. Semi-arid areas, right? Semi-arid areas of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Gujarat, MP and UP. Clear? 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 Okay. Now, if you realize, there are regions in Haryana also, beta, there are found. The regions close in the state of Rajasthan also, there are found, right? Let's see. Plants remain leafless for most part of the year. Please remember, tropical thorn have scrub vegetation. The reason is they basically remain leafless. Why? So that to decrease the amount of water that is lost through transpiration. Clear? Babool, bear, wild date, palm, kher, neem, khejri and palas are found here. Again, very important characteristic feature is Tussocky grass grows up to a height of 2 meter or as an undergrowth. That means a very tall grass is found that can be found over here. This is a characteristic feature of tropical thorn. You should remember that, right? Okay. Montane forest. Forests are characterized by decrease in temperature with increasing altitude. These regions, please understand, montane forests are found in two regions, right? Northern montane forest and southern montane forest. Northern mountain forests are again where, see, in the, if you realize, these are regions again in the, this region over here. Now see over here, if you move towards in the northern forest, please understand why northern and southern are very different in the characteristic feature, because whenever you see about northern forest, we generally talk about deal with the Himalayan region, right? When I talk about the southern mountain forest, these are located in the southern part of India, but where the let us say the vegetation found in certain regions where the let us say mountain peaks are present or the altitude is very high. In that cases, you will realize that these types of forests can be found even in the southern India also. Nilgiri regions also. Now in those regions again the altitude is high, but they are in the southern hemisphere. So that means northern mountain forests can be found in the northern region as well as the southern region also. See, northern mountain forests show a range of succession of vegetation from tropical to tundra. See here. Dry deciduous forest, then what you will see that when the weather changes or temperature decreases, when the altitude increases, you will have pine, chir, oak in the hilly regions of West Bengal and Uttarakhand. Further, you will realize coniferous forest, blue pine, chinar, walnut will be formed. If you move further, silver pine, juniper, birch and rhododendron. And if you move even in the colder regions, mosses and lichens are found. This is the height as it increases from 1000 to 4000 meter, right? Now see, southern mountain forests are found in Western Ghats, Vindhyan and Nilgiri. Now you will say, sir, these regions are in the southern hemisphere, southern part of India. The reason is because the altitude over here is high. The altitude is high. That is why, please, what happened? That is why, because the altitude is high, you will realize that the mountain forests are also found in the southern part of India. Vegetation is temperate in higher regions and subtropical also in the lower regions. Temperate forests are called sholas in Nilgiris, Annamalai and Palani hills. Remember, the word shola is used as temperate forest in the Nilgiri, Annamalai. Please remember these three words which have been asked. Magnolia, laurel, cinchona, wattle are also found here. In Satpura region and the Maikala range also you can find southern mountain forest. Let's see this. Now comes the littoral and swampy forest. Now there are two types of wetland forest ecosystems in the coastal as well as the waterlogged regions of India. Littoral forest, what are littoral forest and what are swampy forest? Let's see. The coastal forests that grow along with the coast, including the mangrove forest. These are known as littoral forest. Swampy, these forests grow in the freshwater or brackish waterlogged areas like river deltas, estuaries and the lake margins. So these are littoral and swamp forest, right? Now, wetlands, what are wetlands? Please understand the NCERT defines 8 categories through which can be considered as wetland. Reservoirs in Deccan Plateau, this can be asked. This has been asked in the mains question, mains exam. What are wetlands? So you had to know this. Reservoirs in Deccan Plateau, extensive saline areas, that is the Gulf of Khambhat, fresh water lake and reservoirs, delta wetland lagoons, floodplain regions, freshwater marshes, rivers and lakes, and mangrove forest. These have been categorized as the wetlands in India. So you should have this definition in mind because this has been asked in the preliminary examination also. This is very, very important, right? Okay. Mangrove forests are spread over 6,740 kilometers square. There are 7% of the world's mangrove cover. Now they grow along the coast in the salt marshes and tidal creeks. They are salt tolerant species. That is why they are able to tolerate the regions in spite of the fact that there is larger concentration of salt present in these regions. Deltas of Ganga, Mahanadi, Krishna, Godavari, Krishna are covered with such vegetations. Now, these are very, very important. They have their own unique ecosystems also. These mangrove forests are also as present there as a means of countering, let us say, strong sea waves, even tsunami waves, if possibly something comes, they're able to counter that also in various regions of the world. So these are very, very important. Okay, let's move ahead. Some important medicinal plants. This has been taken from class 6th or 7th NCRT. So you should know this because this can be asked. Now, Sarpagandha for treating blood pressure and found only in India. Jamun has digestive properties and controlling diabetes. Arjun, cure earache and control BP. Babool, cure eye sores. Neem, high antibiotics and antibacterial properties. Tulsi, cure cough and cold. Now you have Kachnar, cure asthma and ulcers and is good for the digestive problems. This should be known by you. Okay, let's see. Okay, there are certain forest policy. Okay, let's see. National Forest Policy. Again, this is part of your NCRT mentioned in that. National Forest Policy of 1952 basically gives you certain, certain ideas with respect to what you need to follow. First of all, bring 33% of the geographical area under the forest cover, maintaining environment stability. You should know these because this can be asked in your paper in prelims as well as mains. Conserving the natural heritage, biological and diversity gene pool, check the soil erosion, increasing the forest cover, increasing the productivity of the forest, creating a massive people's movement. This was basically a part of the 1952 forest policy. Clear? Clear? Okay, forest policy. Next was the National Forest Policy of 1988. Over here, you realize the objectives have been given because these are again important. Why? Because the objectives that have been given here have been asked in the examinations repeatedly. Environment stability, conservation of natural heritage, soil and forest water conservation, meeting the local needs, increasing forest and tree cover, tribal and forest dwellers welfare. These are again certain objectives. Tell me the answer of this ABCD. What is the answer of this ABCD? Tell me quickly. What is the answer here? What is the answer here? I said the forest policy first talked about the 33% forest cover was mentioned in which forest policy? Which one? It was mentioned for the first time in 1952 policy. See here. 1952 talked about 33%. It is also repeated in 1988 detailed document. It is mentioned there also, but first time it was mentioned in 1952 policy. Remember that, right? Okay. Now this is a concept again, very important for the civil services. It is asked repeatedly in the exam. The concept of social forestry. Now social forestry basically means the management and protection of the forest and afforestation on barren land with the purpose of helping the environment, social and rural development and ecosystem. So that means social forestry basically means that you are basically planting trees, you are replanting also, you are planting in those regions which are useful for the development of the country also and the people also at the local level also. So there are various means through which social forestry is being done. What a social purpose? Now, there are three types broadly defined in the NCRT also. First is urban forestry, second rural forestry, and third the farm forestry. When I talk about urban forestry, please remember, raising and management of trees on the public and private land, both are included in the urban forestry. That means in the urban region. In the examination, if the question comes, urban forestry includes that management and raising trees only in the public land, not in the private land. That is wrong. In the public as well as private land. Obviously with the permission of the people who own the property, but both public and private land, the promotion of forestry in the urban region is done under urban forestry. Rural forestry, it lays emphasis on the promotion of agroforestry and community forestry. What these two terms are, I'll be explaining you in the next slide. But rural forestry deals with the agroforestry concept and community forestry. Let us study first of all, what is rural forestry? Now, rural forestry has agroforestry and community forestry. Agroforestry combines forestry with agriculture. That means you are, when you basically combine the concept of forestry and agriculture and together you do it with a primer focus on forestry but also agriculture, then it is known as agroforestry. Community forestry, raising of trees on public and community land, then that is community forestry. Next comes farm forestry. Farmers grow tree on commercial and non-commercial land. Now the question will come, sir, what is the difference between agroforestry and farm forestry? Please remember, in agroforestry, the word forestry comes second. That means the prime focus is forestry, but again, little bit agriculture is combined. Farm forestry over here, more focus is where a farmer wants to put some crops or grow some crops, but along with it, some trees are planted. Then that is known as farm forestry. Clear? Okay. Wildlife conservation, that is present in your standard books and NCERTs also. Now, Wildlife Protection Act 1972 was amended in 1991 and serves as a primary legal framework. There are two objectives of this act. First, safeguarding the endangered species listed in this act, and along with it, providing legal support for the conservation and those which have been classified or protected in the national park and the wildlife sanctuaries. Clear? Now, let's see. There are certain biosphere reserves. Now, biosphere reserves are unique and representative ecosystem. Now, why these biosphere reserves are important, please understand. It has very important objective if you want to study them. First is conservation, that means conservation of the biodiversity in the ecosystem where there are. Logistics, that means international network of research and monitoring, that means you collaborate with the international level people and then possibly promote research and find newer methods in order to work on it. Development, that means association of environment and development together. So these three are the objectives under the biosphere reserve. There are three main zones of biosphere reserves. The middle one is a core zone. The core zone is one which is very, very restricted with respect to what can be done here. Most protected and contain endemic plants and animals. Free from human interference. So that means least interference is there in the core zone because the animals or plants that are here has to be protected. Outside the core zone is a buffer zone. This is also known as a middle zone. Here the activities are managed in this area in a way that helps in the protection of the core zone. So over here again transitioner, in a way it is between the outer zone and the inner zone. So over here there will be certain activities that will be allowed, like certain tourism activities, some fishing activities, grazing activities, some research activities are going to be allowed, right? Clear? Okay. So this is allowed. If you go outside, that is the transition zone. This is the outermost zone. Over here, large number of human activities are allowed. Even resorts can be built. A lot of other activities can be done. So this is a gradation of method through which the region which has to be protected is put under the core zone. Clear, everybody? Okay. Now, these are certain biosphere reserves which are present in India. I marked them also. Cold Desert, Himachal Pradesh, Nanda Devi, Uttarakhand, Kanchenjunga in Sikkim, Dihang Dibang, Arunachal Pradesh, Dibru Saikhowa, Assam, Manas in Assam, Nokrik in Meghalaya, Sundarban, West Bengal, Simlipal in Odisha, Acharakamar Amarkantak in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Then you have Sheshachalam in Andhra Pradesh, you have Great Nicobar, you have Gulf of Mannar, then you have Agastyamalai in Kerala plus Tamil Nadu, Nilgiri in Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka, and Panchmari in Madhya Pradesh, Run of Kutch in Gujarat, and Panna in Madhya Pradesh. So you have, okay? Again, very good. Those who remember it, that is wonderful. Because these are asked in the paper, please remember it. These are asked. Okay? Let's move ahead. What is the answer to this? We are done with the content over here. Now I am going to, right? Now I'm going to ask you the questions and then we will go to the, after 10 minutes rest, we'll go to the last part, which will hardly take 30 minutes, then we will be done. Because that covers just the soil and the hazard. Clear? What is the answer to this? Beta Vikramadatha Mishra, use the time and answer something. You will do something good in life. Otherwise, God bless them. Use something life. Use your life for some good purpose. You are here on the earth not to do drama. Possibly do something good in life. Montane forests are found among which of the following places? Which among the following places? Quickly, use your mind. If you are attending a session, use your mind to answer it. I had told you mountain forests are found in the northern part of India, also southern part of India. Himalayas it is found, Western Ghats it is found, Nilgiri it is found, Satpura, Maikala and Anilwai it is found everywhere. I had shown you in the diagram also. The answer is D. I had shown you mountain forest are found in northern as well as other parts. Clear? The answer is D, not C. Okay. What is the answer to this? What is the answer to this? Nilgiri has lot of types of forest. I have told you which among the forest is found in which region. Do you know that? It is found there also. So what is the type of parkland landscape is associated with which type? Which among the following? What is the answer to this? Quickly. What is the answer associated with this? Quickly. Clear? Okay. Let's have some questions then. Attempt this question. Let's see how many of you can get it right. Quickly. Attempt this question. What is the answer to this? Quickly, come on, use your minds, everybody. That is why I said pay attention in the class. Okay. Retreating monsoon. It occurs mainly during the October-November. Correct. Southwest monsoon leaves Rajasthan first. This is also correct. Tamil Nadu receives rainfall. Yes. Answer is hopefully D. Yes. Answer is D. Next. Attempt this. This is the simplest question. This is the simplest question. What is the answer to this? Quickly tell me. Come on. What is the answer to this? with respect to the tropical evergreen forest, the rainfall is above 200 centimeters, correct. Well stratified vegetation, correct. Foundly made in western Rajasthan, not correct. 1 and 2. Clear? Okay. Attempt this. I had made a chart on this. Possibly you can analyze that on the basis of this. This question I had already mentioned, right? See here. See this? What is the answer? Mountain forest, they show succession from tropical to tundra latitude, right? Sholas are found in the western Ghats. This is also correct. Alpine vegetation are coniferous. This is also correct. This I had mentioned in the class itself. The answer should be D. Clear? Attempt this. Attempt this. National Forest Policy 52 recommended 33% forest cover. I had just asked you also, this is correct. 1988 policy emphasized on environment stability and tribal welfare. Yes, it did. 88 primarily focused on commercial is a wrong statement. 1 and 2. Try this. Try this. Try this question quickly. What is the answer to this question? Okay. People are saying D, some are saying A. Let's see. Tropical heating of the Tibetan plateau creates a low pressure area. Correct. Air rises over the Tibetan sinks near masculine region. Correct. Tropical easterly jet stream weakens. I told you when the tropical easterly jet stream is created, it tends to strengthen the monsoon, not weaken it. Common sense. Don't you remember the diagram? Tropical easterly jet stream is stronger, it will strengthen the monsoon. Did I not mention here? Why are you getting this basics wrong? That is why I always tell you, bache, if you have studied on your own, good. If you haven't studied on your own, listen to the lecture. If you haven't listened to the lecture, revise it again. Do you realize this? Otherwise, it will be of no use of attending the lecture. If you haven't attended the lecture and you're not getting it right, then you need to attend the lecture. Attempt this question. See this here quickly. What is the answer to this? After this, I will take a 10 minutes break and then we'll begin the last session, which is going to be a very small session because we'll end it also. What is the answer here? B. Okay. Okay. It is a zone of high pressure near equator, ITCZ. Some worst question. This is wrong. It is a low pressure. If one is wrong, automatically these points are eliminated. The answer is B. You don't have to see anything else. And in spite of that, how come people are getting wrong? How come D is coming? Do you people think that the moment you see the question, every answer will be D? Tell me. This is the most basic question a child of class 9th can also answer because this is taught in class 9th also. Class 9th, class 11th, right? Right? Clear? Yes or no? Okay, now you have a exactly 10 minutes break and after this there is a last session where you will be having some numericals, so not numericals, certain questions. I'll be quickly finishing it and your marathon will get over. Just the last 10 minutes I'm taking a break and after that we will be there for the last session and within 45 minutes we'll wrap it up, right? Okay, 10 minutes break. Then you have been with me for such a long time. Sirf, I have to change the slide also. 5 to 10 minutes break and then we'll be back. Not even 10 minutes, give me sirf 5-6 minutes. We need to change the PDF, attach it and then we will begin it again. Okay, just give me 5 minutes.
हाँ सर ये सेम
आवाज तो भी जाएगी ना? Hello. Okay. Hello everybody. Agreed? Everybody ready there? Let's begin. This is the last session where I am covering the topic of soil and the disaster part little bit, that is there. And this is the last part which we are doing, and after that the Indian Geography Marathon is complete. The part of the I will also cover the part of human geography with the mapping series, because when I'm doing the industries, when I have to do the transport and all, that is basically a map centric thing. So I will be doing the maps along with it. It will be covered along with it. Like population and all are generally shown through the map. So we will be covering that part over there. So that is again a very important marathon which will be coming after some time. So let's see here. Again, just a minute. This is the Telegram account. This is my Instagram where you can connect with me. Soil. Now, soil is what? Briefly, let us understand. Soil is a mixture of rock debris and organic matter that develop on the Earth's surface. There are a lot of factors that influence formation of soil. Quickly, let us do it. Relief. What type of landscape, what type of relief is there? Parent rock, vegetation, climate, and other living organisms. And what is the time? More is the time, better is the formation of soil. Lesser is the time, possibly the soil formation has not taken place properly. What is the soil profile? Now, soil profile, you will realize there are a lot of levels which are basically referred to as horizons also. Soil profile refers to the arrangement of the different layers of soil. If you realize the lowermost is the, right? Yes, time is most important, absolutely. Lowermost is the parent rock or the bedrock. For this to reach this level, again, more is the time. That is why more important it is, right? Bedrock is again the basic rock out of which the soil will be derived. Above this rock is horizon C. It is composed of loosed parent material. It is first stage of the soil formation. Above that is a layer which is soil horizon B. It is a transition zone which might have some organic matter and some mineral matter which are noticeably weathered. Then on top is a horizon A, which is basically organic and mineral, water and material are present there. So this is again what? This is what? This is basically the different layers, that is the soil profile. Okay, let's move ahead. Classification of soil. If you see the soil, if you see even the NCERTs and the basics books, you will realize there is a lot of classification of soil has been done. The easiest and the most simplistic form that was done, please remember, is a historical classification which says Urvara and Usara. Urvara means fertile, Usara means that is sterile, that is not fertile. These two are why important. This have been asked in the exam also. What does it mean? So you should know Urvara and Usara, that means fertile and non-fertile, that is sterile. Clear? Okay. Now on the basis of texture also we can classify the soil. Let us say sand. It basically has coarser particles like 0.05 to 2 mm in diameter. Silt, medium particles from 0.02 to 0.05 millimeter in diameter. Clay, very fine particles less than 0.02 millimeter. So it is very fine. Loam is basically again a combination of all these three. Clear? Next, this is a classification of the soils present in India. You have the forest soil, you have the arid soil, you have the black soil, the laterite soil in red and yellow soil, and alluvial soil, whereas it is marked in white. Let's see one by one. Alluvial soil. The areas which is present is Northern Plain, Rajasthan to Gujarat plains, eastern deltas and river valleys of the peninsular. It covers about 40% of the total area. So that is the maximum amount that is present is the alluvial soil. Characteristics, notably in the upper and the middle Ganga plains, two distinctive types, that is Khadar and Bangar. You very well know that one is fertile and other is not so fertile because it is old alluvium. Khadar is a new alluvial enriched annually by the floodplains, whereas Bangar is a old alluvium located away from the floodplains. That is why it is not so fertile. Both types bear calcareous concretions known as conchers. Sand content reduces as you move from west to east. Sand content reduces from the alluvial soil when you move from west to east. There is a region because in the western region, you know that the influence of the Rajasthan plains is there, which basically leads to a lot of sandy elements. Because of the wind, they come to the regions of the Ganga plain also, and that is why the sand content is higher on the western side. While you go towards the eastern side, it decreases. Clear? You have already seen this diagram I had shown you. The Bhabar, you have seen the Tarai and Khadar and Bangar, so I don't need to revise it or tell you again. Mineral composition plus it has humus and potash, but it is deficit in phosphorus and nitrogen. So this is the advantage, this is the negative point. Next comes again the black soil. Black soil is this region. It has some elements present here also, here also. Now this region is basically dominated in the region of the Deccan Plateau. Covers parts of Maharashtra, majorly Maharashtra. It has also in parts of Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Now, it is present in other regions also very interestingly. Upper regions of Godavari, Krishna River and the northwestern part of Deccan Plateau also it is present there. Characteristics, it is known as the regal soil or the black cotton soil because it is very like one of the best soils for growing cotton. Clear? Clay, deep and impermeable. So it is not so because it is again clay in nature, so you cannot it is not so porous also, impermeable. Exhibits nature of swelling and becomes sticky when wet and shrinks upon drying and cracks are developed. If you realize, when it is water is provided, becomes very sticky. When there is lack of water, large cracks are developed and this is basically leading to crack formation. Now please remember, during the dry season, it is referred to as self-flowing. Self-flowing nature of the cracks, self-flowing nature is a characteristic feature of the black soil. Please remember that. It enables the slow moisture absorption and retention, providing moisture during the dry period because the cracks are developed. So basically, it helps in the moisture absorption also later on and retention because the cracks are there. So that is why it is known as self-flowing nature of the soil. Mineral, lime, iron, magnesium, aluminium, potassium are present. Phosphorus, nitrogen or organic matter is lacking. Next again, yellow and red and yellow soil. This is the part, red and yellow soil which I have marked here in red. Eastern and southern part of Deccan Plateau where crystalline igneous rocks are present here. Present in the areas of low rainfall. Please remember. Parts of Odisha, Chhattisgarh, southern areas of Middle Ganga Plain and Piedmont zone of the Western Ghat. Piedmont means at the lower, at the ground level where the height decreases, at the base level of the Western Ghats also it is found. Characteristics, exhibit is reddish color due to the wide diffusion of crystalline and metamorphic rocks. It looks yellow in hydrated form. When water is present there, or water addition is there, then it is known as, that is little bit yellow in color. Fine grained soil is normally fertile, while the coarse grained soil in the upland areas are poor in fertility. Mineral composition rich in iron, and that is why little bit content of iron present over here is a little bit more. That is why giving it a characteristic color also. Phosphorus, nitrogen and humus is lacking here. Clear? See, if you want to go to the international level of soil classification, then you can have multiple. You have to go through what is required for general studies. Please remember this. Clear? If you want, I can give you the thinkers who have given that, right? Trivartha's level of classification. I can give you Stamp's the classification. I can give you, based on climatic, what he has given. I can give you Khullar's book, what has written. So if you want to do those things in the general studies, you are welcome. If you want to do optional for general studies, then you are also welcome, right? Intrazonal classification and all, if you want, I can do it here, but that is not required. That is why we say if you want to do every optional for general studies, then possibly qualifying civil services becomes difficult. ठीक है? Civil services के लिए तभी पता होना चाहिए कि what you have to do and what you don't have to do. Right? The teacher who is standing in front of you has already done the level of geography optional during his time, right? So, though I teach general studies geography, I have done geography optional also. So, that is why I am telling you, when it is required to go to that level, I would definitely like to go. But that is not required for general studies. So, you want, I can give you the thinker's view also for geography optional, what is required and what is not required. Clear? If you want to go to better diagrams, there is a thick book of 1000 pages of Staller and Staller. Go through that. There is a diagram of 2 pages given there. Mr. What is Mohan More? So you can read there, right? Okay. Then you can do PhD there. Laterite soil. Now see laterite soil over here. This is the laterite soil. 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 Clear? Higher areas of the peninsular plateau notably found in Karnataka, clear? Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, and hilly regions of Odisha and Assam. Now, many of you, right? Many of you will be thinking, sir, we are doing these regions, marking the state. Do we have to read it? Please remember, bache, whatever is written on the board is important for the exam. They can ask you these states. They will ask you which among the following states this soil is present or not. Whatever has been taught to you is that amount. If you do it, you will not face any problem. If you do not do it, possibly you will face problem. You do not have to do more than that. You do not have to do less than that. If you want to be very confident. Till now, whatever I have done, you will realize so many questions have been created out of it. So many questions will be created also. UPSC will also ask from it. So, if you do this, what I have done in this whole marathon, Indian geography, you will yourself feel so confident, provided you have to revise it. If you want, you can later on see the video 2x also. It is up to you. But more importantly is after you have seen the video, you need to revise it again, right? Somebody is asking it is live or recorded. Ruxana ji, it is completely live video, and I have been live now for approximately 11 hours, 10 hours 55 minutes. Mr. Ritesh is taking no record. It is live, beta. It is live. I have been live for now everybody is saying recorded. It is not recorded, Mr. Raja. It is live. I have been live for now 10 hours 55 minutes, right? So I'm live in front of you. So these are states which you should know, right? Characteristics, it is derived from the word later, which means brick. Form, because this soil is very often used for making bricks also. The soil is such that you can put it into parts and then put it in the sun, and you can use it as a means of making bricks, right? Form in the higher temperature and rainfall areas, a characteristic feature. Intense leaching washes away lime and silica, leaving behind soil rich in iron oxide and aluminium compounds. Because of, again, lot of rainfall and all, which the minerals which are dissolvable basically leach or go to the lower level. What is remaining is certain minerals that are rich in iron oxides and aluminium. So that is why these soil are rich in these minerals. Clear? Rich in these minerals. Okay. Laterite soil is widely cut into bricks and used in house constructions also. That is why the word latter means brick. Mineral, it is rich in iron oxides and potash also. Lacks nitrogen, phosphate, calcium and organic matter. Humus content in the soil is removed by bacteria that thrives in high temperature. Remember, why the humus content is less? Because the temperature is high, the rainfall is high, the bacteria present there basically removes the humus or the organic matter. That is why this question has been, last line has also been asked in the UPSC. Clear? Okay. Next, arid soil, this soil. If you see the arid soil, you will realize this is chiefly found in the western Rajasthan. If you realize majorly towards the west of Aravallis, you will find that, right? Majorly. Generally sandy in structure and saline in nature. Due to high temperature and rapid evaporation, it lacks soil moisture. Notable feature is kankad. Again, when I say kankad, you very well know it is talking about the calcium content being very high over here. Yes. It is plus, it has mineral composition high in calcium, low in humus and organic matter because of the high temperature that is present. Next, forest soil. Forest soil are formed in the forest areas where sufficient rainfall is available. Regions even in Arunachal part, Himachal and Uttarakhand also. These are regions very commonly have the forest soil. They are loamy. Loamy means sand, clay and all are basically in proper proportion. So that is why it is loamy in nature. Silty and valley sides are coarse grained in the upper slopes. In the snowbound regions, obviously you will realize there is denudation and acidic content might be there and low humus content because the temperature is very low there. The soil in the lower valleys are notably fertile. Saline, the regions where again the mineral composition again is the characteristic feature where you would see a lot of salts present there. In arid, semi-arid and waterlogged and swampy regions, you realize due to dry climate and poor drainage, where Western Ghats, Eastern Coast, Deltas and areas of West Bengal, you will see these types of soil very common. seawater intrusion in the deltas lead to a lot of salts being deposited there, and due to evaporation, the water gets evaporated. So what is left behind is the large amount of minerals, or let us say sodium chloride, magnesium chloride, and all can be left behind. So that increases the mineral composition. So sodium chloride can be present. Negative is nitrogen and calcium are less, right? To decrease the salinity, you can add gypsum. That actually counterbalances it. Okay. PT soil. It occurs widely in the northern part of Bihar, southern part of Uttarakhand, and coastal areas of West Bengal, Odisha, and Tamil Nadu. They are found in areas of heavy rainfall and high humidity. These areas where adequate drainage is not possible. Again, rich in organic matter, humus, organic matter, and salinity is there. Potash and phosphate are missing. Now, important concept. See here. There are two types of erosion, majorly. One is sheet erosion. Sheet erosion means that the upper layer is eroded because of the, let us say, rainfall and all. Removes the fertile topsoil. It is common in the level land. So, sheet erosion is where the level land, where the topsoil is removed. That is basically referring to sheet erosion. Gully erosion is visible fragmentation of the agricultural land. That means there are deep incisions in the soil. That is basically gully erosion. That means that intrusion, that is when the erosion is such an extent that will lead or possibly make the land unfit for cultivation also, like the badland topography. It is mainly known as badland topography. These two are also types of soil erosion. So, soil erosion, it refers to the destruction of soil cover, results from an imbalance between soil forming and soil erosional processes. So, that means soil erosional processes are much faster than the soil formation processes. So, that means that is soil erosion. That means because of sheet erosion or gully erosion, the soil is being eroded or made unfit for cultivation. Soil degradation is a broader word, even broader word. It means it refers to the decline in the soil fertility, marked by reduction in the nutritional status, and depth of soil goes down to erosion and misuse. So that means soil degradation is the broadest word, then comes the soil erosion, and soil erosion also has various types. Few of them are gully and sheet erosion. Clear? Clear? Okay. Answer this quickly. Answer this quickly. Answer this quickly. What is the answer? Answer this quickly. Clear? Which among the following is associated with sinking? Answer is Bhabar. Clear? Which of the soil is self-flowing in nature? बताइए. Black soil. Okay. Chalo, let's see your ability to answer these one by one. Answer. What is the answer to this? What is the answer? Quickly. What is the answer to this? let us see. Alluvial cover is about 40%. This is correct. Sand content in the alluvial soil increases from west to east. I told you it decreases from west to east because the west side there is Thar desert. So the sand content will be closer to those regions. Obviously in the Gangetic plain you will have more sand content, but as you move towards the eastern region it will decrease. So this statement is wrong. If 3 statement is wrong, I know these 2 are also wrong. Now comes the question that both Khadar and Bangar contain calcareous concretions as concurred. Okay, this is hopefully right. Bangar is annually reviewed by flood. This is absolutely wrong. So 2 is correct. So answer should be A. Answer should be A. Try this. Quickly. Ishika is asking, तुम लोगों ने इतनी जल्दी क्वेश्चन कैसे पढ़ा? बेटा, the thing is in the examination and there are 100 questions. You have to quickly read it and analyze also. That comes with practice. You need to read it quickly and practice it. That is important, right? Okay. What is the answer? Quickly, everybody give the answer. Everybody give the answer. This is the last topic. We'll end here. This is the last topic. We'll end here. I think this is more than sufficient. That is a core idea which you wanted to do. Soil part. I'll end here. We have covered all the physical aspect. So I want you to participate in this thing. This is few questions are then I'll end the marathon. Good enough. It shrinks upon drying and develop wide cracks. It shrinks upon drying and develops wide cracks. Clear. It swells and becomes sticky when wet. Correct. It is highly porous and allows rapid percolation. You would know that it is not porous. It is impermeable. This statement is wrong. 3 is wrong. 1 and 2 are correct. Let us see. It enables slow moisture absorption and long retention. Is it correct? Yes. Clear? Clear? The answer is B. The answer is B. This was a characteristic feature which we had done already in 4. I had already mentioned here. Clear? Next. Answer this process. What is the answer to this? Quickly. This is the easiest question that you can come across. Easiest question. Let's see. What is this? You just need to know one thing and your answer will be correct. Just one thing and your answer will be correct. What is the answer? See, laterite soil formation intense, okay. Arid soil, high humus. The moment you know arid soil does not have humus, you know that. Organic matter is less. So this statement is wrong. Let's see 2. 2 here, 2 here, 2 here. Wrong. Answer should be A. Clear? Try this. Try this. Red and yellow soil are most likely to develop in regions with. Let's see. What is the answer to this? What is the answer? Crystalline igneous rocks was the characteristic feature of arid and yellow soil. We had done that. Now please tell me, low infall over here. Most important thing is the humus content is not there. iron diffusion, all this. The problem over here lies, if you knew the humus content is less, you could eliminate all. So if I know this is incorrect, I can get A. You have to identify humus content was the elimination point. Answer this. What is the answer? Quickly. What is the answer? There are only 3 questions last left for this marathon. 3 questions. And your marathon ends. Participate in it. Be up. You have already been with me throughout this. Let us just finish this marathon with this question. Be active. Write it in the comment section. Let's see how many of you can get it right. Sheet erosion removes the fertile topsoil large area. Correct. Gully erosion leads to barren topsoil. Correct. Soil degradation implies loss of topsoil only through natural. This is wrong. It can be due to man-made reasons also. Man-made reasons also. So it is not only. So third point is wrong. Third point is wrong. This question, try this. Try this. Again, a similar question. It is basically the elimination that you need to understand. See here, black soil, rich in potash, वगैरह, okay. Aluminium oxide, okay. Arid soil, okay. Just a minute. This statement is wrong. So I know one thing, I can eliminate these. One more thing is, alluvial soil is not deficit in nitrogen. So I think it should be 1 and 2 only. Let's check. Oh, is it deficit? Let me check once. Alluvial soil rich in potash. Yes, I think I'm wrong here. It is rich in, yes, ठीक है. This is correct. B is your answer. I got it wrong. Deficit in nitrogen नहीं है, rich in potash है, ठीक है. Rich ही है. It's fine. It's correct. लिख लीजिए. चलो, next, last question. I think this question is repeated. This question is repeated. Leave it. See, thank you for being with me throughout this marathon. We have covered the Indian geography part, which was required for your preliminary as well as to a great part mains examination. Firstly, secondly, there are a lot of questions that we practiced, a lot of things that we did. And thank you for being there as good students also. We really had a nice time. There will be other marathons also that we'll be having, that will be of the mapping series of both the world and India mapping, and one places in news. I will be again there. Over there also other things will be covered. So it was really wonderful being with you, and I really enjoyed it and really had a nice time with you all. And hopefully you would have also learnt a lot, right? work on the mistakes that you have committed. It is very normal to commit mistakes, but during this time, commit as many mistakes as you can. Excuse me. During this time, commit as many mistakes as you can, because when you appear for the examination, you would have committed so many mistakes during the practice that you will commit less mistakes during the examination. And that the topic with respect to climatology and oceanography, as we said, as I've already told you, because we have covered Indian geography completely now. Now, when I will take places in news and other topic, I will take climatology and oceanography along with it. Why? Because I cannot compromise with the quality by just rushing, no. Plus, I will complete it as you said, you wanted it live, so I'll do it live. Clear? So, thank you for being there, and thank you for being such a good audience. Thank you for listening, and hopefully you make the best use of it, right? And now another thing, wait for a few hours. Within few hours, your notes will be uploaded, and those marathon up notes will be along with the questions and answers will be uploaded, so that you can very well answer them, discuss them with your friends, revise them, and make the best notes that you have, which will make you ready for the examination to a very proper level which meets the UPSC requirements. God bless. Lots of love. If you liked, you can write it in the comment section. If you enjoyed it, take care and Jai Hind.